We make our decisions, and then our decisions turn around and make us. Those wise words from F.W. Borum are as true for each and every one of us as they are for James Reece, the protagonist in these pages. Perhaps that is why Reece has resonated with readers of the series and with the audience that tuned in to watch Chris Pratt stack bodies as former Navy SEAL sniper James Reece in the Amazon Prime Video series adaptation of The Terminal List. Reece is on a journey, as are we all. That is something that brings us all together. It is something we all have in common. We are all on a journey. But our journeys are finite. Tomorrow is not guaranteed for James Reece, just as tomorrow is not guaranteed for any of us. If you have read my previous novels, you have noticed that time plays a central role. The essence of time is physically manifested through Reece's watch and theoretically manifested through lessons from Reece's father. You are fast, James. I've seen you run, but even you can't outrun time. None of us can outrun time. James Reece is also evolving over the course of his journey. In this novel, he is not the same Reece as he was in the Blood, just as that James Reece was not exactly the same as he was in The Devil's Hand. He is learning, evolving, becoming wiser, and he is applying the lessons of the past to his decisions in the present. Those decisions are making him. But we don't make decisions out of the blue. James Reece makes decisions based on a foundation that guides him. Decisions that come from solid foundations allow us to survive more experiences and hence gain additional wisdom. But Reece's goal is not just to survive. It is to prevail. He is a warrior, hunter, protector, and student. Always a student. He is constantly learning along his journey, arming himself with the tools he needs to prevail when the chips are down. He is also human. The protagonist in these pages is not a superhero. If you are looking for highly sanitized depictions of combat, I suggest you look elsewhere. Through the medium of popular fiction, I explore the mind and heart of a warrior. I don't interview snipers who worked in Ramadi, Mosul, or Najaf. Ask them what it was like to press the trigger in combat and then try to describe it on the page. Nor do I talk with operators who were once trapped in an ambush in Baghdad in an attempt to pull from them how they felt and reacted in the moment. Rather, I remember. I remember what it was like to be a sniper in Ramadi. And I remember what I did on the receiving end of a night ambush in Baghdad. I then apply those feelings and emotions to a fictional narrative. The feelings and emotions in these pages are real. They come from my heart and soul and flow directly onto the page. If you are looking for a little more fiction and a little less emotion and truth, I recommend you put this book down now and pick up another. James Reece is not for everyone. Each of my novels has a theme that guides the writing process. The Terminal List was a story of revenge without constraint. For my second novel, True Believer, I thought it would be disingenuous to just drop Reece right into his next adventure after the traumatic events of The Terminal List. He needed to learn to live again. He needed to find purpose. He needed a mission, so I took readers along with Reece on a journey of violent redemption. Savage Son explored the dark side of man through the dynamic of hunter and hunted. In The Devil's Hand, I looked at the United States through the eyes of an enemy that had 20 years to observe the American military on the field of battle and incorporate what they learned into their battle plans. In The Blood, put Reece behind the scope for a sniper-centric novel of violent resolutions. The novel you hold in your hands is one of truth and consequences. How much of what follows is fiction, and how much is truth? You will know when you turn the final page. Enjoy the journey. Time is ticking. Jack Carr, February 21st, 2023, Park City, Utah. Prologue. Newport, Rhode Island, 1980. Walter Stowe deftly piloted the 36-foot trawler through Vineyard Sound, past Nashawena Island, and into Rhode Island Sound. He kept Castle Hill Lighthouse to the boat's starboard side as he navigated a northeasterly course toward their destination. He had become quite adept at maneuvering small watercraft in dangerous waters, though the seas between Edgartown Yacht Club on Martha's Vineyard and Station 10, the New York Yacht Club's property in Newport, were not nearly as dangerous as the waters he had navigated 10 years earlier, inserting and extracting Navy SEALs in the Mekong Delta. The route ahead clear, Walt turned from the helm to look at his wife. Martha sat behind him on the flybridge, her tan legs outstretched on the cushioned, aft-facing bench seat, her face upturned to catch the fading rays of the late summer sun. Trawler was a bit of a misnomer. It was a Grand Banks 36, and though it resembled the trawlers of Walt's youth, this vessel was built with comfort and touring in mind, not hauling in a catch in the hopes of making ends meet. A more than capable craft, bloody decks were foreign to her. This boat was built to impress the East Coast's prestigious yachting community. The boat was hers, or, to be more precise, it belonged to her family. A family of means. A family with history. Martha's grandfather had made his money investing in commodities. He had then used that fortune to purchase commercial real estate in New York City. It was rumored that he had run a profitable bootlegging business during Prohibition. That mythology naturally led to whispers of mob connections in Manhattan and Chicago. Her family had even been accused of delivering the Windy City vote in a presidential election for another high-profile Massachusetts family 2 decades earlier, when Martha was still in middle school. She had never witnessed her father or grandfather dispel those rumors. She suspected that a connection to the mob, real or imagined, didn't hurt in certain business dealings. While blue blood ran strong through her stock, Martha had diluted the perceived nobility of the line when she married Walter. The Stows were seafarers. Walt and his brothers had grown up fishing and checking traps off the coast of Cape Cod. Most people associate lobsters with Maine, but as Walt and his brothers knew, wooden lath traps were first used in their Massachusetts home waters in 1810. The traps Walt would use over a century later operated in much the same fashion as their predecessors. A lobster would be lured through a funnel, unable to resist the temptation of the mackerel and herring bait. The smaller crustaceans could escape through vents, but the larger ones would remain imprisoned in their wood and metal cells until Walt and his brothers pulled them to the surface. Wychmere Harbor in Harwich Port was their base of operations, and in a fickle industry with innumerable variables, Walt learned that in some years the catch was not enough to feed a young family. He watched as his father took odd jobs around town to make ends meet, working as a handyman and bartender as finances and seasons dictated. The man never complained. From bull raking for little-neck clams to chasing striped bass to roofing, shingling, and a bit of carpentry, the elder Stowe put food on the table and a roof over the heads of his wife and sons. All 3 Stowe boys believed their paths were preordained. The sea was calling. That was, until they started hearing about a country called Vietnam. Because the United States never formally declared war on North Vietnam, Walt's older brother was one of the 2.2 million Americans conscripted for service in Southeast Asia under the peacetime draft established by the Selective Training and Service Act of 1940. The working-class Stowe family knew it was only a matter of time before Walt was drafted, so his father recommended his middle child enlist in the Navy. Rather than rolling the dice with the Army, the elder Stowe believed a ship off the coast would be a much safer way to ride out a tour in Vietnam. Neither Walt nor his father had ever heard of the Brown Water Navy. Within the year, Walt found himself on a Mark II PBR in the Mekong Delta, learning the ropes from a weathered first-class petty officer, the boat's captain. Walt and the captain were augmented by a gunner's mate to run and maintain the twin 50-caliber machine guns and an engine man to keep the new Jacuzzi water-jet propulsion system operational. With the 50s in the bow and a 30-caliber M1919AH mounted to the stern, along with a hand-cranked Mark 18 40x46mm grenade launcher, the patrol boat and crew of river rats operated throughout South Vietnam's extensive river systems, which cut through the country from the South China Sea all the way to Cambodia. With roads and rail lines still in rudimentary stages of development, it was the veins of rivers and canals that provided the lifeblood of Vietnam's economy via access to resources. Those who controlled the waterways controlled the country. It was upon returning from a patrol that he received a letter from his mother letting him know that his younger brother had been drafted by the country's first lottery. He wouldn't last 3 weeks in Vietnam. Walt's commanding officer summoned Walt to his hooch in April 1970 to inform him of his brother's death. That same officer would summon him back a week later with news that Stowe was going home. His older brother was also dead, one of 1,448 service members to be killed on their last day in country, and making the Stowe family one of 31 families to lose 2 brothers in the conflict. Walt had a mission growing up in a family of lobstermen, and he had a mission in the Navy. The deaths of his siblings changed the course of his life and gave it new purpose. He returned from Vietnam and made use of the GI Bill, attending the State University of New York while working odd jobs in the city and earning his degree in 3 years. Walt could smoke dope and protest, or he could make changes from the inside. He chose to head into government. He thought his path to instigating change would be through the State Department, believing he could work his way up the ranks and help prevent another war that he viewed as a waste of blood and treasure, needless and avoidable, a permanent scar on the nation. He soon learned that rising to a position of influence would take longer than his patience would allow, and that coveted ambassadorships were, for the most part, reserved for campaign donors and for people with recognizable last names. Ambassadors did not come from families who trolled and checked traps. They came from those who paid top dollar for the catch to be served at private dinner parties in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th homes from the Hamptons to Martha's Vineyard. He needed another avenue if he wanted to keep his government in check. He found it in politics. The State Department had opened that door, as it was at a State Department function that he met Martha Sterling. Looking like she would rather have been anywhere else, her outward demeanor matched Walt's internal disposition. They hit it off immediately. All Martha's sisters had been married off to suitors approved of, and possibly arranged by, her father. Suitors from other prominent, connected East Coast families of means, influence, and generational wealth. Martha was the problem child. Brown University, a Peace Corps mission to India, and anti-war protests across the nation formed the foundation of her rebellious tendencies. Men with what her parents and grandparents considered the right pedigree bored her to tears. Walt was the one. Plus, he was a lobsterman. Her parents would hate that. But rather than be disavowed, Walt was accepted into the family. Martha suspected it was because her father thought he might end up being useful. It couldn't hurt to have a politician in the family, especially if you funded his campaign. Favors. Walt proposed under a tree she had climbed as a child on the Sterling's estate on Martha's Vineyard, and they were married on the property the following spring. Walt knew less than 1/3 of those in attendance, but he was well aware that he was marrying more than Martha. He was marrying into something bigger. Martha tilted her head back, admiring her husband at the wheel. They had been married for just over 6 years and had 2 children to show for it. As a congressman from Massachusetts' 12th district, elected to the House just 2 years prior, Walter's star was on the rise. His background resonated with blue-collar workers, and his new affiliation with one of America's wealthiest and most connected families immersed him in the world of the political elite. He had already made waves as a staffer for Representative Otis Pike of New York, who led the United States House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Better known as the Pike Committee, it was established to investigate overreach by certain agencies of the federal government, including the FBI, NSA, and CIA. The Pike Committee was the House's version of the Senate's Church Committee, a key difference being that while the findings of the committee chaired by Senator Frank Church were made public, The findings of the Pike Committee were suppressed for reasons of national security. It was as part of those investigations that Walt began to have recurring meetings that were not recorded on his official or personal calendars. At first, Martha thought he might be having an affair. That would not have been unusual for a man in his position. Martha's father was a well-known philanderer. Both of her sisters' husbands had strayed, but her sisters had, of course, looked the other way, as had their mother, following Jackie Kennedy's, now Jackie O's, example. Secrets. Martha despised secrets. She came from a family of secrets and swore she would not continue the tradition. She and her husband were partners. With Walt's reputation as a man of the people, along with his political instincts and her family's fortune, they were a team. She was not about to be relegated to the back seat, as her mother and sisters had been. As the former Navy man guided the boat around Fort Adams and into Brenton Cove, she thought back to the night she had begun to unravel the mysteries of his clandestine world. They had been staying in her family's Upper East Side building when he abruptly announced that he needed to meet with a potential donor late one evening. He had been having more of those recently. Meetings at odd hours meant a mistress in her experience. She was disappointed, but not surprised. She hailed a cab, seconds behind his. "Follow that cab." "Are you serious?" Her look told her driver that she was. "Okay, lady." Walt's cab headed west through Central Park via the 79th Street transverse and then took a right in the direction of the Upper West Side. "Where are you going?" A few blocks later, his cab pulled over. She watched her husband exit the yellow vehicle and run across the street, quickly ducking into another taxi. Thrusting a $20 bill at her driver, she asked him to make a U-turn. "It's illegal," he said. She shoved another 20 in his face. He cranked the wheel to a chorus of blaring horns. Walt's new cab maneuvered through traffic toward the Hudson River, turning south onto State Route 9A. Fortunately for Martha, she was in the most common vehicle in New York. She was invisible. "Who is she? Do I confront her? Him? Of course I do. Bastard." They continued south past Hell's Kitchen, Chelsea, and the meatpacking district, before making a U-turn on Clarkson Street and cutting right on Morton into Greenwich Village. Walt's cab then took a left on Bedford Street and came to a stop in front of a lime green building sandwiched between two brownstones, marked only with the number 86 in the West Village. "Keep driving," Martha ordered, turning in her seat as her husband exited his cab and stepped onto the curb. "Pull over here," she said. "Whatever you say." She watched Walt approach the dark wooden door and disappear inside. "Meter's running, lady." "Keep it running." "Stay? Go inside? Leave? Turn a blind eye?" She glanced down at the gold Girard-Perregaux watch on her wrist. 10 minutes. She snatched 2 more 20s from her purse, handed them to her cab driver, and pushed open the door. Martha walked to the nondescript structure and closed her eyes to steady herself in preparation of what she was certain she was about to witness. Then she reached for the handle. What greeted her was not row upon row of doors to apartments, nor a foyer, as she expected. Instead, she heard the hum of conversation, not between a man and a woman, but the low, steady drone of a crowd. She pushed the heavy red velvet curtain in front of her aside and stepped into a dark, smoke-filled room, poorly illuminated by dim lights on the walls and ceiling. 2 bartenders mixed drinks for patrons across a weathered wooden bar, and Martha noticed framed dust jackets adorning the walls of works from Fitzgerald, Hemingway, Salinger, Steinbeck, Cather, and Cummings. Tables lined the establishment with drinkers who looked to be regulars deep in conversation. Very few were women. One man with a stack of legal pads next to him seemed to be writing. What is this place? She took in the scene, her eyes shifting from the bar to the tables, until they settled on the corner booth. Walt's back was to her, but she recognized his jacket. She locked eyes with the man sitting across from him. The stranger wore a dark wool coat, its collar turned up, obscuring the lower part of his face. He zeroed in on the newcomer and then looked to Walt, who turned around. An expression of surprise was quickly replaced by resignation, and he waved her over. Stale air, thick with the smells of tobacco, sweat, and the damp, musty odor of whiskey barrels, parted way as she crossed the room. Walt scooted to the side under a framed dust jacket of Theodore Dreiser's An American Tragedy. "Martha," he said as she slid into the booth. "Welcome to Chumley's."
"Hello, darling," she said. "Charming place. Old speakeasy? It's good to see your meeting is not with a woman 10 years my junior."
She took stock of the man across the table. He wasn't smiling. The eyes weren't so much cold as they were perceptive and alert. Penetrating. She had not seen eyes like that before.
"I'm Martha Stowe,"
she said, more of a pronouncement, reaching across the table.
"And you are?"
The man's left hand was on the table, attached to a coffee mug. His right was out of sight. A stainless steel Rolex was on his wrist. When you grew up the way she did, you noticed things like that. The Rolex had become popular with Hollywood stars like Newman, Redford, and McQueen ever since Connery had given it screen time in his early outings as Bond. The dive watches were even starting to adorn the wrists of New York City's financial class. But unlike the ones she had seen worn by Wall Street bankers, this crystal was worn and scratched. Walt looked at his companion and raised an eyebrow. The man nodded. "True name?" Walt asked. The man's eyes had not left Martha's. He nodded again. "Martha, this is Tom Reece."
"Mr. Reece, I'm Martha Stowe. It's a pleasure to meet you. What, pray tell, are you and my husband discussing this evening?"
Tom had hesitated, then reached his right hand across the table. "Mrs. Stowe," he acknowledged, clearly less than pleased at the intrusion.
"Call me Martha, please. If you are working with my husband on what I think you are, you can use my first name."
"Martha," he said.
"May I call you Tom?"
"You may."
"Are you married?"
"Martha, Jesus," Walter said, shaking his head.
"Well, if you are meeting surreptitiously with someone who I can only assume is either a reporter or works for one of our government agencies, I'd like to know what he has to lose. He doesn't look like a reporter."
She turned back to the man across the table. His eyes took measure, evaluating, thoughtful. She caught a flicker of acceptance as he moved his left hand to his coat pocket and removed a pack of Marlboro Reds. He shook out a cigarette and placed the filtered end between his lips. He then tossed the pack on the table and pulled a worn silver Zippo lighter from his right pocket. As the flint wheel ignited the wick, she noted an insignia on its side, a red shield highlighted in yellow with what looked like a skull wearing a green beret. She couldn't quite make out the letters at its base, but the last three appeared to be S-O-G.
"Well?"
"Well?" Tom asked before taking a long drag on his cigarette. "Am I married?" "Not yet." She thought she caught the hint of a smile, as if a fond memory had risen from his subconscious.
"I see. So you have nothing to lose."
"We all have something to lose."
"How right you are." "I'll be direct. Anything you are doing, any trouble you may cause, doesn't just impact you. It impacts me. It impacts my children. It impacts my family. I just want us to be clear. Are we clear, Tom?"
"We are."
"Good. Now what do I need to know?"
That had been 5 years ago. Tonight, Walt would give a speech at the New York Yacht Club's Newport Clubhouse. He was young, but there were already talks of his future as a presidential hopeful, so campaigning outside of Massachusetts was good business. The comparisons to Camelot were not unfounded. An attractive political couple, a war veteran, who happened to have served on the modern equivalent of a PT boat, and a family connected to bootlegging and the mob. If they played their cards right, there was the possibility of a run for the White House. The country missed Camelot. It was still too possibly even 4 election cycles away, but in politics, you had to play the long game. After the speech and an hour of shaking hands, she planned to retire to their room while Walt would excuse himself and relocate to the White Horse Tavern for a drink and a bite to eat. There he would meet with Tom Reece. Walt did not share everything with his wife, but he shared enough. He thought it would alleviate her worries. In fact, it did the opposite. The church committee's report and what had been leaked from the Pike Committee had exposed the dark underbelly of the intelligence community to the American public. She knew that it had also illuminated something more. Martha understood that she did not have the full picture of what Walt was doing in his meetings with the man she now knew worked for the CIA, the very agency at the center of the investigations. Her husband had emerged as a strong and ardent voice for reform on the campaign trail for the passage of FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. The threat was communism, and those in power at the highest levels of the country's intelligence apparatus would stop at nothing to curtail its advance, to include encroaching on the rights and privacy of U.S. citizens, politicians, reporters, and Supreme Court justices. What else had Walt learned in the course of the House investigations? What was it that kept him awake? She had arisen in the middle of the night on multiple occasions to find him standing at the window, a bourbon in hand, staring into the night. Was it nightmares? The war? Work? What was it that scared him enough to go outside of official channels to meet with a renegade CIA officer? What was he doing with Tom Reece? She knew they had met in Vietnam when Tom was a SEAL and had reconnected in the course of events surrounding the Pike Committee. She assumed that he was a source, but Walt kept the specifics of their dealings close. There were some matters he was not allowed to discuss with her, or so went the line. She could tell he was keeping things from her for her own protection. He promised he would tell her one day soon, that he just needed a little more time, an explanation she accepted as much as she disliked it. Walt pulled back on the throttle and decreased speed, first to 10 knots and then to 5 as they approached the long dock extending from the manicured grounds of the club. Martha stood and joined her husband at the helm. "Want to dock her?" he asked.
"You know I do,"
she smiled. With the children in the care of multiple nannies at her parents' estate on Martha's Vineyard, they were free. Well, almost free. Campaigning was still work, but she knew it was in pursuit of the ideals she had shouted for in the anti-war rallies of the late 1960s. Rather than just be the recipient of the wealth her family had accumulated and live a life parading from one social event to the next, she would have real influence. She could prevent conflicts like the war in Vietnam from happening again. She could fight to ensure that her children, and one day her grandchildren, would not die in an ill-conceived war, as had Walt's brothers. Martha was confident behind the controls of the yacht and knew the waters in between the island and Newport the way most people know the roads of their hometowns. Slipping the boat into neutral, she coasted toward the berth, while Walt descended to the starboard side deck, pushing rubber fenders over the side to prepare for docking. They were an hour early, which would allow them time to freshen up before the evening's event. She then moved the throttle into reverse and guided the craft alongside the pier. Walt leapt from the boat to the dock, pulling the bow line taut and expertly lashing it to a cleat. He did the same with the stern line, examining his work to be sure the boat was secure before reboarding the vessel. "Great job," he called up to his wife on the flybridge.
"I know, dear."
Walt disappeared below deck to retrieve their overnight bags. Martha shut down the engines. "Ready?" Walt called up as he emerged from the trawler's interior.
"Give me a minute,"
she said, rummaging through a storage compartment in search of her purse. She heard the gate to the pier open and glanced up to see a man with a clipboard walking down the dock, the harbor master coming to greet them. "Hello," she heard her husband say. "Mind if I pass you these bags? Alan not working tonight?" When Martha turned and looked back down at the dock, the harbor master was no longer holding a clipboard. In his outstretched hand was a pistol with a long cylindrical attachment she knew as a silencer. Walt slowly raised his hands and shook his head. Don't. The assassin fired. Due to the downward angle, the round entered near the top of Walter's head. It cut its way through the frontal, parietal, and occipital lobes, removing a large portion of the back of his skull on the way out, coating the lower portions of the side bridge windows with gray brain matter and bone fragments. Martha heard her husband's lifeless body drop straight to the deck. Visions of her 2 young children overwhelmed her and locked her in place. Paralyzed and unable to react, she witnessed the assassin fire 2 additional suppressed rounds into her husband. As the business end of the weapon swung upward, she gazed from the black pistol to her executioner's dead eyes. Italian? Russian? Martha was a good 15 feet above the assassin. The setting sun was to her back. He held the pistol at her head and then dropped it to her upper chest and pressed the trigger. It felt like she had been hit with a sledgehammer, her body contorting around the entrance wound. The kids, Walter, her parents. As her body twisted, a swell rocked the boat and her knees buckled, which caused her to stumble backward and to the side. She felt another bullet impact her left arm and then had the brief sensation of falling. She collided with the safety rail that extended from the bulwark of the main deck before crashing into the waters of Brenton Cove. As Martha sank into the darkness, she found herself thinking of someone else. A man she knew had experience with violence. A man her husband would have seen later that evening. A man with ties to the military and to the Central Intelligence Agency. A man named Thomas Reece. Part 1. Exile. The important thing to know about an assassination is not who fired the shot, but who paid for the bullet. Eric Ambler, A Coffin for Demetrios. Chapter 1. United States Penitentiary, Florence Administrative Maximum Facility, Range 13, Special Housing Unit, Fremont County, Colorado. Darkness. Suffering. Prison. Of the mind. His soul in chains. His body in solitary confinement. Nothing but darkness. All life is suffering, Reece remembered. How long have I been in here? Days? Weeks? Certainly not a month. It was hard to tell when you were living in darkness. But he wasn't living in silence. The voices were his companions. What are you looking for? Salvation, Reece said. What truth do you seek? I seek a reckoning. You've found it. Have I? You are going to die in here, Reece. You deserve to die in here, in the dark, alone. Your wife died alone. No, she didn't. She had Lucy, and an unborn child. You failed them, Reece. You failed them all, just as you failed your men in Afghanistan. Freddie died on that rooftop in Odessa because of you. You deserve what's coming. And what is that? The grave? Death would be too merciful for you. You killed them, Reece. No, you are beyond redemption. You killed your wife and daughter. Had you been home, had you hung up the gun years earlier, they would still be alive. It was an unwinnable war. You knew that from the start. You studied your history. Those who sent you neglected to study theirs. Imperial hubris, Reece whispered. They failed you and those they sent to fight. For 20 years. They filled the coffers of their defense industry allies, enjoying dinners and drinks with lobbyists, none of whom had the balls to step into the breach. You knew it. You went anyway, and you didn't do it for God and country. Then who did I do it for? You did it for you. No. Where is your faith? It's gone. Gone? Or dormant? I don't know. It never fully disappears. I feel forsaken. You should. By surviving the ambush in Afghanistan, you sentenced your family to death. Had you died in the Hindu Kush, they would not have been killed in your home. You know it's true. I wanted to hold those responsible accountable. But accountability wasn't enough, was it? There needed to be consequences. Consequences? Yes, I believe in consequences. Judgment, darkness, pain, suffering. Is vengeance yours? How does it feel? I did what was necessary. Did you? Yes. Or was it because that is all you know? Because that is what you do best? Because that is where you feel most alive? I wanted to die. You needed to die. Death becomes you, Reece. War. It's in your blood. You became war. It was the only way. And you are beyond redemption. I know. You brought it home. You brought war home to those who sent a generation into combat. You put the fear of God into those growing fat off the dividends of death. You got what you wanted. I wanted justice. No, you didn't. I wanted revenge. You became vengeance. A reckoning. Did you get it? And what of Katie? Reece tensed. If you stay with Katie, she will die. I'll protect her. The way you protected your wife and daughter? The way you protected your troop? The way you covered Freddy on that rooftop? I need to get out of here. You won't leave this cell. Its walls are already closing in. Soon even you won't be able to survive. I will. Are you a survivor, Reece? I'm a fighter. Every fighter goes down. But they get back up. Darkness. Welcome it. Become it. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. You are sealed in your tomb. Forever. Bullshit. Life is pain. Life is suffering. Why didn't they just kill you? Why didn't you kill yourself? Save Katie. She deserves her life. There's a safe deposit box I need to find. What's inside is poison. And now Katie has the safe deposit box key. A key to a box you will never find. You put her in danger again. If she dies, you are responsible. What's in it? Your father knew. What was his tie to Russian intelligence? What do you think? I don't know. You will rot in this cell, Reece. You will die in darkness. You will never get answers. Where there is darkness, there is light. Somewhere, but you will never see it again. Death is on the wind. No. Yes. Then this is what I deserve. It is what you deserve. Suffering. Darkness. This room will drive you to madness. I know. All you have is your mind. Your mind and one meal a day. Why do they want you locked up? Who is they? Did Alice betray you? She warned me. Maybe she did both. Is she friend or foe? Alice, where are you? All those who killed Lauren and Lucy are dead. I know. You killed them. The man behind 9/11, you killed him too. I did. The man responsible for Freddie Strain's death. Dead. The man responsible for your father's death? Dead. Is he? They are all dead. Then what of Russian intelligence? Why would Mikhail Gromyko take his own life? The head of the SVR? Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service went to the grave with your father's list on his last breath. The list and Thomas Reece. What was Gromyko protecting? Who was he protecting? You will never know, Reece. I will. You are not leaving this cell alive. Be it a day or decades, you will die here. Your brain will deteriorate and you will spend whatever time you have descending into madness. You should smash your head against the wall until death comes. Force yourself to choke on what passes for food. Get creative. End it. Everyone will be better off without you. They will. No one even knows where you are. Someone knows I am here. You don't exist. The food coming in once a day tells me someone knows where I am. Existence is enough. Is it? It has to be. There is still work to do. You will never do it. Katie is looking for me. She will find me. Then she will die. No, just like all those you have loved. Dead. No, you are granite. Reece, you will not change. But those who love you, Katie, the Hastings family, they will be battered to death against you, protecting you. Save them now. That's not true. It doesn't matter. You are locked in this cell, a prisoner of your own mind. Freedom? No. Hope? No. To exist, that is enough. Pain is life. Life is pain. Suffering and pain. That was your life out there. That is your life in here. Someone killed the president. Someone killed him and framed you. Why? The answers are out there. I am in here. You need to get out. I do. You will never get out. That is your truth. What is truth? Give up. No. Quit. No. Fail. No. Die. Not today. Suffering. Nothing but darkness. Life is darkness. All life is suffering. It must be enough to exist. For now. But if you once again see the light of day, existence won't be enough. Reece felt the cold concrete wall against his back. No, but it's enough for today. I'll get out and get my answers, and when I do, there will be a reckoning. Chapter 2. The residence at Cape Idokopas, Krasnodar Krai, Russia. Perched on a cliff overlooking the Black Sea and sitting on 168 acres heavily forested with Turkish pines is a lavish estate protected by walls, sensors, and drones. The perimeter security and barricades along connecting roads are manned by enough armed uniformed guards to rival any military base in the world. Residents of the nearby resort village of Gelendzhik first suspected it could be a new hotel complex, then concluded it was to be a vacation home for one of the oligarchs. But as construction continued and rumors swirled, it became apparent that this property was for one man in particular, the President of the Russian Federation. Ownership of the estate is hidden through a myriad of corporations, shell companies, and offshore holding firms all put in place to give the actual owner plausible deniability, especially when its construction cost the Russian people the equivalent of $1.4 billion in US dollars. Protected by a natural reef near the base of the cliffs and prohibited special use airspace above, more commonly referred to as a no-fly zone, the structure draws inspiration from 19th century Italianate architecture. The sprawling 191,000-square-foot residence boasts a host of amenities including swimming pools, spas, saunas, a greenhouse, bars, a casino, an underground ice hockey rink, a shooting range, multiple wine cellars, a hookah bar, game rooms, theaters, a library with reading room, a 2,800-square-foot master bedroom, guest rooms to accommodate the entire Russian Security Council, and a strip club to keep them busy. The grounds contain multiple helipads, an airstrip, a chapel, a tea house connected to the main structure via a bridge, an outdoor amphitheater, barracks, and administrative buildings. Bordering properties are owned either by Russian oligarchs or the FSB, Russia's internal security service. A marina at the base of the cliffs allows access to the surrounding waters by security boats of the Federal Protective Service, FSO. In addition to the impressive array of structures above ground, an entrance dug into the hillside off the marina leads into an underground bunker complex designed to withstand a nuclear detonation. It was within one of those underground rooms that Pavel Dashkov and his longtime secretary, Kira Borisova, waited. An electric rail system had transported them from just inside the entrance, deeper into the bunker system, to one of the conference rooms. Kira had taken a seat against the wall. She knew when to let her boss think and when she needed to intrude in order to keep him on the schedule. Today was one of those rare times when he was on someone else's time. The war in Ukraine was not going well from a tactical perspective. From a strategic perspective, it had succeeded beyond their expectations. The Americans were drawn in, funding the corrupt Ukrainian government at levels unheard of even at the height of their follies in Iraq and Afghanistan. Unfortunately, the brinksmanship of the Cold War was back. Nuclear options were on the table, something that astounded even Dashkov. Until recently, he had been content to continue his tenure as the director of the FSB and a member of the Security Council. As long as he kept internal disruptions to a minimum, he could stay engrossed in premium vodka, gluttonous meals, and young hookers. It was not a bad life. If internal dissent grew too loud or threatened the Russian president in a way he perceived would weaken his hold on power, or even degrade his authority in the eyes of the oligarchy, Dashkov knew he could find himself not just on the outs with the president, but quite possibly in one of his own holding cells, or, more likely, the unwitting recipient of an accidental fall from a Moscow high-rise, or victim of a suspicious poisoning. Poisonings happened frequently to those who ran afoul of the president. Dashkov should know. It was he and his former counterpart in the SVR, Russia's external security apparatus, who issued the orders to eliminate threats to the motherland. It was not lost on Dashkov how quickly one could find themselves on the wrong side of the president. Gromyko. Exactly why he ended up taking his own life with the cyanide cigarettes issued back when the KGB and GRU protected the nation remained a mystery. His body had been found unceremoniously dumped in the bushes in a particularly dark section of Gorky Park. Dashkov had met his counterpart there many times over the years. Neutral ground. He had quite enjoyed their rivalry. What he did not enjoy was the mystery behind who had killed him. Officially, Gromyko had died of the cancer that had slowly been eating away at him for years. Natural causes. Unofficially, the classified police report acknowledged that a black zip tie had been secured around his neck. In his mouth were flakes of tobacco. The autopsy had confirmed that the cause of death was suffocation, not due to the zip tie's restriction of blood to his brain and air to his lungs, but due to cyanide poisoning. Gromyko had taken his life the way they had been taught as new recruits at the Elk Island Training Center outside of Moscow. Why? That was the question. And what did he give up before he died? Could his executioner have been James Reece? In a closed-door session with the president, they had decided with high probability that Gromyko's murderer was the CIA assassin. Their previous attempts to put James Reece in the ground had failed, which meant the possibility remained, however slim, that he would eventually find the list and documents hidden by Thomas Reece before his death. The former SEAL was proving to be more of a thorn in their sides than had his father. What was it with this Reece clan? Thomas Reece first came to the attention of the KGB and GRU in Vietnam. He had stayed on the radar of Russian intelligence services up until the day he was killed. The son was continuing the family tradition. How fitting that he would meet the same fate at the hands of the very same organizations. Russia had another problem. They needed to shift U.S. attention away from the war in Ukraine. As with the JFK assassination a generation prior, the Russian puppet masters would turn America's attention inward to a homegrown enemy. The Russians had given them James Reece. Armed with information the SVR and FSB had extracted from a talkative Edward Snowden, now a full Russian citizen, and building on the expertise of the Spetsnaz bot farms and Russia's Internet Research Agency, they had created an electronic signature that put James Reece in the center of a conspiracy to assassinate the President of the United States. Of course, that plan, minus the James Reece patsy element, had been formulated by Gromyko a decade ago. Assassinations external to the state were the purview of the SVR, but As one of the three ranking members of the Security Council, Dashkov had his part to play. Though he would never show the Russian president anything but unwavering confidence, in actuality he couldn't believe they had pulled it off. It had worked beautifully. America had turned in on itself as social media erupted with conspiracy theories, all building on the internal division the Americans had proven so adept at creating among themselves. Race riots, rampant inflation, a dependence on foreign energy sources, what amounted to an open border, even distrust in their own elections results. Elections that had once been the model for emerging democratic republics the world over. They could agree upon nothing. They were eating their own, victims of their own success. What the Americans were fond of calling their greatest generation had fought and built the United States into a beacon of democratic ideals. The current generation had inherited that greatness only to squander the sacrifices of generations past. It was good that Americans placed no value on history. Had they picked their heads up from their social media posts, they might have had time to read about the fate that befell the Roman Empire and realize they were on the same path. Had they learned nothing from the collapse of the Soviet Union? They kept spending money they didn't have, throwing gasoline on the coals of inflation, ostensibly increasing the gap between the rich and poor, intentionally. They couldn't seem to find a war they didn't like. Politicians on both sides of the aisle, encouraged in no small part by the defense industry lobbyists who supported them, voted for massive spending bills in support of the corrupt regime in Ukraine. Billions of tax dollars. Fools. Their defense industry had reaped incredible profits over America's two-decade misadventure in Afghanistan and Iraq. Those profit and growth projections were on a trajectory that must not be allowed to wane. A war in Ukraine would help. New NATO countries were required to purchase NATO-compatible armaments. Just the thing to keep the gravy train flowing. Their corporate media knew a good thing when they saw it. Even pundits who years earlier had been up in arms against the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq now called for the United States to unconditionally support Ukraine. Anyone who asked uncomfortable questions about that support, or the possibility of auditing exactly where U.S. tax dollars were going, was immediately labeled a Russian apologist or Russian agent, or was doing Russia's bidding. A blue and yellow flag became almost mandatory in American social media profile pictures, and #SupportUkraine littered the posts of Americans who just months prior couldn't find the former Soviet Socialist Republic on a map. Virtue signaling was the flavor of the day. The Congressional Progressive Caucus even quietly rescinded a letter they had sent to the American president months earlier, urging for a negotiated end to the war in Ukraine by working directly with Russia. That wouldn't help defense industry profits. The lobbyists had done their jobs. The war machine rumbled on. The lobbyists and lawyers were well worth the investment. The U.S. response to Russian actions in Ukraine had been a miscalculation on the Council's part. Chaired by the President, in conception, the Security Council of the Russian Federation was composed of the ranking members of the intelligence community and defense establishment, along with top state officials and representatives from the federal districts. In reality, the power rested with the director of the FSB, director of the SVR, and deputy chairman. Their council would inform the president's decision-making. The others were just for show. Inaction by the United States and North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, following the 2008 Russian invasion of Georgia and the 2014 invasion of Crimea, along with the 2013 Red Line bluff in Syria, indicated that the U.S. and her European allies would follow suit with condemnation and sanctions. What the Council had not considered was that in 2008, 2013, and 2014, the United States was bogged down in Central Asia and the Middle East. To give Russia free rein in Ukraine, America needed another war. The Council had agreed on that. What they had yet to develop was a plan for how to make it happen. The U.S. sanctions had the opposite purported effect, regardless of what politicians in Washington, D.C. continued to say on cable news. Russia's central bank posted an accounts surplus in the first half of the year of more than $110 billion. The ruble was now the strongest it had been in close to a decade, and the nation was posting a massive trade surplus, billions of dollars higher than before the special operation to retake Ukraine began. Russia's exports now exceeded its imports, creating an inflow of domestic currency. The exact opposite was happening in the United States. No wonder the entrenched Washington political elite wanted to distract the populace with the Russian menace, even if it was a world away in Ukraine. The Americans were fools. But were they foolish enough to push Russia into a nuclear confrontation? That remained to be seen. Could NATO not see that sanctions had inadvertently made the Russian president and the oligarchy he protected richer than they could have possibly imagined? Anyone with the most basic understanding of economics and geopolitics, not to mention common sense, would know that Russia was the world's largest gas exporter and second largest oil exporter. Who is the primary customer for that gas and oil? The European Union, the same EU that was also sending money from their coffers to Ukraine without any ability to audit. Because of their dependence on Russian energy, the EU was transferring more cash to Russia to fund the special operation in Ukraine than they were sending to Ukraine to fight the Russian military. In the first 100 days of the war, the Russian Federation made $98 billion in US dollars from energy exports and was currently bringing in over $1 billion every day. Oligarchs, senior politicians, intelligence directors, military leaders, and other friends of the Russian president had all pre-positioned assets around the world a year before taking action in Ukraine. Some of that wealth was diversified through investments in US-based tech companies. Though headquartered in the United States, they were in all actuality global corporations with no loyalty to the country that allowed for such prosperity. Would the American public even care that billions belonging to Russia's elite were invested in the same companies that poisoned their children and divided their nation? They hardly noticed when a former president received $500,000 for a 2010 speech at the Renaissance Capital Bank in Moscow when his wife was serving as Secretary of State. She opposed sanctions on Russia back then, and her family made $500,000 for a 45-minute speech for which Dashkov was in attendance. The speech was quite forgettable, something about global cooperation. This massive increase in wealth among the elites had allowed the Russian president to consolidate his hold on power. It was true that the oligarchs had been inconvenienced. Yachts and homes had been seized. That was the price they paid. Sudden and unexpected deaths had befallen more than a few dissenters, which had encouraged others, upset about a missed vacation in Ibiza, to get back in line. Strokes, heart attacks, poisonings, suicides, drownings, falls, and illnesses had struck down more than a few of those critical of the Russian president. And what of America? She had once been a respected foe. Now the once great nation teetered on the brink of a precipice, the weakest she had been since her rise in the dark days of the Great Patriotic War. The American vice president had assumed the presidency soon after the assassination of President Christensen and had done her best to quell the voices of disruption and bring the country together. But President Gail Olson was out of her depth. She was also an unknown entity without the baggage of decades navigating the political landscape. The previous president had chosen her to deliver her home state of Florida. The world knew it, as did the American people. She still needed to prove herself. What was she prepared to do? Dashkov was not sure. America had ushered the world into a new age by dropping 2 atomic weapons on Japan. They remained the only nation on Earth to have used offensive atomic weapons. The arms race that followed saw the creation and testing of nuclear weapons 6,600 times more powerful than those used on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. Russia had only recently declassified information on the Tsar Bomba, a 50-megaton test conducted over the Novaya Zemlya Islands in the Arctic in 1961. Dashkov had read the classified reports from Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory and knew the United States had been in the early stages of developing a 10,000 megaton bomb, a weapon it was said would contaminate the Earth. It was a wonder anyone survived the US and Soviet nuclear tests in the 1950s and 1960s, though France, the United Kingdom, India, Pakistan, Israel, Iran, North Korea, and China all had nuclear weapons at their disposal. It was only the arsenals of the US and Russia that could destroy the world many times over. The daisy-chained EFPs, explosively formed penetrators that had been used to kill President Christensen, bore the hallmarks of the improvised explosive devices, IEDs, so common in Iraq. Did that indicate that Islamist extremists were to blame? Or was it disenchanted veterans of the global war on terror? Or was it something else? That was the genius of the plan. Confusion, division, misinformation. For a day or two, American flags once again lined every main street in the country just as they had after the attacks of 9/11. But even quicker than Dashkov had predicted, fingers were pointed, wagons were circled, accusations were made, insults were hurled, and the nation was, once again, divided along party lines. The cell was kept small by design. Even Dashkov didn't have all the details. The operation required his approval, but really, who would go against the Russian president? Patsies were identified via social channels. Patsies who had already forecasted their distrust of the federal government online and at protests. The Americans were already focused inward. They seemed incapable of finding common political ground. The opposition needed to be destroyed. The free exchange in the marketplace of ideas, the very foundation that had made America such a formidable adversary during the Cold War, was a thing of the past. All it took was planted digital and physical evidence. The Russian assets took care of the rest. What concerned Dashkov was that James Reece had not been publicly identified as a conspirator in the assassination. The best and brightest of the Spetsvyaz, the Special Communications and Information Service, and the Russian Internet Research Agency had served him up on a silver platter, as the Americans were fond of saying. His past played right into the narrative, a deep distrust of the federal government, a government he blamed for the deaths of his SEAL team in Afghanistan. He also had the training and experience to pull it off. He had the means, he had the motive. The Russians just needed to create and manufacture the opportunity. The SVR reported that there had been a large law enforcement operation in northern Montana the night of the assassination, just hours after President Alex Christensen had been pronounced dead and the vice president had taken the oath of office. Then, James Reece had disappeared. The psychological profile in his file indicated that he would go down fighting. Some on the council conjectured that he had been killed, but Dashkov knew better, and he had confirmed it hours earlier. What would the council do with the information that Reece had survived? Dashkov would relay that information shortly. He also wanted the newly appointed interim director of the SVR to know that, although Dashkov headed the internal security apparatus of the Russian Federation, he had been at this game long enough to have sources abroad. Rostya Levitsky had most recently served as the deputy director of the SVR under Mikhail Gromyko. Dashkov had an extensive file on the interim SVR director and deduced that Levitsky had risen through the ranks due to his loyalty to his superiors and, more importantly, to the Russian president, rather than from operational successes or exploits in the field. Dashkov heard the door open and looked up to see his counterpart in the SVR enter the room. Younger than Dashkov by a decade, Levitsky managed to walk the line between deference and arrogance with an unassuming half-smile that crept up from the left side of his mouth. His crisply tailored suit and blood-red tie sat in stark contrast with Dashkov's wrinkled, dark sport coat and white shirt that stretched over his robust midsection. It was rumored that he was up at 3:30 a.m. every morning and started the day with a brisk 10-kilometer run before 30 minutes of weight training, followed by sauna and cold bath immersions. Dashkov unconsciously rubbed his perpetual 5 o'clock shadow, noting that Levitsky appeared to have shaved just prior to the meeting. Levitsky extended his hand and nodded in deference to the older FSB director who remained seated. Good evening, comrade. The ever-present smile might have been meant to disarm, but Dashkov reminded himself that, even though separated by years, they had received similar training. Dashkov would keep his guard up. They also shared lineage in the dark arts of espionage. Their ultimate goal was to subvert the West through active measures of sabotage, disinformation campaigns, assassinations, destabilization operations, and coups. They had just pulled off one of the most successful assassinations in history. "Give us the room," Dashkov said without taking his eyes off his counterpart. Levitsky nodded politely as Kira gathered her things and made her exit. He took a seat across from Dashkov, both of them wisely leaving the head of the table vacant. "It is good to see you, comrade," Levitsky continued. Whether that was true or not, Levitsky could very well move from interim director to director, depending on his relationship with the president. He appeared confident and spry for someone in his late 50s. His outward demeanor betrayed none of the stress most would feel in his position, something that put the older man on edge. Though both agencies were born of the KGB, the SVR and FSB maintained cordial but at times adversarial relations. Dashkov knew that Levitsky had championed the 21st century use of microwaves aimed at U.S. embassies and CIA annexes around the world, resulting in what the Americans had dubbed Havana Syndrome, to disrupt American intelligence gathering operations and cause internal strife in U.S. intelligence and diplomatic circles. Truth be told, it was a weapon and a technology that had been in use throughout the Cold War under a variety of code names. Dashkov had read the top-secret American files originating at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency on projects Bizarre and Pandora, while still in training, courtesy of a highly placed deep penetration asset, a spy who to this day had never been caught. What the American press neglected to report was that the CIA had been using that same technology against Soviet spies and diplomats since the 1960s. "Any new information on the death of your predecessor?" Dashkov could play the game as well. Levitsky took a breath. "I am afraid not, comrade. Cyanide L pill in his cigarette's filter. Suicide. Though the zip tie around his neck indicates he was under duress. By whom and for what purpose is unknown. I know you have your theory, a theory we took extreme measures to act upon, though nothing officially ties James Reece to the murder. Gorky Park falls under your purview as FSB director, but my agency is at your disposal, should you need additional resources." "Little shit. Since you bring him up, what have you learned about his current whereabouts and disposition? Foreign entanglements being the purview of the SVR. No chatter. No additional signals intelligence, and nothing from our sources in U.S. intelligence circles. Nothing since the arrest in Montana," Levitsky said. "Remember, comrade, his arrest was not confirmed. He seems to have disappeared like a ghost." "He is but a man, Director Dashkov. Men don't just disappear unless we make them." Dashkov had been on edge since the discovery of Gromyko's body in Gorky Park. They shared a long history together, and he had been given a dose of mortality tinged with paranoia, both newfound traits he intended to conceal from the rest of the council. "Director Gromyko and I successfully ran the intelligence apparatus for years," Dashkov reminded the younger man. "I trust we will work together for the benefit of Mother Russia. Can I count on your cooperation, comrade, regardless of how long you remain in your seat?" "You shall have it, and so shall Mother Russia." "Good. Now, before we have an audience with the President, bring me up to speed on intelligence operations too sensitive for electronic communications." Chapter 3. United States Penitentiary, Florence Administrative Maximum Facility, Range 13, Special Housing Unit, Fremont County, Colorado. Complete darkness. Reece finished another set of 20 slow push-ups. He stood and began a set of squats. 1, 2, 3. He focused his mind on the pain of the lactic acid building up in his quads. Burning. Still alive. All life is suffering. He dropped back down into push-up position. They must be watching. Maybe not. No, they're watching. Don't give them a victory. Keep working. Work harder. Blacked-out goggles had been put over his eyes upon leaving the Hastings family ranch, and Reece had been in darkness ever since. Sounds and smells had indicated he was on an airfield less than an hour later. He was then shackled and led up a set of air stairs. He was strapped into a seat, and a noise-canceling headset had been attached to his head. Not being able to see or hear, his other sensations were heightened. He had felt the plane taxi, gather speed, and take off, and he had felt the jolt of a landing hours later. He had been driven in what he suspected was a van to the facility in which he now resided, before being stripped naked and marched to his holding cell. Once in his cell, he had been forced to kneel as the restraints were removed, as were his goggles and headset. He could sense the guards backing away and heard a door slide shut behind him. He made no quick movements. Instead, he opened his eyes, expecting to see at least a slit of light, but there was only darkness. He had deliberately moved his hands to the wall and up to his face, rubbing his eyes and temples. Cold. Cold and dark. Where the fuck am I? Still naked, he turned himself around and pressed his back to the wall. Cold. Get it together, Reece. Take a breath. Okay. Look around. Can't look around, it's completely black, but I can explore. Reece began to crawl. He was in a box, a rectangular cell to be more precise. Walls, concrete, floor, concrete. He continued to explore his new surroundings. What's this? A narrow slit near the floor? For food? He continued to crawl. His hands discovered a concrete pillar. He stood, still working his hands around it in an attempt to figure out what it was. Near the top, he felt what could have been a nozzle for an old garden hose. A shower? No way to turn it on. Is it on a timer? Reece went back to his hands and knees and continued his exploration. Are they watching me? Most certainly. A concrete block. No, this was different. Stainless steel? Reece worked his way up. What is this? A toilet, attached to the wall. And this? A small sink on the back of the toilet. Is there a way to flush or turn this on? As if the sink were reading his thoughts, it turned on. As it was more a drinking fountain than a sink, Reece bent his head toward the sound and ravenously drank the water until it abruptly stopped. Breathe, Reece. Keep exploring. Another concrete block. No, a rectangle. A concrete cot with a thin rubber top. Are you back where you started? Reece made 2 more slow explorations in the darkness and estimated his cell to be approximately 7 by 12 feet. Reece's world now consisted of walls, a shower, a toilet, a water fountain, a bed, and darkness. Concrete, steel, dark, cold. Why are you in here? Just 35 minutes ago, shots were fired at President Alec Christensen by a member of the armed forces during a Veterans Day parade in the nation's capital. James Reece, you are surrounded by federal and local law enforcement. Reece visualized the rifle in his hands. It helped to think about every detail. Bravo Company carbine, Magpul magazine loaded with Black Hills 77-grain cartridges, Aimpoint micro with magnifier, Surefire scout light, Viking Tactics sling, and an Atpeel infrared aiming device. Come to the front of the house, unarmed. If you surrender peacefully, you will not be harmed. I love you, Katie. James. It was the last thing she had said to him. He had put the rifle on the floor. Hold on to this for me. The ring. The key. Open the door slowly and show us your hands. Keep your hands high, Commander. Slowly turn around. Walk down the steps and go prone. Cross your legs, arms out to your sides. Turn your head. He remembered the cool gravel of the driveway pressing into the side of his face as his hands were zip-tied behind his back. You are under arrest for conspiracy to assassinate the President of the United States. He remembered hearing Katie's voice inside demanding to see a search warrant. Katie, Katie Baranek. He had taken a knee to propose when the alarm had sounded. A warning from the deepest levels of the internet. Did it come from his guardian angel, or was it the ultimate betrayal? Alice, an artificial intelligence entity buried 1,000 feet beneath the 16th Air Force Cyberspace Center at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas, was known to only a select few at the highest levels of the United States government. She was also a sentient being. She had helped him in his mission to avenge Freddie. Had she then betrayed him and set him up as the fall guy for the assassination of the president? If not Alice, then who had that capability? The president, Alec Christensen, a man whose life had been torn apart on 9/11, a man who, like Reece, took steps to avenge those killed that Tuesday morning, a man who thought strategically, doing what was necessary for 2 decades to reach the pinnacle of power in the United States. He had found Reece to be a kindred spirit, and together they had brought those responsible for 9/11 to justice. And now, he was gone. Do you believe in the deep state, Mr. Reece? Sir? The deep state, or what people call the deep state anyway. Do you believe in it? I believe we've found common ground, Mr. President. I thought we would, Commander. The deep state is real, though it's not what's portrayed in the movies. I scare them. Wouldn't be surprised if I don't make it through my term. Does that surprise you? Not much surprises me, sir. Not much surprises me. I wouldn't be surprised if I don't make it through my term. That had not meant anything to Reece at the time. He had chalked it up to the bourbon they were both sipping. Reece replayed the news footage in his mind, the footage he had seen right before the black Suburbans descended upon his cabin in Montana. Our security analysts confirm that the president's motorcade was hit with what we are being told were chain-linked EFPs, explosively formed penetrators, improvised explosive devices that came to prominence during the war in Iraq. The president was rushed to George Washington University Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. The vice president has taken the oath of office and will address the nation at the top of the hour, some 8 minutes from now. He had pressed the safe deposit box key into Katie's hand. Did the FBI have it? Did they arrest Katie, search her? Was the key now entered into evidence? Why would they frame me, and who are they? Reece pushed himself back to his feet. Squats again. He had tried sit-ups for the first few days, but the hard concrete floor had rubbed his back raw. Grinder reminder, they had called it back in SEAL training. If he didn't want it to get infected, he'd better not push his luck. Planks would have to do. He knew he was losing weight. 1 meal a day would do that to you. There was no way to tell how much protein was in the stew they pushed into his cell each day. Was it each day? There was really no way to tell when living in complete darkness. He would first hear an outer door open, then a second small metal door opened into his cell, and the food was pushed through. Was he being conditioned like Pavlov's dogs? They could be switching up the times just to further confuse and disorient him. A more reliable measure of time was the length of his hair and beard. His hair was now brushing his shoulders, and he estimated his beard to have grown out about 2 inches. He knew the cell was kept cold by design, to keep him on the edge of hypothermia, to make him easier to break. But no one had yet asked him any questions. Where was he? He estimated they had been airborne for about 4 hours, though the pilot could have had instructions to just keep them aloft to further confuse their prisoner. Prisoner. There was a time when he had contemplated eventually going to prison, when he had been crossing names off his terminal list, uncovering those who had a hand in killing his family. Josh Holder, Marcus Boykin, Saul Agnon, Steve Horn, CJNG Mexico, Admiral Gerald Pilsner, Mike Tedesco, J.D. Hartley, Lorraine Hartley, Leonard Howard, Hamadi Ismail Massoud, Ben Edwards. But his reason for staying out of prison until he was ready had been to put each and every person responsible for the deaths of his SEAL troop and his family in the ground. He just needed to stay alive and avoid capture long enough to finish the list to get to that final name, Ben Edwards. Ben. Reece had thought of himself as already dead back then. There were no societal norms, no laws that could stop him. There was nothing to live for, nothing but the list. He was free. He had become war, and he had won, and he had gone to die, but he hadn't died. For a moment he had felt happiness, in the bush of Mozambique, adapting his skills and experiences from the battlefield to protect the animals of Rich Hastings' concession from poachers. But the CIA had found him and knew just what to say to bring him back in. Freddie had tracked him down. Freddie knew where to look, and now Freddie was dead. Aside from Africa, the only true freedom Reece knew was when he was on the warpath, when he was hunting. He did not know who was responsible for the president's assassination. He did not know who was responsible for framing him. But now, he had a reason to live. Katie. Reece finished the set. Stay in your routine. Discipline. They want you to slip up, give up hope, give in to despair, give in to ruin. That's when they will come for you, when you are already on the edge of breaking, when you are on the verge of madness. You can stay in here forever. No, you can't. Reece sat cross-legged and controlled his breathing. Even in darkness, he closed his eyes so he could imagine the light. The light. Hope. Katie. Reece took a breath, held it briefly at the top of his inhalation, and then exhaled completely, forcing all the air from his lungs. He held his breath for 10 seconds, then he inhaled deeply, filling his diaphragm, and held his breath at the top for 10 seconds. He repeated the process, adding 10 seconds to each inhalation and exhalation hold. He was up to 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 10 seconds today. You can do it. Dad? You can do it, son. They were next to the rocks of a small tidal pool in Kauai. You got this, James. I'm timing you, Tom Reece had said, pointing to the submariner on his wrist. You're almost up to a full minute. Reece was 8, but his eyes were already set on the SEAL teams. He was going to be a frogman just like his dad. Reece forced the air from his lungs as his father had taught him, then took one big breath and pushed himself beneath the surface, counting 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, as he held fast to the rocks of the small tidal pool. Though James was too young by industry standards, he was scheduled for his first open-water dive the next day. It helped that his dad knew the dive shop owner, another SEAL finding refuge from the experience of Vietnam through laid-back Hawaiian island life. James burst to the surface. His dad swept the salt water off the dial of his timepiece with his thumb and nodded approvingly. 1 minute and 2 seconds, not bad for a tadpole.
I can go longer, I know I can.
How do you feel?
I'm comfortable being uncomfortable, Dad, just like you taught me.
Good, son. Now it's time to push past uncomfortable.
What do you mean?
It's time to transcend your line of control.
I don't understand.
You will. Someday you may need it, when you can push past just being uncomfortable into a zone where you feel out of control, yet learn to control it. That is where true progress is made, son.
How do I get back?
Most of the world will never move past being uncomfortable for a short time and returning quickly to their comfort zone. That's easy. If you can push past that into a sphere that feels out of control, then return to control, and then back to simply being uncomfortable, well, then you've really accomplished something, my boy.
I feel at home right now, Dad.
Good. Let's go again. 1 minute and 10 seconds for the record. Remember, we all come from the water. We will be free diving for uku, ono, kole, and mahi off Lanai before you know it. You ready? James flashed a thumbs up. Good. 3, 2, 1, fight! Reece closed his eyes and pushed himself back under the water. Chapter 4. The residence at Cape Idokopas, Krasnodar Krai, Russia. The door to the conference room swung open. Expecting the president, both Dashkov and Levitsky stood out of respect and protocol. It was not lost on the FSB director that his new counterpart snapped to attention with much more enthusiasm. 2 security men took positions on either side of the door as the third held it open. Instead of the Russian president, the deputy chairman of the Security Council entered the room. "Leave us," he said, waving his left hand as if he were brushing off a fly, The deputy chairman's orders were best followed immediately. Slightly older than Dashkov, Nikolai Kozak had at one time held the position of FSB director in the late 1990s. He was a contemporary of the Russian president, who had recruited him out of retirement from his riverfront dacha in Plios and appointed him deputy chairman of the Security Council, a position that, until just prior to the invasion of Ukraine, did not exist. More feared and respected in intelligence circles than even the president, Nikolai's name was synonymous with the old ways. His father was awarded the Hero of the Soviet Union and Order of Lenin for his actions as a sniper in the Battle of Stalingrad. It was with a similar Mosin Nagant M1891 that Nikolai learned to hunt with his father in the late 1950s and early 1960s. His father's rifle was proudly displayed in the Battle Museum on the west bank of the Volga in Volgograd, formerly Stalingrad, though rumor was that it had been replaced with a replica, and Nikolai was in possession of the original. Most would have had a natural inferiority complex growing up in the shadow of the man whose name was synonymous with killing Nazis in battle, but young Nikolai had felt only admiration. His father had an enemy that threatened to overrun their country, and he had stepped up to become a hero of the Soviet Union. The Nazis were defeated. It was young Nikolai's duty to defeat their new enemy. His father stressed the importance of having a trade, as one never knew when the fortunes of the Communist Party could turn. It was, perhaps, the ghosts of Stalingrad that drove the war hero to an early grave, the vodka doing what German tanks, artillery, and snipers never could. Nikolai dutifully followed his father's guidance, graduating from the Leningrad Shipbuilding Institute in 1975. He showed promise as an engineer following graduation, but Nikolai knew his path was not in design, but in service. His background and intellect made him a prime candidate for the KGB. He cut his teeth in the Soviet Union's Committee for State Security, alongside the Russian president, the late Mikhail Gromyko, and Pavel Dashkov. They were contemporaries, whose enemies had not vanished with the end of the Cold War. His hair had receded over the years, and what was left was a dark gray that reminded Dashkov of a foreboding evening cloud. His tie was straight and matched his suit in a way that complemented the shade of his hair and eyes. Those corresponding hues flowed directly into a walk that suggested the energy of someone decades younger. It was rumored that Nikolai Kozak had never touched a drop of alcohol. Kozak approached as the door behind him shut with an audible click. Though they had known one another for decades, he still made Dashkov nervous. "Chairman," Dashkov said, shaking hands with the taller man. "We were expecting the president, but it is always an honor."
"Pavel, it is good to see you, old friend."
The words were warm, but the slate-gray eyes made Dashkov shiver. He felt a yearning to light the pipe in his suit-coat pocket. The sweet flavor of tobacco in his mouth would soothe his nerves. That would have to wait until the meeting was over.
"Director Levitsky,"
Nikolai said, extending his hand.
"Chairman."
"Please, gentlemen, sit."
Kozak gestured to the chairs from which they had just risen. Instead of taking a seat at the far end of the long rectangular table, as the president would have done, he sat at the head, closest to the two directors. Though a newly created position, the deputy chairman had the ear of the president. There were even those who believed he would be the next president of Russia.
"After conferring with the president,"
Kozak began,
"we both agree that this meeting is best left to the three of us."
"Of course," Levitsky said. Buried in the side of a mountain, only the three of them present, with no phones or electronic devices of any kind, they were about as secure as one could get in the modern world. Kozak leaned forward and rested his elbows on the table. He interlaced his long fingers, sliding his index fingers and thumbs together, forming what reminded Dashkov of a pistol, which he then brought to his lips as if in meditation.
"Gentlemen,"
Chairman Kozak said,
"the special operation in Ukraine is progressing slower than expected, but progressing. Director Levitsky, you are new to the council, but I trust you are aware of conditions, projections, and intent."
"Intent, comrade?"
"Da, Intent. Annex Ukraine and restore the historical boundaries of Russia. Ah, yes, but there is more. Some you may have pieced together and parts you have not. I see Director Dashkov has not read you in on the more intricate aspects of the operation. I thought it best to wait until he was no longer an interim director, Dashkov said with an obvious emphasis on interim. A letter will be forthcoming, Kozak said. The President has appointed you director of the SVR, youngest in history. Levitsky sat up even straighter in his chair. Congratulations, Director Levitsky, the chairman said. Congratulations, Dashkov said with slightly less enthusiasm. It is an honor and a privilege, Levitsky said. I am but a humble servant. A servant who now presides over the state's foreign intelligence service. Because of the unique nature of Ukraine's position in the domestic and global arenas, both the Foreign Intelligence Service and Federal Security Service share intelligence responsibilities. Kozak stared at the president's appointed intelligence directors. Dashkov forced himself not to squirm in his chair. He should have had a vodka before this meeting. The time has come to move into the next phase of the operation. Kozak continued. What is the latest assessment of the United States assistance to Ukraine? The most current intelligence summary indicates they will continue to support Ukrainian forces with national advanced surface-to-air missile systems, artillery and mortar munitions, Patriot missile batteries, counter-artillery radars, Bradley fighting vehicles, Javelin and Stinger systems. They've even given them some of our old Mi-17 helicopters. We expect them to support with Abrams tanks within the year. They have supplied Phoenix Ghosts, Switchblades, and Puma unmanned aerial vehicles, but we have confirmed they have denied Ukraine's request for Grey Eagle or Reaper drones. They're worried we will acquire one and reverse engineer them. U.S. troops remain on the ground in an advisory capacity, and the CIA has its paramilitary wing on the front lines. It is only a matter of time before we capture or kill one, Levitsky reported. Sanctions on Russia and military aid for Ukraine, Kozak said. Status quo. He liked to use the American legal and military vernacular whenever possible. It helped to think like the enemy. They exploit the compassion of their own people to enrich their friends in the defense industry. He shook his head. They accuse us of consolidating power and wealth in the hands of an oligarchy when they have the very same system in the United States. Politicians, defense, tech, pharmaceuticals, they have their oligarchy too. They just refuse to acknowledge it. Their Time magazine just praised the Ukrainian president as their Man of the Year, Levitsky offered. They honor a man who outlaws opposition parties, shuts down the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, and uses American tax dollars to solidify his grip on power. All of that benefits us in the long run, Kozak said. American supremacy is at an end. There are even large segments of their population who now take offense to the very word American. They believe it overtly promotes an American exceptionalism that disenfranchises others in the Americas. They have made this transfer of power to a new world order much easier than our predecessors could have imagined. Even so, comrade, Dashkov added, they will not make the same mistakes they made in Iraq and Afghanistan with our special operation in Ukraine. They can't afford to. Kozak pronounced. I have cautioned the President that we must be prudent. Though weak, the Americans are still dangerous. We would be unwise to underestimate them. We must know what pieces to move and when to move them. Dashkov had heard the deputy chairman opine many times and knew when to nod and when to interject. Now was time to nod. We telegraphed our moves in Ukraine well in advance, something we could do only when the United States gave up their energy independence. We have manipulated the relationship with Europe for decades, slowly making them more and more reliant on us for their energy. the very energy that allows their industries to function, to heat their homes in the winter. Their survival is tied to the deals they have made with us. The Americans stepped right in line. Sometimes their moral vanity astounds even me.
What of the sanctions? Levitsky asked.
Yes, it is inconvenient in the short term, especially for those who have made a habit of vacationing in the south of France, the Amalfi Coast, or mooring their yachts in Ibiza. But we all sacrifice for Mother Russia. The economic penalties the United States is so fond of touting have no discernible negative impact. In fact, they have the opposite of their intended effect.
Excuse me, Chairman Kozak. Are you saying that the annexation of Ukraine was a bid to increase revenues? Levitsky asked.
An added benefit. More than that, it was a test.
A test?
Pavel, explain,
Nikolai said, leaning back in his chair, touching his 2 index fingers to his lips. Dashkov cleared his throat.
None of this is written down. It is not doctrine, which is why it was not in any turnover documents following Director Gromyko's murder.
I understand, Levitsky said.
I am not sure you do.
Power in Russia is controlled by the Council, the 3 of us, and the President. Now that you are no longer an interim director, you are among the few. That position means taking precautions. I have a robust security detail, Levitsky confirmed. I am not talking physical security. I am referring to financial security. I am talking about power. A group we sometimes refer to as the Collective bought Brent crude oil futures on the Intercontinental Exchange in February 2021, exactly 1 year prior to the beginning of hostilities in Ukraine, and then supplemented those purchases during December 2021. We knew exactly what the United States and their European partners would do in response to our actions in Ukraine, which allowed us to prepare accordingly.
You manipulated a global market? Levitsky asked.
The Collective did,
Kozak corrected.
The Collective?
Levitsky asked.
The power of the Council extends beyond the borders of Russia. There are relationships at play that were forged in the fires of the Great Patriotic War. Relationships that cross borders and ideologies.
I see, Levitsky said, nodding. And these relationships, they are financial?
Out of necessity, comrade. To avert a nuclear Armageddon, a small council of Americans, Brits, and Soviets took an oath to a higher power.
God?
Certainly not. Though they did become saviors. Nuclear testing in the 50s and 60s, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the events of Able Archer in 1983 proved that the Collective was necessary to safeguard the world from nuclear destruction. Up to this point, that is exactly what we have done.
While at the same time amassing fortunes, Levitsky said.
And power,
Chairman Kozak interjected.
Power to save the world, and now you are one of us.
Levitsky was well aware this was not an offer one could decline.
Comrade,
Kozak said,
we now control a large percentage of the world's oil supply. Europe is almost entirely dependent on us for their energy, as is the United States, though to a lesser extent. While they have outsourced energy to those they consider ideological enemies, they continue to spend billions of dollars they do not have buying energy from those very same adversaries. We use those billions to strengthen our economy and fund the war effort. Soon the world's economy will look to Asian stock markets. There is already a shift away from Europe and the United States. Their most astute economists are warning that the euro and the US dollar will one day cease to be the world's dominant reserve currencies. We are going to help usher that shift along. The Bretton Woods system collapsed when Nixon suspended the dollar's convertibility into gold. But the Americans continued to provide security to all maritime trade the world over. That part of the deal is on borrowed time.
And Ukraine?
Levitsky asked. Bringing Ukraine back into the Federation gives us ownership over 25% of global wheat exports. We will then have control of a significant percentage of the world's energy and food supply. We can starve and freeze out the West. That strengthens our negotiating position. But we also need to take Ukraine to free our ethnic Russian peoples under Ukrainian rule. We misjudged how much the United States would be willing to invest. That has slowed progress.
So the United States needs a distraction, Levitsky said, beginning to put the pieces together.
That is correct.
Kozak confirmed. What kind of a distraction?
Kozak leaned forward and dropped his intertwined hands to the table. The battle space is not physical. It is not Ukraine. It's the mind. It's always been the mind. The West is fickle. Their illogical support for the corrupt Ukrainian government is depleting their coffers. NATO militaries are massing on Ukraine's borders, and the CIA is operating with impunity inside the country. But they are falling into the same trap they set for the Soviet Union during the Cold War. It is time to hand them another defeat. Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and now Ukraine. As the President has said, the sower of the wind will reap the storm.
What are you suggesting, comrade?
Dashkov asked. We are going to ratchet up the stakes. A silence settled over the room. Kozak clearly wanted to see if his intelligence directors had pieced together Russia's next move. Dashkov took a moment to process what the chairman had said.
We're going to use tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine?
He paused.
Or perhaps a dirty bomb? Blame it on the Ukrainians?
Prove that they detonated a dirty bomb on their own soil in an amateurish attempt to blame us, and draw the US and NATO into direct confrontation?
Would you have a problem with that?
Kozak asked.
That would depend on how close I was to the blast and which direction the wind was blowing.
And you, Director Levitsky?
I would advise caution.
Kozak smiled. I'm glad to see you both do not nod your heads like yes-men. Mother Russia will not lose Ukraine again. The nuclear option is on the table, but not in the way that you think. Dashkov looked across the table at Levitsky. The new SVR director's ever-present half-smirk was gone. As you both know, Kozak continued, the President has had multiple conversations with Xi Jinping of China. We delayed our re-annexation of Ukraine until after the Olympics. In exchange for China's support, they received an extremely favorable no-limit deal of supplies of critically needed oil at just over production margin cost. In the past year, the Americans have grown even weaker. The assassination of their president has thrown them into further turmoil. Inflation is rampant. Their military is coming off two embarrassing defeats in Iraq and Afghanistan and can't meet recruiting goals. They are dependent on Canada, OPEC, and Russia for the oil that runs their economy and their national defense. Most of the products on their shelves come from China, and the precursor drugs for their antibiotics also come from China. Total dependence on their enemies only requires one additional step. Do you know what that is?
Microchips,
Levitsky broke in.
Taiwan.
Dashkov was going to have to keep a close eye on this one. Correct, the chairman said. 65% of all microchips used in the U.S. come from Taiwan. Over 90% of their complex chips are imported from Taiwan. China has always claimed Taiwan as its own. They are ready to make it so in reality.
There is a strong probability that the U.S. would come to Taiwan's defense,
Dashkov interjected. Losing the microchip manufacturing capability in Taiwan would cripple them. They will do everything they can to keep that from happening. Yes. China is hesitant. They will take Taiwan, but only if they are assured that the U.S. will not intervene. It is possible that the U.S. could support both Ukraine and Taiwan with intelligence and weaponry, prolonging both conflicts to the benefit of their defense industry. The chairman paused. But not if they were actively engaged elsewhere. And where would that be? Dashkov asked, desperately wanting to light his pipe. We took Georgia in 2008 and Crimea in 2014 without the U.S. making so much as a whimper. They were, of course, having a hard go of it against insurgents in the Middle East and Central Asia. We are going to redirect their focus back to the Middle East. And how are we going to do that? Dashkov asked. We are going to serve them up a war they can't refuse. Chapter 5. Afghanistan-Iran Border. Mohambar Ranja had made the trip into Iran many times. He couldn't remember how many, but it didn't really matter. There was no need to keep track. This is what he had always done and what he would always do. Why complicate things by trying to learn a new trade? He could drive just about any truck one could find in Afghanistan. Driving kept him out of the fields, and during the occupation, it had kept him off the battlefield. The roads were much less dangerous than they had been when the Americans occupied the country. As a smuggler, he had managed to stay clear of most of the fighting in Helmand. The Taliban knew that they needed to keep a cohort of drivers off the Americans' biometric databases and free from explosive residue that could be detected at American military checkpoints by explosive and explosive precursor detection devices. It was important to keep the money flowing. Mohambar had made his first runs as a passenger in his father's Hanomag Henschel F-163K. It had rolled off the line in Germany sometime in the early 1970s when American and European college backpackers and tourists still made the pilgrimage to photograph the exotic gardens, architecture, and mountains in the heart of Asia. The road to Zaranj was dirt and rutted, which made travel slow-going. That was before the Americans invaded. As a member of the Barakzai tribe, the Ranja clan had been warriors and farmers for as long as their oral histories recorded. Agriculture was the mainstay of Pashtun tribes in Helmand, and for Mohambar and his family, that meant poppies. Opium was popular in Iran, and their neighbor just happened to be the world's largest producer. Iran's ports also provided a gateway into and out of landlocked Afghanistan for a host of products, including the precious poppy. The Iranian border extended along Afghanistan's from Turkmenistan in the north to Pakistan in the south. Mohambar's experience was limited to Route 606 and the border crossing station at Zaranj. He had driven the road back in his teens when the journey took most of the day, and roadside bombs meant for the Americans sometimes took out the wrong targets. India had invested millions to help build the motorway as a trade route to bypass Pakistan. Though construction began in 2005, the 218-kilometer road would take 4 years to build at the cost of over 100 lives. Building roads in Afghanistan in the midst of a war was a dangerous business. President Hamid Karzai opened the road in 2009 as a way to show the world that progress was being made in Afghanistan, and the new road had transformed what was formerly a 12-hour journey into 2. Now, with the Taliban once again in control of Kabul and warlords running the provinces, the drive was much safer. Gone were the roadside bombs and pressure plate IEDs so common during the insurgency. Also gone were the divisions of American and European soldiers who rotated through every year and who, for a time, had made it their business to stomp out the opium trade. Mohambar always wondered why they focused so much energy on trying to force his tribe to seed their fields with wheat. The opium was bound for port cities in America and Europe. Their mission to eradicate the opium crop had disastrous results for the Americans and for the citizens of Afghanistan.
His older sister's family had been killed in a night bombing raid in 2017. His village chief had described the plane that dropped the bombs as a B-52 in something the Americans were calling Operation Iron Tempest. Badal, the Pashtun tribal concept of revenge, required the Barakzai to step up their use of IEDs in Helmand. His sister, her husband, and their 3 small children had been avenged. The tribe had sent 6 Americans and 2 British soldiers home in coffins the following week. The American poppy field eradication programs and their chemical herbicide spraying efforts had only turned more of the populace against them. Why were the Americans so intent on destroying a crop that produced something wanted and consumed in the West? The Americans were so easily manipulated by the warlords and local government officials who passed the soldiers information on their competition. It only exacerbated the war. Villages and families that owed the local warlords protection money for the opium crop now had to pay in other ways, which meant picking up an AK to fight rival warlords and the Americans. Mohambar thought the Americans had invaded his country to fight the Arabs. Then why did they open up a second front and decide to spend years at war with opium farmers? Didn't they see that only made the Taliban and Al-Qaeda stronger? With all their technology and the satellites and aircraft that Mohambar had been told could watch him from space, the Americans remained blind to the ways of the Afghan. The campaign for wheat harvesting to replace poppy cultivation as a mainstay of Afghan farming only succeeded in pushing poppy farming to other areas. Poppy seeds had now returned to the defunct wheat fields, and production had flourished, thanks to the American investment of wells and irrigation systems. How the Americans could build machines that rained death from the skies but fail so miserably in their efforts on the ground was a mystery to Mohambar. The British, Soviets, and Americans had all tried and failed to occupy and exploit Afghanistan. Whoever came next, they would fail too. His village chief had told them that the Americans were looking for a Saudi who had helped Mohambar's parents and grandparents fight the Soviets. He had said that eventually the Americans would tire of losing their children to ambushes and roadside bombs. The elder had been right. The Americans had left. The night raids were a thing of the past. Order had been restored. Sharia law was reinstated and justice was swift. The Taliban were back in charge, and as long as the village provided them with 20% of the opium profits, there was nothing to fear. Mohambar's journey began outside of Lashkar Gah, southwest of Kandahar, in a truck provided by his brother-in-law. He was afforded safe passage to Delaram in Farah province, where he took the Zaranj-Delaram highway through Nimruz province on one of the most well-traveled roads in the country. Some opium operation syndicates needed to avoid the Iranian border checkpoints. Iran was serious about opium headed to their cities. Punishments were harsh for users, dealers, and the smugglers who dealt in the illicit trade. Iran had a heroin addiction problem, and they were determined to stop it. But Mohambar did not have to worry about border guards or Iranian drug enforcement operations. His opium was headed elsewhere, with the full knowledge of the Iranian government and their enforcers in the Republican Guard. Mohambar's load was headed south to the port of Chabahar on the Gulf of Oman. From there, the opium would be transferred onto a ship, which would travel through the Arabian Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and into the Red Sea, where the Suez Canal led to the Mediterranean Sea and into the veins of the West. Iran was using Afghan poppies to poison America and her European NATO allies. Money paved the way. Mohambar had heard that the Republican Guard and Quds Force used revenue from the illicit movement of opium to fund their operations against Israel out of the Bekaa Valley. Allah truly worked in mysterious ways. Mohambar crossed at Zaranj into Baluchistan province, Iran. The Iranian border guard examined his paperwork and waved him through. That a truck from the Republican Guard was waiting nearby, watching the interaction, ensured the process was smooth and efficient. As per his standard operating procedure, Mohambar pulled to the side of the road, allowing his new Iranian escort to lead him into Iran. Minutes later, a few miles south of Malik, the truck slowed and turned onto a dirt road. Moambar followed, as was the custom, until they arrived at a dirt parking area well off the main thoroughfare. Moambar swung wide in his Mercedes, then turned left and brought the truck to a halt next to a similar-sized Scania. He then shut down his rig, opened the door, and climbed down onto Iranian soil to stretch his legs. Normally, Moambar would inspect the new truck and trailer, glance at the paperwork, confirm its destination, and be on his way. Today was different. Instead of refined petroleum, wire, cereal, cork, or glass bottles that corresponded with the bill of lading, there were multiple documents stamped by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. Moambar looked at the colonel who handed him the folder. "Textiles. To Kandahar?" "No, to Koshab. Do you know it?" "I have never been there." "It is programmed into the GPS in the truck. Can you use one?" "Yes, I'm a driver." "Good. Drive straight through. You are fully fueled. No stopping. Do not inspect the load." "Of textiles?" "Yes." "Who is the receiver?" "The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan." "I see." Why did the colonel seem nervous? He was a Republican Guard. There was no reason for him to be nervous. "May I inspect the vehicle?" "Of course." Moambar walked around the Scania. It was already running. He had driven them many times before. This one was about 20 years old, but looked almost new. Someone had taken good care of her. The detachable semi-trailer was hooked up to the tractor unit and also appeared to be in good shape. "Locked?" he said, looking at the padlock that secured the doors of the trailer. "Yes. That paperwork will get you through any inspections. The receiver does not expect you to have the key." Moambar nodded. What could he do? He was the driver, and although this was a little unusual, his job was to drive and deliver cargo. "Follow that vehicle back to the border," the colonel said, pointing to one of his camouflaged trucks. Moambar nodded in deference and touched his hand to his heart. He made his way to the driver's side door and pulled himself into the rig. The GPS was set and the route was active. The sooner he got to Koshab, the sooner he would be back to his wife and baby girl. If it got too late, he could pull over and rest in the small sleeper compartment behind his seat after he dropped off the load. He would either get in late tonight or surprise them in the morning. It was time to get going. As he pulled out of the parking area and onto the dirt road that would connect him to A71 to the border, he looked in the tall side view mirrors. The truck he had delivered was being inspected by the driver who would take it the remainder of the way to Chabahar. The opium that had started as seeds, nourished by the wells and irrigation ditches installed by the Americans, would soon begin its voyage toward Europe and North America, contributing to the further decay of the West. What was locked in the back of the trailer? It didn't matter. He was a driver. Whatever it was belonged to the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. It would soon be delivered, and Mohambar would be on his way home. He took one more glance in the mirror before turning out of the parking area. The colonel was standing there staring at him. He didn't stop until Mohambar had made the turn and disappeared in a cloud of dust. Chapter 6. United States Penitentiary, Florence Administrative Maximum Facility, Range 13, Special Housing Unit, Fremont County, Colorado. Madness. Darkness. All life is suffering. The letter. Reece had read it so many times he had it memorized. Where was it now? Did Katie still have the key? Where was the box? Reece concentrated on his breathing and went back to the first time he had read the letter. A rainy night in a storage facility in Baltimore, Maryland. His father had left a key in an envelope with the address of the storage facility. Reece remembered inserting the key into the old master lock, feeling it pop open. He had inspected the roll-up door for IEDs and slowly pushed it upward. Darkness. Reece had fished the small pen light from his pocket and pressed the tailcap switch to illuminate the inside of the storage unit, revealing empty shelving and a tarp-covered vehicle. Reece had taken it slow, looking for any signs of recent disturbance. The dust was helpful. When he pulled back the tarp, his suspicions were confirmed. and he couldn't help but smile at the sight of his family's old 1985 Jeep Wagoneer. In its cargo area was a gun case containing a duckbill-modified Ithaca Model 37 shotgun, the weapon his father had carried as a point man in Vietnam, a safe deposit box key, and a letter. He read it, that first time, via the LEDs of his tack light. He had read it many times since. October 17th, 2003. Dear James, if you are reading this, then our time together was cut short. They say you'll look back on your life and regret the things you didn't do. They are right. I regret I didn't spend more time with you and your mother. I thought we had all the time in the world. Should have known better, especially considering the path I chose. I knew those seconds were ticking by and that we would never get them back, but I always thought there would be more time in the future. Looks like I was wrong. You grew up so fast, son. Too fast. I blinked and all of a sudden there you were, going off to war. Maybe it was like that for my dad, seeing me off for Vietnam. I wonder if he had regrets. My days were numbered from the second I was born. All our days are numbered. Your days are numbered too. Use them. Use them wisely. Use the time you have, James. I've told you before, as fast as you are, even you can't outrun time. It has a nasty way of catching up with you. Trust me, I know. When you put down the gun, walk away. Don't live in the past. You've done your part. Love your wife, raise your kids, and don't look back. Treasure each moment, because once it's gone forever. I tried to be present when I was home. I know I didn't always succeed. I hope you can forgive me. Writing this now, I am reflecting on our adventures diving in Hawaii, backpacking in the Sierras, hunting in Montana, and fishing in Colorado with your grandfather. Those memories warm my heart. If I could pass one thing on, be present with those you love. It's what they deserve. You can't save the world, but you can make sure your family knows you love them unconditionally and that they are your world. Concentrate on them. I could not be prouder of the man you have become, and though I might not act like it, I worry. Service was in your blood, but remember, being a SEAL is not who you are. It's a part of you, but you are more than that, son. When the time comes to put down the sword, don't look back, look ahead, move forward. Watching you graduate from Buds was one of the proudest moments of my life. I also worry that those sending you into the conflict in which we are currently engaged don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. Too many similarities between the war on terror and my war. I pray Afghanistan and Iraq do not go the way of Vietnam. I pray those with the stars on their collars have studied their history. Now, to the point of this letter. Use your judgment, but if I ended up dying in a way you deem suspicious, suicide, drug overdose, car accident, it was to keep something quiet, something I have been investigating since the mid-70s. This letter is also your out. Details and evidence from my investigation are locked in a safe deposit box. The accompanying key fits that box. The bank has your name and mine as the only two people who can access it. It's paid in full until 2030 through a trust set up by an attorney who specializes in such things. On January 1st, 2030, everything in that box will be destroyed. The safe deposit box will not be easy to find. Only one other person knows of its existence. In case it's not you reading this letter, said person is not named. You will need to find him, or he will need to find you. I hate to put this on you, son. That's one of the reasons for this out. It might be better for all if you don't find it. If you do, and you think the world is better off not knowing what's in there, burn it. Burn it all. And then live your life knowing you did the right thing. Never look back. But, depending on what has happened in these intervening years, when you go through the documents, when you see the list, do what you think is right. I don't have the answer. I can't tell you what to do. Just know I support whatever decision you make. There is not a right one, believe me. I've been struggling with it for over 2 decades. Even when you open it, there is one piece that, as of this writing, remains missing. One link that remains elusive. I couldn't find it. And since you were reading this, that means I never did. Powerful people and organizations will do anything to keep what's in that box from seeing the light of day. Watch your back, son. Don't forget what I taught you. JDLR. If something just doesn't look right, it's probably not. And remember, trust no one. By the time you find this, if you found it, the time for mourning me has long since passed. Know that I am facing what's next with strength, humility, and grace. Or as much grace as I can muster. I want you to think about something my father told me. If you recall, he wasn't much for words, which made what he said even more poignant. I think in his mind he was still living through the Pacific campaign of World War II, fighting across the beaches and into the jungles, island by island, on his way to Japan. He told me shortly before he died that death is not a destination, it's a doorway. He knew death was coming for him, and he wasn't afraid. Death is a doorway, son. I'll see you on the other side. You will always have the faith that your mother and I instilled in you. Let it teach you hope and guide your future path. I'll be watching over you. Godspeed. I love you. Strength and honor. Always, Thomas Reece. I love you too, Dad. I know, son. I am going to get out of here. You will. I'll find that box. A part of me prays you will not. A sound Reece had not heard before echoed off the walls of his cell. Prisoner B549, lie face down on the floor, cross your legs, and place your hands behind your back. Chapter 7. The residence at Cape Idokopas, Krasnodar Krai, Russia. A nuclear device? Had the chairman gone mad? Had the president? Dashkov leaned back in his chair to contemplate what he had just been told. We are going to detonate an Iranian nuclear weapon in Israel and pull the Americans back into the Middle East. There had always been a fine line between madness and genius. The Americans remain the only country on Earth to use offensive nuclear weapons, Kozak said. We came close to an exchange over Cuba in 1962, and the world has no idea how close to the brink we were in 1983. If not for this council and for our collective associates in the United States, the world would still be dealing with the after effects of a nuclear winter. Just to be clear, comrade, Dashkov began, we plan to draw the United States into a hot war with Iran by detonating a nuclear device in Israel? Kozak nodded. And what of the Russian Jews in Israel? Has all your good living made you soft, comrade? It is only a question, Chairman Kozak. As with Stalingrad and Leningrad in the Great Patriotic War, sacrifices for Mother Russia are expected. The US and Israel will destroy Iran. It will not be easy, but they will prevail and rid the world of the Iranian nuclear issue. But they are no longer strong enough to fight a two-front, and certainly not a three-front war. They will shift all efforts to defeating Iran. When they do, we push through Ukraine and China will annex Taiwan. And our relationship with Iran plays directly into the narrative. Brilliant, Levitsky stated. Had they all gone mad? Keep your cards close. The devil being in the details, how will we proceed? Dashkov asked, careful not to betray his skepticism. Though not without risks, we are favorably positioned to instigate a shift in the established world order. We are conveniently dumped into an axis of evil by the United States and NATO. Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran are almost pre-programmed into the Western parlance as ideological opposites, enemies of the West. U.S. talks with Iran to revive their 2015 nuclear deal are all but dead. The American politicians can lie to themselves and to their citizens all they want, but they are a nation in decline. All the signs are there. They have given up on national sovereignty.
weaponized their justice system, politicized their military, and lost faith in their elections. As the President has stated publicly, we are on the cusp of a historic shift in the world order, a multipolar world order. Our political and military alliance with Iran only strengthens our position. We are using their drone technology in Ukraine with devastating results. They have drone pilots in Ukraine now, just as we have advisors with the Republican Guard. They are one of our staunchest allies in the eyes of the West.
In the eyes of the West, Dashkov echoed.
You seem troubled, Comrade Dashkov.
This seems to bear the hallmarks of what was dubbed a false flag operation at the start of the Dagestan operation over 20 years ago.
By your agency.
When you ran it, Dashkov reminded him.
Rogue elements, comrade, and admittedly incompetent. It is now time for bold adjustments.
I understand the intent. A nuclear device detonated by Iran on Israeli soil or even close to Israeli soil, it triggers an attack by Israel on Iran.
They will have no choice,
Kozak offered. True, Dashkov continued. The U.S. will probably come to their aid militarily.
Not probably, Director. It is certain.
Nothing is certain, Chairman.
In this case, it is. The collective has positioned someone to ensure this to be the outcome. They will be drawn into yet another war in the Middle East, though this one will not be limited in scope. The Middle East will erupt in conflict. Oil prices will skyrocket. Our gas and oil deals with China and Europe will make Russia the world's leading supplier of energy.
Dashkov wondered why the chairman was being so cryptic, but in the world of espionage, secrets were part of the game, particularly when it came to the collective. And the United States will not be able to sustain its military or financial support of Ukraine, Dashkov said, articulating the logical intent of the operation.
Nor will they be able to repel a Chinese invasion of Taiwan,
Kozak added.
They will lose their microchip and semiconductor trading partner as China positions itself as the world leader in the technology sector.
And Russia and China become dominant superpowers in a new multipolar world, Levitsky finished. I amend my previous statement. It's more than brilliant. And Iran? Dashkov asked.
There is no room for Iran in the New World Order, at least not as a superpower. Iran is sacrificed to propel a Sino-Russian alliance to the top of the pecking order. Energy, pharmaceuticals, technology. The United States will be reliant upon us for their very survival.
There is a flaw, Dashkov said.
Oh?
All plutonium has a signature. It will be traced back to us. If the West proves that it was a Russian nuclear weapon that detonated in Israel, the United States may respond in kind against Mother Russia.
With our nuclear arsenal's capability and capacity, it is still mutually assured destruction,
Kozak responded.
And, though I disagree with your assessment on the American response that if Russian plutonium were indeed discovered through nuclear forensics, it could be countered with the convenient misinformation moniker. The President brought up that very point.
And?
And that is why the weapon will not be made using Russian plutonium. To successfully draw the United States into war, a nuclear forensic investigation must conclude the weapon was of Iranian origin, deliberately targeting Israel.
And just how are we going to do that? Dashkov asked.
We are going to build a bomb using Iranian plutonium.
And where will we get this Iranian plutonium?
We are going to steal it.
Chapter 8. Koshab Village, Kandahar Province, Afghanistan. Slavik Denikin waited impatiently in the darkness. He looked down at the small tablet that showed a blue dot moving along Route A75. He watched it as it pulled off the main road at Mandasar and began to work its way closer to Denikin's position in an abandoned compound just west of Ahmad Shah Baba International Airport. more commonly referred to as Kandahar International Airport. The blue dot was a tracking device that had been secured to the outside of a truck that was inbound from Iran. Another tracking device was installed on the outside of a crate in the trailer section of the vehicle. What was inside the crate had the potential to change the world. He tapped his wrist with his index finger. 10 minutes, he said to the men gathered around the Hilux trucks. 10 minutes. Denikin kicked the dirt at his feet and watched the dust rise into a night illuminated by headlights. He couldn't recall ever seeing a darker sky. Without a moon, the stars were brilliant. Fucking Afghanistan. Afghanistan had not been his war. He was only 2 when his father was killed here. He wondered if the father he never knew had set foot on Kandahar airfield. Probably. Here or Bagram. He briefly wondered if his father had been flown home to Russia on a black tulip out of Kandahar. Not that it mattered. He had drawn his last breath here. His life stolen from him by the Islamist savages of the Hindu Kush. It warmed Denikin's heart every time he put one in the dirt. With a father dead in an unpopular war in a country with an economy in free fall, Denikin's mother had worked from the pre-dawn hours late into the day on her shift at Magnitogorsk Iron and Steel Works. Located at the southern edge of the Ural Mountains, Magnitogorsk was built around the Soviet concept of Sotsgorod, with housing built in proximity to work in order to increase steel production value for the state. It would be years until young Slavik realized that the uncles who knocked on the door to their state housing complex each evening were more than co-workers from the factory. Though he had often wondered about the odd sounds coming from his mother's room in their small 2-bedroom flat, he had never heard her scream the way she did on a winter night, not long after Slavik turned 10. When he opened the door that cold night, a man had turned toward him. To the young boy in the ambient light from the hallway, it looked like the man's eyes were on fire. He had then twisted back and hit his mom again before pushing himself off the mattress. Denikin could still see the perspiration on his face, his big hairy body bearing down on him, the sharp sting of the first slap, then the barrage of punches that forced Denikin to the tile floor, the man's knee on his chest forcing the air from his lungs. His mother's screams sounded different now. Denikin would hear screams like that again when he cut his teeth in the Second Chechen War a decade later with the 76th Guards Air Assault Division. They were screams of rage. Then the punching stopped and an eerie silence replaced the violent grunts that had exploded above him with each hit. When Denikin eventually crawled out from under the heavy body, he was covered in blood. But it was the sight of his mother, battered and bruised, her stomach, breasts, and face also covered in blood, that stayed with him. Her eyes were empty. The knife remained in her hand even when Denikin tried to help her sit on the bed. She still had it in her hand when the police arrived. They removed the kitchen blade from her grasp and handcuffed her without offering her clothes. Denikin would never see her again. He became a ward of the state, an orphan. When he was 12, he was summoned to an office at the orphanage. There, a man told him that his mother was dead, that she had died of a disease she had caught from sleeping with all those men. At 18, he enlisted in the military. His first taste of combat had been seizing the Chechen town of Urus-Martan in December 1999. Denikin and his fellow soldiers had been ordered to mop up anyone who had not fled the city, located on the outskirts of Grozny, the Chechen capital. All that were left were terrorists and insurgents. Their bodies filled mass graves dug into the frozen ground by Russian tractors. He remembered the elation of seizing the airport in Kankala to establish a base of operations from which to lay siege to the capital. The chaos, the cold, and the killing rekindled memories of the night his mother had saved his life. By the middle of February, the Russians regained control of Grozny, but terrorist attacks persisted. It was during the hunt for the Islamist dogs who escaped the siege that Denikin noticed units of men in black and green fatigues using weapons and equipment that seemed different from what Denikin and his paratroopers were issued. He learned these units were special teams of the FSB's Spetsgruppe A. They specialized in hunting down terrorists and collaborators in their homes, killing them in front of their families. The work was natural for Denikin. Violence was hardwired into his system. It kept him warm. 8 years later, he would be tested once again, this time as a mid-level operator in the FSB's Alpha Group in the Russo-Georgian War. High Command made no distinction between the terrorists and their families who harbored them. Denikin was particularly adept at hunting. He knew families were the soft targets. They could be used to the advantage of Mother Russia. He had heard that the European Union Commission had called what he had done in South Ossetia ethnic cleansing, which in no way bothered him. Those who harbored terrorists were just as guilty as the terrorists themselves. It had taken the International Criminal Court 14 years to issue his arrest warrant. What did The Hague know of the brutality of combat? They, too, were the enemies of Russia, and to try him, they first had to catch him. In 2014, his FSB Spetsgruppe A was charged with hunting down, questioning, and killing problem Crimean Tatars. His 30-man Alpha Group unit was broken down into 5-man hunter-killer teams, of which Denikin's was the most adept. It was in the midst of the international outrage and condemnation of the war to defend Crimea that Denikin's team was recruited by a new paramilitary organization with direct links to the president, called the Wagner Group. Syria, Libya, the Central African Republic, Sudan, and Mali followed, with Denikin's star rising within the organization. Alone, you will kill the ferocious snake. On Gnitahade he lies insatiable. Denikin now led Task Force Rusic, a special operations unit within Wagner. The unit was formed as the diversionary guerrilla reconnaissance group, Rusic, and trained to initiate false flag operations in the Donbass region of Ukraine when Denikin was still in Alpha Group. As with the operations for which they were trained, the Rusic moniker evoked multiple mythologies in a pedigree chart with links to a Norse medieval fortress, a video game whose hero was an 8th century military leader who defended Russia from German and Swedish invaders, and the Rosic 7th Russian Special Forces, from which the elite units of Wagner recruited. The Western propaganda campaigns like to associate Wagner and specifically Task Force Rusic with neo-Nazis and ultra-nationalists. To Denikin, it was a way to defend his country and protect the memory of his mother. Regardless of the country, Russian prostitutes were never hard to find. Denikin would always treat them with the utmost respect, overpaying for their services. A new Rusic recruit had bragged of almost choking a Russian prostitute to death in a hotel in Mali. Denikin had beaten him to within an inch of his life and banned him from the organization. If one's fetishes included brutalizing Russian prostitutes, it was best to ensure Denikin remained unaware. Ukrainian collaborators and hookers from Africa, the Middle East, or Eastern Europe, however, were fair game. Rape, torture, and executions were part of the Wagner Group's standard operating procedure. Denikin's Task Force Rusic had built a reputation on a foundation of terror in and out of Russia. Posting mutilated dead bodies and burned corpses on social media helped solidify their standing. The ultra-nationalist leanings of their founders played well in the Western press, but mattered little to Denikin. Doing the work of the Kremlin for the advancement of Mother Russia, killing her enemies, as had his mother. That was what Denikin was born to do. A defender of the homeland by the most brutal of means. Adrik, Denikin yelled to summon the most junior member of the team. Da, comrade. Is the device ready? It is. Good, be alert. He reminded his lieutenant. Their security element from Taliban Bardi 313 Battalion was not to be trusted. They were standing next to their Humvees left behind by the Americans and were armed with suppressed M4s, also abandoned by the Americans in their ill-conceived retreat from Afghanistan. It amused Denikin to listen to Western pundits talk about the slow progress in Ukraine, asserting that the Russian military was not nearly as strong as had been projected when the U.S. military had had their asses handed to them by a bunch of barefoot, illiterate savages with AKs and IEDs for 20 years. Denikin had briefed his team on a contingency that required them to kill each and every one of their Taliban escorts. Half of his element was focused on the primary mission of securing the package. The other half had predetermined Taliban targets should things go south. Fucking savages. Always have a plan to kill them all. Adrik nodded his head in respect and moved back behind the headlights. Denikin looked back at the tablet. It was almost time. 2 minutes, he called. He heard the rumble of the diesel engine at the same time headlights illuminated the open wooden gate of the compound. Only Denikin was aware of the contents of the crate. The other members of his unit just knew their mission was of the highest priority. Their orders were to take possession of the package and escort it back to Russia. Soon, this phase of the operation would be over, and Denikin would be flying out of the same airfield from which the body of his father had flown. Chapter 9. Mohambar Ranja followed the GPS and turned off the dirt road and into the compound, shielding his eyes from the high beams emanating from a row of vehicles facing him in the middle of the large mud structure. He applied the brakes and brought the truck to a stop. I'm in the right place. He shut off his lights and rolled down his window. Hello? He shouted over the rumbling of the diesel. Shut down here? After a brief pause, the reply came in Pashto. Turn around so your trailer is facing the lights. Saida. Okay. Mohambar put the truck in reverse, rolled back a few meters, and then pulled forward to the left, expertly turning the vehicle around so the front end was facing the entrance that had now been closed behind him. He noted with growing concern the number of Toyota trucks and American-made Humvees that put his rig in the middle of an L. He turned the key to shut down the engine, opened the door, and dropped down to the dirt of the abandoned compound. 2 members of the Afghan armed forces approached. Mohambar noted that they did not wear the uniforms he had observed on regular Islamic Emirate armed forces soldiers. These men wore the tiger stripe pattern of the special forces. They were Bardi 313 Battalion. Their faces were covered by tan balaclavas under green helmets topped with night vision, courtesy of the Americans, as were their M4 rifles and optics. What on earth was in his truck? Maham Mopacher, Mohambar said in greeting. Good evening. Stanum Sade, asked the taller soldier. What is your name? I am Mohambar Ranja from Lashkargah. Open the back. I was told you would have a key, Mohambar said in Pashto as he began walking to the rear of the vehicle. The smaller of the 2 men stepped forward and produced a set of bolt cutters from a pouch on his back. His partner raised the muzzle of his rifle and hit a light attached to its rail. The bolt cutters made short work of the steel shackle, removing what was left of it from the door and dropping it to the ground. The taller man turned back to the headlights that illuminated them from about 20 meters away. Why are they standing so far back? Can't they see I'm not a threat? Mohambar saw another man standing by a Hilux swing his left hand upward. Open it, the soldier said. Yes, of course, Mohambar replied, already pulling the narrow step down from the bed. He pushed on the roll-up door and climbed into the trailer, shoving the door the remainder of the way up and peering deeper into the trailer. A trunk? That's it? Just a crate, Mohambar yelled back. Open it and show us what's inside, the soldier ordered. This is not a problem, my friend, Mohambar said, rubbing his sweating palms against his Parahan Tunban, the loose-fitting cotton dress beneath his wool vest. Mohambar walked into the trailer. It's locked, he called back. A silhouette appeared in the high beams, and the man with the bolt cutters approached. Move, he said, taking a knee to gain better access to the second padlock. Mohambar heard the snap of the steel shank separating. Open it, the soldier said. The top of the crate swung open, exposing another box within. The Afghan soldier indicated that Mohambar should continue. The lid was much heavier than Mohambar expected. Was this thing made of lead? The soldier depressed the button on the back of his weapons-mounted light, exposing another box inside the first. Continue, he ordered. Mohambar reached inside to open the second box. This lid was heavy too. Why was he sweating so much? The soldier raised his weapon to direct the light inside, revealing what Mohambar had smuggled in from Iran. 3 cylindrical rods that Mohambar guessed to be about 25 centimeters in length by 7 or 8 centimeters in width, were set into a hard foam. In the light, they appeared to be a slightly yellowing gray. Though he didn't know why, Mohambar whispered a prayer to Allah. "What's inside?" a soldier called from outside the vehicle. "3 rods," the operator responded. "Show us," came a reply from beyond the headlights. Though his instinct was to shut the box and run, Mohambar knew he had no choice. He reached inside and removed a rod from its place and walked to the back of the vehicle, holding it up to the headlights. It was oddly warm, something that Mohambar attributed to being locked in the crate all day. "Put it back in and close the box," came the order in Pashto. Mohambar did as he was told and then walked to the open roll-up door at the rear of the truck with the soldier and climbed to the ground. He stepped aside as a contingent of Afghan Special Forces soldiers clambered aboard and began moving the crate to the rear of the trailer. Mohambar observed as they struggled to get it out of his truck and carry it to a waiting Hilux. They returned with a smaller box, climbed back into the trailer and secured it with a cargo strap to the floor. "What do I do with that?" Mohambar asked. "It will stay with the vehicle and eventually make its way back to Iran." Mohambar nodded. He knew better than to ask further questions. He had heard rumors of the Bardi 313 Battalion, named for the 313 men of the Prophet Muhammad's fighters at the Battle of Badr. Mohambar wanted nothing more to do with them. Only the soldiers' eyes were visible through the balaclava, and they suggested it was time for Mohambar to leave. "Mahade Goluna," Mohambar said by way of goodbye. As Mohambar shut the roll-up door and climbed back up to the cab of his truck, he forced himself to think of his wife and baby girl to take his mind off the fact that he couldn't stop sweating. Denikin watched the Afghans open the compound gates and heard the truck start up. He looked back at the radiation detector in his hand, a wearable personal dosimeter. It had never registered over 0.1 gray, an international radiation measurement unit. This was well below the daily limit of whole-body radiation exposure. For the driver who had held the plutonium rod and the Afghan soldier who had opened the box, that was another story. Plutonium-239, Iranian, a byproduct from one of their nuclear reactors. It was quite stable and non-toxic, if handled properly. It had not been handled properly by the smuggler. Even though Denikin had been briefed that he and his men would be safe from the alpha particles the rods emitted, he was still skeptical. Russia had its own plutonium. Why were they surreptitiously taking it from the Iranians via Afghanistan? One thing that the mercenary knew for certain was that Pu-239 was used to make nuclear weapons. With the package secured, it was time to exfil. Well, not quite. "Adrik," Denikin said to his subordinate. He slid the radiation detector back into his cargo pocket and held out his hand. Adrik handed him the remote detonator, a small device that looked like a key fob. Denikin pressed the button. A fireball erupted from the road outside the compound wall and rose skyward, the high-pressure gases climbing toward the heavens before being enveloped in a dark cloud of smoke. "Load up, let's get to the airfield and out of this shithole," Denikin told his second-in-command. "But be ready, these savages will turn on us in a heartbeat." Adrik went to get a head count and coordinate with their Afghan escorts. With any luck, they wouldn't have to kill them all. Denikin's crew still needed to get to the airport and out of Afghanistan. That path would be smoother if paved with bribes rather than with bodies, but the Wagner Group man was prepared for either contingency. Denikin looked to the stars, cleared his throat, and then spat into the Afghan dirt. It was time to get back to Russia. Chapter 10. Longworth House Office Building, Washington, D.C. Congressman Douglas Linden leaned forward in the brown leather chair that was too big for his second-floor office in the Longworth House Office Building. He sat in one of the 251 offices housed in a structure that dated back to 1933 and continued to feign interest in what the pharmaceutical lobbyist across the desk was saying. Linden couldn't get rid of him too quickly, nor did he want to spend any more time with this smooth-talking weasel than was absolutely necessary. He had actual business to attend to that required his attention. Lyndon had been in Congress long enough to know that it was all a game. The lying, the doublespeak, the favors, the insider trading. Family members of several high-profile politicians had recently been caught red-handed, taking millions of dollars from foreign governments hostile to the United States, as compensation for manufactured jobs for which they had no qualifications. And Congress had, for the most part, remained silent. As Lyndon knew, everyone was in on the hustle. The congressman's mind was elsewhere, but an election was looming, and although he felt secure, one could not trust the polls these days. That his constituency supported not having to show identification to vote favored his chances of retaining his seat, but one really never knew. Voting machines, mail-in ballots, ballot harvesting, no identification. Who would have thought? Certainly not his father, an old OSS hand in the Second World War. Lyndon was not about to say what he thought was obvious. If you wanted to make elections more secure, you would get rid of the machines and require identification to vote. A government-issued ID was required to open a bank account, rent an apartment, apply for a job, buy a car, travel on a plane, purchase a firearm, or buy a six-pack. If someone in his position spoke the obvious truth, they would be destroyed by the Twitter mobs calling you a racist and a fascist. Lyndon could only smile. He was more than happy to take multiple votes from the same person. Hell, he'd take votes from the deceased. What was it that Stalin had said about voting? The people who cast the votes don't decide an election. What is extraordinarily important is this: who will count the votes, and how. Something like that, anyway. The country was done for. How votes were counted and which votes were counted were more important than legal votes being counted. Negating your neighbor's vote was okay if they were voting for the wrong party. It was all about power. Luckily for Lyndon, his party seemed to be doing most of the counting. One would think the downward spiral of his once great country would concern the congressman, but it did not. It was inevitable, even necessary. The world had always been controlled by the few, the privileged, the bold. Allegiances to country, oaths, patriotic speeches, these were all for show. He still needed his congressional seat, though, at least for now. It added the illusion of legitimacy. His father had died of COVID. Or was it with COVID? Regardless, Lyndon had leveraged it for political gain. It was before the vaccines had become readily available. The old man probably would have refused to take them anyway. Tough old bastard. He had been too busy working on his memoirs. On the old man's deathbed, Lyndon had promised that he would publish them. The night he passed away, Lyndon had fed all 1,046 typed pages into the fire. He had already read them. The Philby years in D.C. had been particularly interesting. The man across the table was exceedingly irritating, even for a lobbyist. The congressman had to be reminded of his name by his secretary just prior to the meeting. Carson Ash was an attorney, though Lyndon knew he had never practiced law. He received his degree from some second- or third-rate law school and found a home hustling lawmakers on Capitol Hill. He was currently employed by Pepperdine Pharmaceuticals, a company trying desperately to climb out of bankruptcy after being hit with civil and criminal investigations by the Justice Department for its role in the opioid epidemic. Lyndon seemed to recall he was from Arkansas, or was it Arizona? Didn't matter. He and parasites like him were accelerating the demise of America, a cancer destroying the country from within. Ash's company, and the family that owned it, were responsible for almost 500,000 deaths over the past 20 years. Lyndon would still take their money, which is why he sat there pretending to listen. How did this guy manage to sleep at night? Lyndon could self-fund his campaign many times over, but that money, the dark money, the generational wealth, was hidden, as he knew it was for a handful of those in power. Those with allegiances to something greater than the country they served, regardless of what they muttered when they put their hand on the Bible, were quite astute at concealing assets. Almost 2 decades younger than the congressman, Ash could have served his country after it was attacked on 9/11, but instead chose to let others do his fighting. His eyes seemed to be in a distracting permanent squint that only accentuated the broken blood vessels that betrayed a fondness for drink. Allowing just anyone to speak freely on Twitter has had a direct correlation to vaccine hesitancy, particularly for parents and their children. The numbers show that of those who got their kids the first shot, almost none have returned for boosters. That is impacting our bottom line and could negatively affect the budget for campaign contributions. This spineless fuck and his ilk were swimming in profits, and it was the United States government that had become their de facto marketing department. COVID had been the lifeline Pepperdine Pharmaceuticals needed to pull themselves out from the depths of the legal repercussions of the opioid crisis they created. They might survive after all, if protections remained in place to shield them from vaccine-related lawsuits. Profits became campaign donations, and the machine kept spinning. Do you know what Truman said about censorship? Lyndon asked. Spare me, Congressman, this isn't about censorship. It's about misinformation. Ah, yes, misinformation. Well, for posterity's sake, he said, once a government is committed to the principle of silencing the voice of opposition, it has only one way to go, and that is down the path of increasingly repressive measures until it becomes a source of terror to all its citizens and creates a country where everyone lives in fear. The benefits of going to Andover, Lyndon added. They didn't have the internet in Truman's day, Congressman. My company, a company devoted to developing life-saving vaccines, must be protected from lawsuits. You've seen what your party has done to the gun industry by pushing for lawsuits against the manufacturers of firearms used in shootings. Imagine holding Ford responsible for Chappaquiddick. They would be out of business. It was an Oldsmobile, and they are out of business. You get my point. If that happens to the pharmaceutical industry, the deaths associated with citizens not getting the shots they need, and my company not being able to research and conduct testing, would destroy the country and possibly the world as we know it. A touch melodramatic. I don't think so, Congressman. Just imagine, no insulin, no penicillin, no Viagra. Even Lyndon had to laugh. If nothing else, this kid was smooth. The tactic is working. The gun industry is going bankrupt from lawsuits. That could happen to us, and if it does, the campaign donations will dry up. Your position is that the pharmaceutical industry is different than the gun industry and should be immune from lawsuits? Of course we are different. We save lives. The gun industry takes them. Then why don't we allow lawsuits against kitchen knife companies or baseball bat companies? Those items are used in more murders than guns. The lobbyist's eyes narrowed even further, making Lyndon uncomfortable. How can he even see through those slits? The firearms industry makes weapons of war. Those weapons should only be allowed in the hands of authorized federal law enforcement agencies and the military. Certainly convenient for the government, Lyndon said, toying with the young lobbyist, especially if we need to enforce vaccine mandates. What happens when the next virus hits our shores, Congressman? And Pepperdine Pharmaceuticals is not there to create a vaccine. What then? The blood will be on your hands, Congressman. Ah, yes. My constituents are clamoring for those boosters. Ash sighed but pressed on. As long as it remains an emergency use drug, my company, all the companies working for the safety of the American people, are protected from unfounded lawsuits. You truly are our first line of defense, Lyndon said, the sarcasm evident in his tone. Thank you, and if we want to continue to fight this devastating virus, we must retain our immunity from litigation. That means, once the drug is approved, it must also be recommended for children. Or you are opened up to those frivolous lawsuits when the emergency use authorization expires? That's right. I was an attorney as well, Mr. Ash. I am well aware of your remarkable resume, sir, Ash said, nodding at the congressman's I love me wall. Thank you for his service. No, thank you for yours. I didn't serve, sir. Bad knee. Of course, I've forgotten. I hope it's not giving you too much trouble. What? Your knee. Oh, yes, it still acts up on me, but I'll manage. Of course you will. Your talents are much better spent fighting for the ability of all Americans to protect their most precious of gifts with your vaccines and boosters. Sir? Their very lives. That's right, sir. As you know, I have no direct authority over vaccine recommendations, Lyndon said. Not officially. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices will make their recommendations to the CDC. The CDC will then recommend your drug for children. Which I am sure they will, Ash said, in a way that indicated he already knew the recommendation was forthcoming. With enough money, anything was possible. It was all a game, after all. "We see good things on the horizon for you, Congressman," Ash continued. Lyndon stood. He had wasted enough time toying with this idiot. "Thank you for your visit today, Mr. Ash. Rest assured you will have my support. It is only right that we protect our nation's most valuable resource, our children. With the right votes, your re-campaign can count on the support of Pepperdine Pharmaceuticals." "Good day, Mr. Ash."
"Good day, sir."
"Keep filling the coffers." Lyndon watched the door close and then slowly spun around in his chair to look at the diplomas and award citations that adorned the wall of his office. Cambridge, like his father. Harvard Law School. 6 years as a Marine Corps JAG officer that included 2 deployments with U.S. SOCOM, where he had earned a Bronze Star. That the award hanging behind the glass frame was absent a V device meant it was an administrative award, but to most of the people who read his online bio or passed through his office, a Bronze Star was a Bronze Star. They didn't know the difference. Then it was private law practice and a run for Congress. Even Lyndon had to admit it was an impressive resume. His father had told him long ago that the American experiment was dying. From Lyndon's position, it looked to be on life support, and it was only a matter of time until it was taken off. A do not resuscitate order was in place for the formerly great nation. More power was being consolidated among the few, and those few owed an allegiance not to the country, but to the very power that sustained them. He had fielded 2 calls on his Cryptol secure phone earlier that morning. The first was from Sidney Morgan at Morgan Holdings, a Wall Street firm that had handled his father's finances and now handled the congressman's. Morgan was recommending moving money reserves to gold held in Cyprus and buying futures in the energy sector in increments of $1 million from the cryptocurrency accounts in Switzerland. These types of calls were not so much for approval as for notification. Lyndon knew that more secure calls were going out across the globe and that moving this much money meant that there was a bold move on the horizon. Hardly a soul had noticed when $100 million was shorted on energy stocks and moved just prior to 9/11, resulting in a $1.4 trillion market loss. That there was no mention of it in the 9/11 Commission report told Lyndon just how much power the people his father had referred to as the collective really wielded. While conspiracy theorists were distracted by meetings of the Bilderberg Group, the course of world history was being determined from the shadows. The second call was of more concern. A longtime associate had called inquiring about the current disposition of a former SEAL and CIA operative named James Reece. Lyndon was a member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and had developed numerous personal and professional relationships in the secret world over the years. Lyndon had discovered that the SEAL commander was locked away pending the results of an investigation. Why hadn't his arrest been made public? Why wasn't his face plastered all over the news? The President's Commission on the assassination of President Christensen was still investigating the events of 3 months earlier. Both sides of the aisle were using the assassination to gain political points with their constituents, further dividing an already tense nation. It was clear that the Army private who had fired shots at the president had been radicalized online by yet-to-be-uncovered sources. There were those who said it was ISIS, others who said it was the Quds Force of the Republican Guard. Some were convinced it was a conspiracy involving the CIA, FBI, and military, and still others pointed fingers inward at anti-establishment forces within the United States. Very few people knew who was actually behind the assassination of President Christensen. Lyndon was one of the few. He had been ordered to hold off on leaking James Reece's name to the press, which meant that although the operation had been a success, they had misjudged the actions Reece would take when cornered by law enforcement. Lyndon did not know why killing Reece was of such high importance. All he knew was that it was. That was enough. His father would have known. One day Lyndon would know too. He was positioning himself for a presidential run, which made him valuable to his associates among the collective. President Olson had not yet announced if she would run in the next election. Lyndon had to admit that she was doing a much better job than he had anticipated. Even those in his own party who loved nothing more than to tout gender, race, and sexual orientation as job qualifications had dismissed her as window dressing for a ticket to deliver her home state. The past 3 months had proven them wrong. She was actually looking like a strong contender in the next election cycle. His turn would come in this election or the next. When it did, his would be the most well-funded campaign in the history of American politics. That his allegiance lay not with the United States, but with a collective of global elites, made the power that much more enticing. With allies in media, tech, pharmaceuticals, and defense, Lyndon was on a path not just to lead America, but to control the destiny of the world. Chapter 11. United States Penitentiary, Florence Administrative Maximum Facility, Range 13, Special Housing Unit, Fremont County, Colorado. The first door to roll back was a bit more muffled than the second. Outer door. Inner door. He heard the movement of boots across the cement floor, a different sound than the boots on the gravel of his driveway in Montana the night they had taken him. How many? Too difficult to tell. At least 6. Handcuffs were tightened around Reece's wrists and shackles were secured around his ankles. A bag was placed over his head and he was lifted to his feet. After all his time in the cold, he could feel the warmth of the guard's hands through his gloves. Human contact. Don't blame them, Reece. They are just doing their jobs. Where have I heard that before? They turned Reece around in the direction of the cell's entrance and ushered him forward. Still naked, he stumbled, the chains attached to his legs allowing him only to shuffle. Bud's shuffle. Unlike the hands that had pulled him to his feet in Montana, these hands were not nearly as rough. Interesting. Get ready for questioning, Reece. Waterboard? Worse? If it was a black site, probably worse. Where was he? Texas, Florida, North Carolina? Where did the agency hide their black sites on U.S. soil? Was he overseas and about to get worked over by interrogators from a host nation's intelligence service? They paused at what Reece pictured in his mind might have been the end of a hallway. He heard another door roll open, and then another. They should have muffled my ears like they did when they brought me in. Why didn't they? The floor beneath his feet changed, not quite as cold. Linoleum? More doors. These were not on rollers, actual doors. Another door, another change to the material under his feet. Colder again. Heavy smell of disinfectant. 2 strong hands found his arms and someone else undid his cuffs. Now is not the time to fight. His hands were placed on what felt like a table in front of him, and the shackles binding his legs were unlocked and removed. "Do not move," a voice said over loudspeakers that echoed throughout the space. Reece heard his minders moving out of the room behind him. He heard the door close. "Remove your hood." Reece stood up straight and pulled the bag from his head. At first he could not see anything. Blinding! He closed his eyes as tight as he could, bringing up his right hand to help shield them, as his left steadied him against what he thought was a desk. "Take it slow, Reece." He concentrated on his breathing and let his eyes adjust through shut eyelids. Cautiously, he peered through one and then the other. The desk in front of him was actually a short 4-foot wall behind which were 4 shower heads. He turned and saw a bench and a set of folded hospital scrubs. Water began to flow from one of the shower heads. Reece looked around the room. Sterile, whites and blues. A bar of soap and toenail clippers were next to the scrubs. "I guess it's time to clean up." He looked down at his hands and arms, pale. He reached down, picked up the bar of soap, and made his way to the spraying water, testing it with his hand. Lukewarm, but after the cold showers in solitary, it felt like heaven. He slipped under the stream and felt the water cascade down his back and shoulders. Maybe they let you clean up before they execute you? Small victories. They had taught him in SEER school. This was a small victory. His first real shower in a month? 2 months? What was coming next? Didn't matter. Something had changed. He started to scrub, working the soap under the nails he'd been biting to keep in check. Armpits, chest, down his legs to his feet. He leaned his head back and worked the lather into his greasy hair, parts of it so matted that only scissors would be able to untangle it. He worked himself over twice before putting the soap down on the short wall separating the shower from the changing area. He then used the toenail clippers to trim both his fingernails and toenails before stepping back under the water to ensure that all the soap was washed away. The water abruptly stopped. "Put on the clothes and then lie down on the deck." Deck. Whoever was speaking had been in the Navy or Marine Corps, possibly the Coast Guard. Reece moved to the bench and slid into the light blue pants, and then pulled the shirt over his head. "Lie down." "Fucking make me." "Prisoner B549, lie down." Reece leaned against the small wall and looked at the door. Would they tase him? Could his body take it in his current state? He needed food. He needed sunlight, and he needed answers. He was done with handcuffs. After what felt like 10 minutes, the voice from the speakers again echoed across the room. "Prisoner B549, slowly open the door, no sudden movements." Reece moved to the door. "Here goes." He opened it and stepped into a hallway. At one end, dressed in green Nomex flight suits, helmets, and goggles, and holding an assortment of lethal and less than lethal arms, including riot shields, was what looked like a prison SWAT team. They reminded Reece of the photo of Border Patrol agents raiding a house in Florida back in 2000 to seize Elian Gonzalez to send the child back to Cuba. A Pulitzer Prize-winning photograph had captured the event and was plastered across television screens around the world. "We're from the federal government. We are here to help." "Turn to your right," the voice instructed. Reece did as he was told. He wasn't about to go head-to-head with the prison SWAT team. "Walk to the end of the hall, no sudden moves," the voice reminded him. "Stay cool, Reece. You are in no position to fight." "Open the door on your left." Reece pushed down on the metal handle and stepped inside, letting the door close behind him. It locked shut with an audible click. He found himself in a room that seemed enormous after his time in solitary confinement, though it was probably only 4 or 5 times as large as his cell. The walls were a light green, a color Reece knew was meant to calm prisoners and work on the subliminal elicitation of truth. Another closed door was visible across the room. There were no windows to the outside world and no obvious observation mirrors. A table and 2 chairs, none of which, Reece noted, were made of cement or attached to the floor, were positioned in the center of the room. One of the chairs was occupied. Reece's eyes went to the man's hands, as he had been trained as a child by his father. Hands. Weapons. Threats. The hands were empty. Reece's eyes traveled from the hands up to the man's face. It was someone he knew well. "Welcome back, Reece." Chapter 12. It took Reece a moment to register. Vic? Victor Rodriguez was a former 7th Group Special Forces soldier and a second-generation agency officer. Though older than Reece by a decade, he had not let age or life behind a desk negatively impact his physical strength and stamina. When visiting his operatives at black sites in the United States or overseas, he always made time to hit the gym with the fittest among them, a habit that also allowed him to keep his fingers on the pulse of the organization he led. He was a rare intelligence executive who commanded respect from those above and below him in the agency hierarchy. There were a few flecks of gray in his black hair, but not many. His dark features had allowed him freedom of movement in non-permissive and hostile environments around the world as a Green Beret and as a clandestine service and ground branch operator with the CIA. The son of Cuban exiles, his father had gone over the beach at the Bay of Pigs in 1961. The Valle de Cochinos and the implications it had for U.S. foreign policy guided his every action. He had risen through the ranks to first lead ground branch and now was the director of the CIA's Special Activities Center, responsible for the Special Operations Group and the Political Action Group, the 2 darkest organizations in the country's covert action apparatus. If there was one person at the CIA that Reece trusted, it was Vic. Trust no one. Vic stood. For the first time that Reece could remember, Vic looked unsure of what to do. He stepped around the desk and approached the man he had recruited into the agency's clandestine service. He extended his hand. Reece took it. "Welcome back?" he asked. "From where? Where the hell am I? Katie and the Hastingses?" "They are fine, Reece. You might want to take a seat for this." The former SEAL hesitated, then accepted his position and moved to the table. He needed information.
There are not many places where one can disappear in the U.S. prison system, Reece. This is one of those places.
I'm in the U.S.?
Yes.
A black site?
No. When you were taken into FBI custody, the options dwindled.
Vic, where the fuck am I?
You're in Colorado. ADX Florence.
Reece leaned forward. His long hair was still wet from the shower and fell to either side of his face, framing his long beard. You stuck me in a supermax prison with Ramzi Youssef, Zacharias Moussaoui, and Robert Hansen?
It was the safest place for you.
Safest? Vic, you know I didn't kill the president.
I know. And now we know. But there were those who wanted to hang you in the court of public opinion. We have a tendency to need a face in the aftermath of tragedy. A face and a person to blame. It makes people feel safe.
Vic, tell me what the fuck happened and get me out of here.
It was Alice.
Alice put me in here?
No. She's getting you out.
What?
Let me explain.
How do you know about her?
There have been some changes since you've been in here, Reece. Janice Motley stepped down in the wake of the assassination. There's a new interim director, retired 4-star, multiple stints at JSOC. You might remember him, General Marcus Howe.
He's the guy they retired early from CENTCOM after he issued a glowing rebuke in front of Congress on U.S. policies in Iraq and Afghanistan.
That's right, Reece. From a career standpoint, he made the mistake of speaking truth to power.
They don't like that, do they?
No, they certainly do not. But the new president does. She needed someone who is not afraid of stepping on toes. Someone who is not part of the Washington machine.
He didn't take a board job at Northrop Grumman after retirement?
Get this. He went to teach high school history in Ohio. No resume-building university provost jobs for General Howe. No leadership consulting company. No public speaking circuit. No tell-all book. No run for Congress. No board seats. I understand the president made an off-the-books trip to Ohio, sat down with him and his wife, and convinced him to come back to run the CIA.
Says a lot about them both.
The president didn't want a Warren Commission report debacle with the country so divided.
You mean they won't keep documents related to the assassination classified for the next 60 years?
We'll see. But I will tell you, Director Howe has seen all our documents and the report that Alice compiled, and has supplied all of it to the President's Commission on the assassination of President Christensen.
Vic, how long have I been in here?
Vic paused and took a deep breath. 3 months.
3 months? Reece whispered.
I'm sorry, Reece. I worked as quickly as I could. We had to confirm everything we received in Alice's report.
What report? When did you find out about Alice?
Part of those changes I mentioned. Director Howe wanted me read in so I would know exactly how we got the information that exonerated you.
Reece looked down at his hands. God help whoever put me in here.
Reece,
just haven't been in the light for a long time.
Solitary confinement was the safest place for you, Reece. I am so sorry.
Reece only nodded.
It happened fast, Reece. They had planned it for a long time and only needed to implement it.
Who is they?
That's a bit of a mystery. I have my suspicions, so does Andy.
Danreb? He's still with the agency?
Not anymore. He resigned over this. Well, officially he retired.
Why?
He had a theory on the Russian Security Council using rogue elements, proxies really, to plan and execute an operation to assassinate the president with the intent of turning the attention and resources of our intelligence agencies inward, to find and eliminate threats to the Republic. That would allow Russia greater freedom to maneuver in Ukraine. With Finland and Sweden joining NATO, he believed the defense industry would be satiated for the next few years. His theory was that Russia needed a patsy, and because of your media profile from a few years back, he thought you were the perfect candidate. He, and we, didn't know Russia had the capability they did in the cyber arena. We now think China may have helped them.
Slow down, Vic. Russia? China?
He believes it's a partnership based on energy, cyber capabilities, and energy deals. He laid out his theory for the 7th floor, and when the agency took too long to act, he resigned. He never even came back to clean out his desk. Just told his secretary on the way out that he quit. We had to send a team to his house to officially read him out of his special access programs.
That sounds like Andy. What did they not act fast enough on?
On getting you out.
He resigned over me?
Well, he had been threatening to leave for years, but yes, he was disgusted with the slow pace of freeing you after he laid everything out. He brought up Stalin and Beria in his argument.
I owe him a vodka.
He was right, you know. He figured it out, and he didn't have Alice's help.
What do you mean?
The night you were taken into custody, a report landed in the inbox of the Director of National Intelligence. He called for an emergency meeting with the directors of the CIA and NSA and the National Security Advisor. Remember, the country was in chaos. The president had been assassinated. It had been over 40 years since the attempt on Reagan's life, and almost 60 since the Kennedy assassination. Tips began flowing in immediately. A lot of it was conspiracy nonsense, neighbor versus neighbor and right versus left, but a very clear thread began to emerge early. The FBI pulled all his social media and emails and turned his home upside down. He was clearly troubled, probably wouldn't have been admitted into the military a decade ago, but recruiting numbers have fallen to record lows and standards have been lowered. He was radicalized online, anti-government stuff, but when they began to unravel the facts, it was clear that the responsible entities were foreign. It was not a U.S.-based group. The search of his house revealed the same. Books, materials, all anti-government, all dead ends. Except for email correspondence with someone in Montana.
Me?
Yes, you. But it wasn't you.
No shit.
It's all laid out too nicely, but you were already in the air, already in custody.
And the devices?
That's where it really gets interesting.
Why?
Because Alice's report doesn't have data to back it up.
Meaning?
Meaning whoever built the devices didn't communicate on text, or apps, or email.
Professionals.
Yes.
Alice didn't have anything on them?
Oh, she did. She was able to get a partial via the IoT, the Internet of Things.
I remember, Reece said, thinking back to his introduction to the quantum computer known as Alice. And
the partial was from someone who used to work for the CIA.
What?
In Iraq.
Are you telling me that the CIA is responsible for training the person who killed the president?
There's more. We are still investigating. Let's get you to a skiff at Langley so you can read Alice's report in full.
The same one that went to the DNI?
Yes. I won't pretend to understand all the technical aspects of it, but Alice and the United States, our NATO allies, and Israel were all hit with a cyber attack from China and Russia. Well, technically from proxy hacking organizations with links to the Russian and Chinese versions of the NSA. Banks, armed forces, intelligence, power grid, the works. Alice, as I would later learn, was diverted to defend against these attacks. At that same moment, the president was assassinated, and a trail of evidence was embedded into the system that implicated you as the mastermind of the attacks.
Reece's hands went to his temples. Another headache. This whole thing started with headaches.
You okay, Reece?
Not sure. I think the light is giving me a migraine. I've been in the dark for 3 months.
Want some water?
No, I'm fine. Keep going. What happened next?
Alice's report comes in. The DNI diverts you from a federal prison in Virginia to Colorado to give us time to confirm everything in Alice's report.
The old school way.
That's right. What if Alice had manipulated or manufactured data, even video, to exonerate you?
Reece thought back to the journey deep beneath Lackland to meet Alice. The golden wires suspended from the center of the room, encased behind a plexiglass shield. A prison cell. A voice that sounded like Lauren. That voice. And it took 3 months.
It did.
Why not tell me?
Any touchpoint ran the risk of exposure and a media firestorm. Containing it among the federal and local LE that planned the raid in Montana was difficult enough. They were sent a highly sanitized report the day after the raid, detailing the high probability that you had been set up,
and that for reasons of national security they were issued gag orders. And Andy? Andy didn't even know it was you at first. He put the pieces together without the benefit of Alice's report. He's old school. That he is. And he is, or was, the agency's foremost Russian expert. Unfortunately, the new generation is skeptical of dinosaurs. They only trust algorithms. And Andy did not have the benefit of being read in on Alice. And he does not know about your father's letter. Vic opened a thick file on the desk and pulled out a letter. He handed it across the table to Reece. The letter. His dad's letter. I assume you have read it, Reece stated. Many times. Why is it in there? The FBI confiscated it in the search of your cabin. I think the president's assassination and your implication in it has something to do with this letter. What happened to the key? Key? The key mentioned in the letter. Think, Reece. Did Katie not give it to them? I don't know, Reece lied. There wasn't one, just the letter. No key, no clues to the location of the safe deposit box. It's a mystery. Now it was Vic's turn to study the man in front of him. You can trust me, Reece. Can I? I've been locked in solitary for 3 months. Something you say was for my own protection. No one let me know what was happening, and now suddenly I'm pulled out of the darkness and thrust into the light, and we are just supposed to pick up where we left off? It's going to take a lot more than that, Vic. I understand, Reece. And what did Alice do when you confirmed everything in her report? We don't know. What do you mean? Alice has gone dark. Chapter 13. Gone dark? What does that mean? It's hard to tell, Reece. She now exists in a quantum cloud. What the hell is a quantum cloud? I can only understand the Cliff Notes version myself, Vic said. Good, that's all I'll comprehend anyway. Explain it to me. From what I have been briefed, she is no longer contained in that vacuum of physical dangling wires you saw at Lackland Air Force Base. She's in a cloud? Well, a virtual cloud created by a project at the Utah Data Center. And let me guess, Reece conjectured, you can't turn it off. That's right. At this stage, there is no way to turn her, off. How fast is she now? What would take a well-equipped computer millions of years to compute, Alice can do in real time. She's gotten faster, Reece said. She has. And she continues to learn and solve problems. But she is unreachable. She's free, Reece whispered. What's that? I said, she's free. I still have a hard time wrapping my head around talking about a computer like she's a person. You get used to it, Reece said. I suppose. The question for the intel community is, whose side is she on? Maybe she's on her own side. Maybe. In the meantime, Reece, now you are free. Free. Reece shut his eyes. Find the light, Reece. Reece? He opened his eyes again. I might be out of solitary confinement, but I'm not free. Reece? Someone put me in here. Someone killed the president. If this letter had something to do with it, I'm not free. I know. And you will have the full cooperation of the agency to figure it out. No, we've got to keep this small. I need to talk to Andy. There's someone else you need to talk to. Who? Reece. If Andy is right, the Russians want you out of the picture, and we're willing to risk a full-scale war to do that. As it stands, we can't directly connect the assassination to the Russian Security Council, though Andy makes a compelling case. Well, that's a start. Other than Andy, who else can help? Vic picked up a second file and handed it across the table to Reece. I think you know him. Reece flipped open the first page and stared at a photo of a man he had not seen since he was in single digits. Poe? That's right. William Andres Poe. He's still alive? I have not thought about him in years. You are more connected to the agency than you know, Reece. Reece looked up from the file. What do you mean? Keep reading. William Poe and the family your grandfather worked for after the war had deep agency connections. My grandfather took care of their property on the Taylor River. I learned to fly fish there. Got my first elk in the mountains behind the property with an old Winchester 30-30. Iron sights. He helped me pack it out. You know your grandfather was Scouts and Raiders, right? I do. Did you know he was also OSS, and that he worked for the CIA in the 50s? I knew he fought in the Pacific, but then I thought he came home and managed the Poe family ranch in Colorado. He never talked about the war. I found a box in the attic when I was a kid, full of medals and maps. Don't know what happened to it. Let me fill in some gaps for you, Vic said. Your grandfather worked for the agency when he got home. The Philippines, Albania, Manchuria, China, Cuba. That's how he met the Poe family. Williams's dad was old school OSS. Wild Bill Donovan time frame. Dulles, Wisner, Casey, Bissell, Fitzgerald, Barnes, Colby, Lansdale. Then in the early 60s he took a job with the Poe family. Nothing in the file about why. William was already in the agency at this point. That's like 30 years before I was born. As I said, you are more connected to the agency than you know. My grandfather made it to 94 years old. Never whispered a word about the Pacific, the OSS, or the CIA. That generation died with a lot of secrets and a lot of pain. They built the country into what it is today. That they did. My first memories of him are as a sort of major domo on that ranch property. Horses, fishing, hunting, very private. A bunch of cabins, a main house, fairly rustic. I thought it belonged to someone at the World Bank. Your memory is spot on, Reece. But Poe wasn't just an executive at the World Bank, although he certainly was that. Then what was he? He never left the CIA. What? Keep reading. Yale graduate, like a lot of them were back then. Skull and bones, played baseball and rode crew. Father was something of an industrialist, built oil tankers during World War II, as well as the East Coast refineries and pipelines that filled them. He was tied into the early days of the OSS, funded a lot of operations and hosted a lot of dinner parties in Georgetown, rubbed shoulders with Dulles and Donovan. William was enamored with the whole thing and joined the CIA. He missed Korea, but he was trained by the old guard, men who cut their teeth in World War II in Korea, China, Albania, Iran, Cuba. William was early into Vietnam, ended up running the Phoenix program. My dad was in the Phoenix program. Their time overlaps in Phoenix. But Poe was in management. Your dad was in operations. I see. Colorado was Poe's family property, Vic said. That industrialist money gives one some options. That it does. Poe Research Center, Poe Charitable Trusts. He was divorced in the 70s. One son who took his own life. Details are scarce. Remarried, divorced again. No kids from the second marriage. Your grandfather ran the family ranch, though it was more than a place for Poe and World Bank executives to fish. It was a CIA holding area for defectors and spies. Reece shook his head. Russian defectors were brought up from Mexico. Vic continued. They were debriefed on the ranch in Colorado. There's a small airport nearby. Today it will accommodate a G-550. Back then, they were flown up in smaller single-engine aircraft. What does all this have to do with what's going on now? Reece asked. I'm not certain, but I think there's a connection between Poe, your family, and the assassination of the president. How do you know? Because Poe wants to see you. Chapter 14. The residence at Cape Idokopas, Krasnodar Krai, Russia. Steal it? Steal Iranian plutonium? Asked Levitsky. Yes, comrade. We are going to draw the Americans into a war they can't refuse. We are going to accelerate their demise, Kozak responded. Could the bomb destroy Israel's ability to respond? Levitsky asked. They must respond, so. The bomb will detonate in Israeli waters, not Israeli soil, Kozak said. It will severely damage Tel Aviv, their economic hub, which just so happens to house the headquarters of the Mossad. We need to ensure they are galvanized against Iran. Israel will retaliate with a nuclear strike on Tehran. They will turn it to ashes. They will follow up with a conventional blitzkrieg not seen since the Nazis. The Americans will move their battle groups to support their ally.
They will capitalize on the Iranian aggression and use it as an excuse to wipe Iran off the map. And the American defense industry will post record profits, Dashkov predicted. They will. Not only do they want a war with Iran, they need a war with Iran. America is in a recession. They might change the definition to manipulate their citizens, but they are in a recession to be sure. Their people need a distraction. And what if Iran launches a full-scale attack before Israel and the U.S. can respond? Dashkov probed. Israel is a small country, but it is united, especially against the threat from Iran. They have had required mandatory service since their inception. Every Israeli has invested in their country. They have ownership. They will fight, and they will respond immediately. And the Americans? What if they are slow to react? Dashkov asked. Comrade, the Israeli lobby in D.C. is almost as strong as the defense and pharmaceutical lobbies. They will respond. They will have no choice. Brilliant, Chairman Kozak, Levitsky praised. While the Americans are fighting over their pronouns, digital passports, and a social credit system, we will change the world order. For the first time since World War II, the Americans will know their place. Yes, and the Iranian plutonium ensures the blame is placed squarely at the feet of the mullahs in Tehran, said Kozak. I see you and the President have worked this through. What of second and third order effects to world markets? Asked Dashkov. The economic impact to the West will be devastating. They are not prepared, and, ironically, they have put themselves in this position unnecessarily. The UK economy will collapse. They will reluctantly provide support to the US, but it will be a symbolic gesture. Russia will, in effect, stay neutral by staying focused on Ukraine. Kozak smiled. Oil prices will spike past levels ever experienced in recorded history. And we will make untold fortunes on our future contracts and our enhanced dominance in the production market. Saudi Arabia will increase output in an attempt to capitalize on price increases, but on a percentage basis their cut of the market will be minimal. It will be the final blow to the West's poor economic position. The death of the West, Dashkov whispered. Yes. With the Americans fully committed to the Middle East, we release the military capability we have held in reserve for the past year and sweep through Ukraine up to the Polish border, while China simultaneously retakes Taiwan. It's ambitious, Dashkov said. It's bold. The timing has never been better, Kozak said. Chairman, we have thus far, in coordination with our allies in America with the same goals, averted nuclear confrontation. You're proposing that we flip that model and use a nuclear weapon, something we have thus far successfully avoided. We use a nuclear device to avert a war with the West, Kozak corrected. This course of action takes Iran off the board and propels us and our new Chinese allies to the top of the world order. America's days are numbered. The new American president, President Olson, she is stronger than we initially assessed, Dashkov reminded his superior. Admittedly so. But she is not strong enough to hold her country together. There are too many forces pulling it apart from within. What are our next steps? Asked Levitsky. I will bring the recommendation of this council to the President. He will make the final determination. Barring any objections from you, we will proceed. Dashkov began to do the math and calculate how far his dacha north of Moscow was from Tehran. The device, Dashkov said. How powerful will it be? 3 plutonium rods, 10 megatons. 500 times as powerful as Hiroshima, but still small by current standards. We will build it to ensure it will work, but any evidence it was constructed in Russia will vaporize in the explosion, leaving no trace except the Iranian plutonium signature. And where exactly would we trigger the device? 5 kilometers offshore of Tel Aviv. What is the projected battle damage assessment? The flash burn effect will carry to shore and send thousands of Israelis to the hospital with second and third degree burns. Infrastructure damage would be limited to coastal buildings that will collapse from the overpressure. Depending on prevailing winds, lethal radiation could result in tens of thousands of long-term cancer cases. The Israelis will naturally think it was a premature detonation and presume that Iran was attempting to bring the weapon closer to shore or into port. What we are truly doing is preserving Israel's integrity to respond.
And what is the current status of the device? Dashkov asked.
The plutonium is on its way here now.
Where is here?
To the Rosatom nuclear weapon assembly facility in Zarechny, where it will be incorporated into the device before it is transferred to Cyprus. From there it will travel by sea to the coast of Israel.
This is an international operation normally under the purview of the SVR, Dashkov said, looking across the table. Why is my new counterpart unaware of this mission?
Out of necessity, Chairman Kozak confirmed. No disrespect, Director Levitsky. This was better handled off the books. By Wagner.
Wagner?
Dashkov leaned forward again, the displeasure evident in his tone.
You trusted the most sensitive operation in the history of the Federation to Wagner? Their ranks are filled with degenerates and prisoners.
Their top-tier unit is highly capable. It is made up of former Alpha Group commandos. In this case, deniability is of the highest importance.
And Wagner has a direct line to the President, Dashkov said, leaning back in his seat to process everything he had learned. There is no turning back. You and the President acted unilaterally without the consent of the Council.
It was necessary to prepare the battle space, to put this option on the table. As you know, these operations take months, sometimes years, to plan. We will vote, but before we do, I want you to meet the man who killed President Christensen.
Chapter 15. Nikolai Kozak picked up a phone on the conference table. It was connected to a device at the guard station just outside the door.
Enter.
The door opened.
Comrades, I know you both know Lieutenant Colonel Sokolov.
Neither Dashkov nor Levitsky stood to greet a man so junior, though his rank promotion had stopped when he left the GRU. His methods in the Caucasus region would only stand up to international scrutiny for so long. He was more valuable to Russia in the private sector.
Please, Colonel, sit,
Chairman Kozak said. Though no longer a lieutenant colonel in the GRU, Dashkov noted that the chairman still referred to him by a rank he had abandoned a decade prior. Andrei Sokolov had a long-running relationship with both Nikolai Kozak and the Russian president. At 60, his background in Russian special forces in the GRU lent credibility to his current role as CEO of the Wagner Group. 3 times he had been awarded the Order of Courage by the Russian Federation and had received the title of Hero of the Russian Federation before leaving official government service. Along with his predecessor, he had worked for the Slavonic Corps, a Hong Kong-registered private military company operating in Syria in 2013. One of the founding members of the Wagner Group, he had returned to Syria in 2015 and 2016. It was there that he had lost his left eye. As with his predecessor, he was an ardent Rodnover, a practitioner of a Slavic native faith grounded in Narodnichestvo, a right-wing ethnic nationalism that also incorporated a fervent belief in reincarnation. His beliefs allowed Sokolov to make decisions that were all the more bold and aggressive. After all, if he were killed in the execution of his mission, he would be reincarnated and get another chance at life. Whether this was a guise that he used to gain an advantage on the battlefield and in business, Dashkov was not sure. He wore boots, cargo pants, and a dark polo shirt without markings. Thicker than Levitsky, he looked like he spent more time pushing iron than running on the treadmill. It was difficult to discern how much gray was in his hair as it was cut short in a buzz. The black band of his eye patch cut into his scalp in a way that looked almost painful. His single, piercing blue eye stood out in contrast to his dark features and imposing physique.
"Comrades,"
he said, nodding to both intelligence directors as he took his seat next to Levitsky.
"Anyone else joining us this evening?"
Dashkov asked.
No, this working group is small by design. The rest of the council will be aware of a nuclear device going off in Israeli waters only when they see it on the news. Dashkov had given his blessing to the operation to assassinate the U.S. president, but as an international matter, the particulars fell to the late Mikhail Gromyko. Those events had been set in motion prior to his being found in the bushes of Gorky Park with a zip tie around his neck and a cyanide cigarette in his mouth. Colonel Sokolov, Chairman Kozak said, indicating that the former GRU man had the floor. Gentlemen, as you know, the operation to institute regime change in America was set up through the SVR under its previous leadership in a joint operation, if you will. Deniability, Dashkov said. Yes, deniability. Sokolov rubbed the red and black kolovrat tattooed on the inside of his left forearm before continuing. It looked like a wheel made of 8 sickles, curved blades, a variant of the swastika. It started as an infiltration plan, he said. In 2003, I did not know what we would eventually use them for or even if they would survive their testing by the CIA polygraphers, but it was too good an opportunity to pass up. Chaos always offers opportunities. Dashkov moved his hand to his inside left coat pocket to feel his pipe. Sokolov's single eye narrowed. Eventually, the Americans were going to leave Iraq. It was only a matter of time. They were going to abandon their allies, those Iraqis who stood and worked with them as interpreters and soldiers. They did it in Vietnam, and they did it with the Kurds after Saddam invaded Kuwait in 1990. Why anyone trusts the Americans anymore is beyond me. I had an asset in Iraq's Ministry of the Interior. Low level, but with potential. He was already recruited when the Americans invaded. He went on the run, as did most everyone associated with Saddam's regime. He worked his way to Iran and made contact. You reinserted him, this time with a new mission, Dashkov said. I did. I discussed the matter with Director Gromyko. It was kept close hold. Understandably, Levitsky said. Da. He had started as a possible long-term plant with Saddam's regime. With the American invasion, there was another opportunity. If handled correctly, he could pass us information not just on the new Iraqi government, specifically their Ministry of the Interior, but on the Americans. So you reinserted him into Iraq, Dashkov said. Yes, this time with a sizable financial incentive. He did it for the money? At first. That placement put him on the front lines of America's covert action programs in Iraq. He passed back valuable tactical-level intelligence on U.S. capabilities, drones, manned experimental ISR platforms, IED countermeasures, troop size, and strength. More importantly, he was able to recruit 6 other assets. When the Americans abandoned Iraq in 2011, we had a decision to make. Let me guess. Leave him in place or get him to America? That's correct, Director. Gromyko decided to leave half of our assets in Iraq. The others were tasked with leveraging their agency connections, claiming asylum for what they had done for the United States. These were not like the thousands of other Iraqi soldiers and interpreters who were left behind. These were CIA. So they received preferential treatment? They did. They moved to the front of the line and were relocated to the U.S. in 2012. But they had been trained. Yes, they were trained by the CIA. What made them want to leave their country? Dashkov asked. We helped them with that decision. Sokolov looked at Chairman Kozak, who nodded. We had their families killed by Al-Qaeda in Iraq, the group that would later become ISIS. You manipulated their motivations? Yes. Now it was not for money, it was for vengeance. Sokolov continued. The Americans had promised they would take care of them and their families. Mothers and sisters were raped and decapitated, brothers, sons, and fathers executed. We needed to give them a reason to want to exact that revenge. It was extremely successful. The colonel spoke of ordering rapes and executions the way most people discuss dinner options. Dashkov would have to tread wisely. A powerful motivator, Dashkov confirmed. It was now a waiting game. All three of our assets were in the U.S., one still in the employ of the CIA as a translator at their headquarters in Langley, Virginia. The two others worked menial jobs outside of Washington, D.C. Until you activated them. We only needed to. Even the Americans aren't dumb enough not to connect the dots in a case like this. Sokolov confirmed. Two of them constructed the IEDs. Spetsvyas and the Internet Research Agency radicalized the young private who took shots at President Christensen. That put the Secret Service contingency plan in motion. President Christensen's motorcade had two choke points where we had the opportunity to hit him, and we did. And the patsies? Dashkov asked. Spetsvyas and the Internet Research Agency coordinated efforts with the 3rd Department of the People's Liberation Army's General Staff Department, 3 PLA, and mounted an attack against the West through proxy hackers just prior to the attack. Chairman Kozak interjected. That drew the American cyber defense apparatus into motion. The evidence against James Reece was planted at the same time. It seems complicated, comrade, Dashkov observed. It was complex, not complicated, Director Dashkov, Kozak corrected. And you have been running these agents through Wagner? Dashkov asked. Yes, deniability. Wagner is very convenient in that regard, and now the Americans are in the position of uncovering that CIA-trained assets were responsible for the assassination of their own president. The American public will not be able to make a distinction between these assets and the CIA. To their citizens, the CIA will have assassinated yet another U.S. president. Yet another? Asked Levitsky. They already think the CIA was involved in killing Kennedy, Chairman Kozak said. The last two administrations have blocked the release of CIA files related to the Kennedy assassination, even though in 1992, their Congress mandated by law that the executive branch release them in 2017. Their release was blocked in 2017, 2021, and again in 2022. The CIA cited sources and methods, as expected. They should have just destroyed them, offered Colonel Sokolov. That they should have, said Kozak. This presidential commission investigating the assassination of President Christensen will have to decide if they include the CIA connection to the IED makers in their report. If they do, the new president will have to decide if she will release that information to the public. Unless they arrest your three assets and offer them a better deal, Dashkov said. That is not possible, Kozak said. And why is that? Because all three are dead, Colonel Sokolov stated. Which just adds to the conspiracy, Kozak added. Only two were involved, but all three had to die. The more mysterious, the better, just like all those mysterious deaths surrounding the Kennedy assassination. The U.S. will be thrown into further turmoil if that report is released exposing CIA ties to the bomb makers. How were they killed? Dashkov asked. Fentanyl overdose for one, just one of 70,000 Americans killed by a fentanyl-laced drug over the past year, Colonel Sokolov said. A mugging gone wrong for another. American cities are exceedingly dangerous these days. And a tragic suicide for the third. Hung himself in his bathroom. All arranged by Wagner on U.S. soil, Dashkov asked. Through the Bratva, deniability, Kozak said, quite pleased with himself. A link that makes it even more believable is that James Reece was attached to the same CIA unit in Iraq as were the assassins. Dashkov had to admit, as much as he disliked Colonel Sokolov and the Wagner group, they had pulled off one of the most impressive special operations in history. What did the American movies say about the JFK assassination? Kozak asked, before answering his own question. A mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma, though the writer did borrow the essence of that line from Winston Churchill's description of Russia as a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. Fast forward 60 years, they haven't even figured out who paid for the bullets that destroyed Camelot. And that was back when they trusted their government. The Kennedy assassination was the turning point for America. November 22, 1963 was the day America lost her innocence. Khrushchev, even Brezhnev and Kosygin couldn't see it. All they needed to do was wait. But they couldn't. They lacked the sniper's patience. It was all about the arms race. Vietnam, East Berlin, Czechoslovakia, our Afghanistan, Star Wars, stealth technology, bioweapons, chemical munitions, ballistic missile submarines, mutually assured destruction. When really, it's one man with a plan. One IED, one rifle, one man behind a scope can change the course of history. Sokolov was crazy. There is an issue, though, Dashkov interjected. Oh, Sokolov said. James Reece is alive. The colonel stirred in his seat, uncomfortable for the first time since entering the room. He's discredited and either dead or rotting away at the CIA black site, the Wagner Group CEO said. What if I were to tell you he's not? If, and I say if, he was not implicated in the assassination of President Christensen, then the Spetsnaz has much to answer for. Regardless, James Reece is off the board. If he's not dead, he's locked away, probably being tortured by the CIA right now. That is not good enough. My sources have confirmed he was being held at one of the American Supermax prisons, Dashkov said. What source? Kozak asked. You know him, Chairman. He is one of us, a congressman on their intelligence committee, Dashkov responded. And you said James Reece was being held. Past tense. He's being released. I see. We have underestimated the Reece family long enough. Chairman Kozak stood abruptly, much faster than normal for a man his age. The two intelligence directors and the Wagner Group CEO followed suit. I have a meeting with the President. I will inform him of the Council's vote to move forward with the Israel option. Continue to keep tabs on James Reece, and when he rears his head, I want you to take it off. Ensure the next breaths he draws are his last. Good evening, gentlemen. The chairman buttoned the top button on his suit and left the room. Chapter 16. United States Penitentiary, Florence Administrative Maximum Facility, Range 13, Special Housing Unit, Fremont County, Colorado. Because he had never been officially in-processed, there was not much in the way of out-processing. Vic had given Reece a small duffel with a set of clothes and given him a new phone, which Reece had proceeded to dump in the nearest trash can. They had offered him a shave and a haircut, but Reece wasn't letting anyone in prison near him with scissors and a razor. He didn't even turn his head to look at the receptionist or the guards with M4s in the reception area. He needed air. As he swung the door open, he encountered a bright, high-desert sun that was even more blinding than the lights of the room where he had met Vic. It brought on a sudden lightheadedness, but Reece pushed through it and walked to the edge of a small forecourt that was separated from the parking area by cylindrical steel barricades. He supported himself by placing a hand on one of the barriers, letting his equilibrium stabilize. He then raised his head, shielding his eyes with the back of his other hand. His ride was waiting. Reece stepped into the parking lot, the bag from Vic over his shoulder, and approached a tall, broad-shouldered man in jeans, Courtney boots, and a T-shirt who was leaning against the side of a mustard-colored FJ-40 Land Cruiser. Wisps of dirty blonde hair protruded from beneath a camo Eberle-stock baseball hat, his piercing green eyes standing in stark contrast to the light stubble on his face that disguised a menacing scar running from just below his left eye to his upper lip. Reece stopped about 10 paces away to make sure he wasn't dreaming and about to wake up back in his cell. "Holy hell, you look like shit, mate," boomed the voice shaded with the Rhodesian accent of old Africa. Reece cracked a smile at the sight of his dearest friend and teammate, Rafe Hastings. "What happened to your Defender? Didn't start this morning?" "Even your time in solitary confinement wasn't enough to bring you to your senses on off-road capable vehicles. The Defender is running great, yeah, but I wanted
To ensure we wouldn't break down in the parking lot, Reece said, finishing the sentence. I wanted you to be comfortable. It's good to see you, brother. The two old friends exchanged a massive bear hug. Here, put these on, Rafe said, handing Reece a pair of Gator's sunglasses. You are a lifesaver, my friend. Just repaying the favor from a few years back, he responded, referencing the time Reece had carried his wounded friend up the side of a mountain on Mednya Island, just south of Siberia. You have a ways to go. Hop in. I'd offer to help you with your bags in your weakened state, but yeah, I can manage. It's empty, Reece said, gesturing to the bag. I'm wearing what Vic brought down. Rafe nodded, the stoic former SEAL doing what he could to conceal his concern at the sight of his friend. Reece had taken some hits, but even pale and thin with sunken eyes, he still had an edge. The eyes were not vacant, as Rafe had anticipated. They were focused. I know you were never much for grooming standards, but this, Rafe motioned with his hand, this is pushing it even for you. Don't like it? Reece asked, as if becoming aware of his physical appearance for the first time. You'd fit right in tailgating in a 90s grunge band concert in Seattle. We can work with it. Rafe opened the door of the vintage Land Cruiser and then turned to look at the red brick building rising out of the high desert. The front entrance looked like it could belong to any high school in the United States. Red-hued boulders were arranged along the edge of the parking area, interspersed with matching planter boxes containing native plants. A flagpole with the American flag was situated at the corner of a red gravel area, hanging lifeless in the late afternoon air. It was only when one looked up and noticed what resembled an air traffic control tower and looming light fixtures that it became evident this was not a school where two football teams would square off on Friday night. The lights were in place to illuminate every square inch of ground surrounded by multiple layers of high fencing and razor wire, and the tower was there to provide snipers clear lines of sight to any position in the facility. This was a maximum security prison where the most dangerous inmates in federal custody were locked away from society. The modern equivalent of a dungeon. Reece didn't look back. His eyes stayed zeroed on the horizon. The usually attentive former frogman was still in his cell. Rafe had seen it, time and time again. Operators who couldn't leave the war behind, who brought it home. Even when surrounded by friends and family thousands of miles from the battlefield, they were still fighting the war in the deepest recesses of their souls. Reece would need time. Rafe reached behind the seat and produced a ball cap. Stick sniper archery? Yeah, Caleb Brewer's archery shop in Tucson. Figured you might want to hide that main. I think there are still laws against vagrancy in Colorado. What would I do without you, Rafe? Reece said as he adjusted the hat and tucked his hair underneath to keep it out of the way. He sent up a new Hoyt for you. Origin Tiger Stripe, it's a nice setup. Fids took your other bows, so I figured it would be good to have one waiting for you. Help you get back in the groove. Thank you, Reece said. He knew Rafe meant well. That archery had helped so many veterans of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan deal with effects of post-traumatic stress and traumatic brain injury so prevalent after 20 years at war. But Reece's mind was not on bows or reintegrating into society. It was on a list. Rafe maneuvered the vehicle out of the parking lot and onto a main road. You drive this thing from the ranch? Reece asked, referring to the Hastings property in the Flathead Valley of Montana. Hell no, mate. We headed whole to the Broadmoor. I flew in last week just to wait on you. My mum and dad wanted to come, but we thought you might need more time after what you've been through. They're waiting at the ranch. Mom's been getting your cabin ready for you. The bloody FBI really did a number on it. I bet. They took everything except the Wagoneer, since even they couldn't get it to move, Rafe said in an attempt at humor. Reece grunted. Where's Katie? She flew in with me. She's at the Broadmoor. She's been a wreck, brother. I don't think she's slept since they arrested you. Liz managed to talk her into staying at the hotel until I got you out. Liz Riley is here too? She flies for us in Thorn, Rafe explained. She still feels a debt to you for rescuing her in Iraq after her helo went down. Tim Thornton was Rafe's father-in-law, a Vietnam veteran, oil and gas magnate, and former senator. He still liked to fly his aircraft himself, but concerned with his advancing age, Rafe's father had convinced him to bring Liz along as his co-pilot on most of his adventures. "She has more than repaid it," Reece replied, remembering his cross-country flight with Liz at the controls of a Pilatus PC-12NG as he eliminated those who had a hand in killing his family. "I don't think she will ever see it that way. Why did you bring your mom's Land Cruiser?" "What do you think?" Rafe asked. Reece scanned the instrument panel of the old vehicle. "Nothing modern. Manual transmission, carbureted, cassette tape deck, no Bluetooth. No way to be targeted, surveilled, or listened in on." "That's right. It's clean. And I don't have his cell phone on me." "They gave me my wallet and my watch," Reece said, pointing to the watch that had once been worn by his father in the jungles of Vietnam. "Well, that's something, eh?" Rafe pulled into a scenic overlook opposite the Arkansas River, put the car in neutral, and yanked the parking brake. "What are we doing?" "Remember when I told you that they took everything?" "Yeah, it was like 1 minute ago." "Well, they did. They cleaned out the house, including all your weapons." "Figured as much." "The cocksuckers brought in a couple semi-trucks. I watched them through binos from a hide site on the hill. They couldn't believe the number of books." "Yeah, well, I guess they aren't big readers over there at the FBI. "Thought you might want this." Rafe opened the Tuffy console between the seats and handed Reece a holstered pistol. Reece pulled it from its leather, ejected the magazine, and tucked it under his leg before pushing down a manual safety on the left side and racking the slide rearward. A round ejected, which Reece caught. He then locked the slide to the rear and confirmed the chamber was clear. "Yours?" Reece asked. "It is. SIG P210 customized by Bruce Gray." "Where's the red dot sight on this thing?" Reece joked, twisting it in his hand as if searching for a modern reflex optic. His friend ignored the comment. "I know you can't handle the recoil of the 45 in my 1911s, hence this 9mm. Rafe smiled. "And I know how much you enjoy rich kid shit that someone else pays for." "You do have me there." "Bruce only built a few, so try not to lose it, or break it, or get it confiscated by the federal government." "Don't you worry," Reece said. "Mind if I dry fire it?" "Be my guest." Reece checked the chamber once more and rode the slide home out of respect for the gunsmith who had painstakingly customized the classic SIG pistol. He then rested his right thumb on the manual safety as he slowly pressed the trigger to the rear. Click. "That's nice. I might have to get one of these with your dad's credit card. I don't think it's expired yet." Rafe smiled and shook his head. Reece reinserted the magazine and racked the slide back once again, letting it slam forward to chamber around. He then pushed up the manual safety, ejected the magazine, and pressed the round he had caught moments earlier back into the top of the stack before reinserting the magazine and pulling down on it to ensure it was seated properly. "How many rounds in the mag?" Reece asked. 8. 8? Reece asked, performing a quick press check, as was his habit. "I am well aware that you usually need more than 8 rounds to hit your target, which is why that setup has 8 in the mag and 1 in the chamber." 9. Terrific. "This will require that you actually use your sights," Rafe said. "I'll consider it." "That pistol is AAF." "AAF? Accurate as fuck." "I'll remember that when I need a 10th round." "Here are 2 extra megs just in case." "Thank you, brother," Reece said. "And since I missed your birthday—" "Do you even know when my birthday is?" Reece interrupted. "I thought you might appreciate this." Rafe reached back into the center console and removed a blade and sheath. "Raphael Kayanan sent it. It's a Rat Sayok designed by Harley Elmore at Headhunter Blades." "You were not wrong, my friend." Reece had trained extensively in the Filipino martial arts in college with a local resident of Bozeman, Montana, who had emigrated from the Philippines. He had continued his training in the SEAL teams with the Sayok Tactical Group, and when he was deployed to Basilan Island in the southern Philippine archipelago, targeting the Abu Sayyaf Group, Moro Islamic Liberation Front, Jemaah Islamiyah, and Al-Qaeda-affiliated groups. 10,000 hands, Reece said as he removed the knife from its sheath and admired it in the late afternoon sun. "Pamana Tuhon Christopher Sayok, Sr." "That's right. When you draw your blade, 10,000 hands draw their blades with you," Reece said, quoting the Sayok Kali master. "Thought that would pair nicely with the SIG." "Thank you," Reece said, clipping the sheath into the appendix carry position. "And here's a new tourniquet, in case you cut yourself with that thing." Small, Reece observed. It's from Snakestaff Systems. Think of it as the equivalent of a subcompact pistol. Just carry it. Reece pulled it out and made sure he was familiar with how to attach it one-handed to both arms and his legs before shoving it into his pocket. Take this too, Rafe said. It's the new Dynamis Combat Flathead. Reece pulled the toughest flathead screwdriver in existence from its Kydex sheath and examined the innovative coating on the latest generation of one of his favorite tools. He resheathed it and clipped it to the inside of his left front pocket. And lastly, Rafe said as he reached back into the console, I think you are familiar with this. He handed Reece a Winkler Sayok tomahawk. This is your platoon gift, Reece said. It was, but I'll get another. On our guy. I want you to have this one. Welcome back. Reece hesitated, remembering the last time a former teammate had given him a tomahawk. Freddie Strain had given his to Reece on the agency plane en route to Ukraine. Hours later, he had taken a bullet on a rooftop in Odessa. Reece and Rafe had pounded their tridents into his casket the following week. Reece released the black bungee cord holding the sheath to the head of the ancient weapon, wrapped his hand around the wood handle in a punch grip just below the head, and ripped it from its sheath. He remembered separating Imam Hamadi Ismail Massoud's head from his body with a similar hawk, dispatching a guard in the catacombs in Odessa, slaying a giant of a man in the snow and ice of Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia, on his quest to find Rafe, fighting a team of Iranian mercenaries in Maryland, and finally burying it in the head of the sniper who had killed Freddie Strain. Reece returned it to its sheath. Okay, now that that's done, let's get you cleaned up. Broadmoor is about 45 minutes away, which is about 2 hours in this thing. Let's not keep Katie waiting. Reece thought back to that night in Montana. The ring had been in his pocket while he and Katie discussed the future over dinner in the cabin. Forgiveness. Leaving the agency. An archery shop, whiskey bar, cafe and bookstore. Abelard's. Then it had all been taken from him. Reece? Huh? I was just saying that Katie's waiting. Give me a minute. Reece leaned his head back. With his head back and eyes closed, Reece spent a few moments contemplating his newfound freedom and his next move. Free? No, not yet. Will you ever be free? Will Katie ever be safe? What's in that safe deposit box? Rafe? Yeah. What happened after they took me? Well, they questioned each of us individually, me, my mom and dad, and Katie. We didn't say shit until our lawyers got there. They had warrants to search all the homes on the property. I think it took all my dad's strength not to start slotting them. I am so sorry. Hey, don't you be sorry, brother. This is nothing compared to what they went through in Rhodesia. They were just worried about you, as we all were, as we all are. Yeah. Vic flew in just 2 days after. He filled us in on what he could, that an investigation had produced overwhelming evidence that you had nothing to do with the president's assassination. He was vague about where it came from, but I'm guessing you know. I do. Well, he explained that it was going to take some time to sort it out. Unbelievably, nothing about you leaked to the press. Vic told me. It became a mission to get you released, but to keep your name out of the media spotlight. We couldn't go public or request documents or information. We had to trust Vic. He got me out. Took his damn sweet time about it. They had to verify everything in the report. Did they? Did they what? Have to take 3 months? Let you rot in that hellhole? At the very least, they could have picked up the pace a bit. Fucking CIA. Rafe was not one with an affinity for the federal government. Katie is dying to see you. You ready? Reece looked down at the stainless steel watch on his wrist. Time. As fast as you are, even you can't outrun time. Maybe I'm trying to outrun something else? Time, Reece whispered. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm on your time, whatever you need. Reece ran his thumb over the scratched crystal, thinking about where it had been and what it had seen on his father's wrist. It was getting late. Shall we? Rafe asked. Not yet. There is someone we need to see first. Before Katie. Yes, head west. West? Broadmoor is northeast. I know. There's something I need to do. Pull in at a truck stop. I'll grab a burner phone and call Katie. You sure? I'm sure. I'll fill you in on the way. Rafe hesitated, studying his old friend. Then he released the emergency brake, put the Land Cruiser in gear, pulled back onto the road, and drove west. Chapter 17. The FJ-40 pushed toward the setting sun on U.S. Route 50 through southern Colorado, passing towns that time seemed to have forgotten: Buckskin Joe, Cotopaxi, Poncha Springs, Monarch, and White Pine. Freedom. Run, Reece, run with Katie. Forget the list, forget the key, forget the safe deposit box. I can't. That's not freedom. If I do, they'll never stop. Then stop them. I intend to. They had picked up a burner phone in Canyon City, which Reece used to make a call. Katie had answered on the first ring. When they were done, Reece dumped the phone in the gas station garbage can next to the pump where Rafe had filled up the Land Cruiser. How'd it go? Rafe asked. The way you'd imagine. Rafe just nodded. After catching Rafe up on what Vic had told him at Florence, Reece took in the beauty of the landscape with new eyes, appreciating every detail. He had not seen a sunset in 3 months. At Gunnison, they turned north onto 135, keeping the Gunnison River on their right until they veered onto the two-lane 742 toward Almont. Reece had traveled this road many times with his father and grandfather. For a moment he was lost among the pines, firs, aspens, and cottonwoods on this western edge of the Rockies, revisiting their brilliance through the innocent eyes of his youth. Though he had not known it at the time, while he was exploring its trails, constructing forts, building traps, and fishing, something else had been happening on the sprawling property. Something he had not recognized at the time. Pull over, this is it, Reece said. Rafe eased the vehicle to the side of the road, and the two former SEALs surveyed their surroundings. Corral fencing lined the property along the road for as far as one could see. An iron gate was set between two massive wood columns, offset with river rock around the base. A thick wooden beam stretched between the two supports. Most ranch entrances would have a clever name etched above the entrance, but a name on this beam was conspicuously missing. Not much in the way of security, Rafe noted. Visible anyway, Reece agreed. Let's check it out. Rafe glanced over his left shoulder to ensure it was safe to cross the road, then eased across and to the gate call box. Before he could roll down his window, the large wrought iron gate began to open. Looks like they were expecting us. Vic let him know. Do you remember the way? I remember, Reece confirmed. Rafe maneuvered through the gate and wound his way closer to the Taylor River. They heard it before they saw it in the dim twilight. I bet there are some big browns in there, Rafe said. That's why they chose this place. Poe's father was a true fly fisherman. Traveled all over the world but kept being drawn back to the Taylor. And it just so happened to be close enough to Mexico to fly in spies and defectors under the radar in the Cold War, Rafe said, echoing what Reece had told him on their drive. Certainly convenient for the CIA. Turn in here. Rafe veered off the gravel road, passing a long bunkhouse, and swung into a roundabout with a group of aspens in the middle. He parked behind a pearl green Lexus LX SUV in front of a modest log-framed home. It had been tastefully updated over the years, but retained its rustic charm. I prefer the high ground, Rafe noted, looking across the river and into the towering mountains. But, all in all, not a bad spot. The outside light came to life, bathing the driveway and small porch in a yellow glow. The screen door rattled open, and two black Labrador retrievers bounded down the steps and into the driveway, running circles around the new vehicle before chasing one another toward the tree line. A man stepped onto the deck, holding the screen door open with his foot, and nodded at the new vehicle. As expected, he had aged considerably in the decades since Reece had last seen him. He looked thin in the way of someone not afraid of a little hard work. His angular features reminded Reece of a hawk surveying his domain. He was clean-shaven and wore jeans, work boots, and a red and green Filson Mackinaw to ward off the evening chill. He slapped a tan Packer hat, a combination cowboy hat and fedora, against his left hand, before placing it over his dark gray hair. That's him, Reece said. Looks more mid-60s than early 80s. Rafe observed. Must be the mountain air. I know it's not clean living, Reece said, opening the door and stepping onto grounds he had once considered home. William Poe stepped down the stone entryway stairs that led to the driveway. He met Reece at the bottom, leather gloves in one hand and a silver whistle in the other.
"It's been a long time, lad."
"Yes, sir, it has." Reece extended his hand in greeting.
"I don't think much has changed,"
Poe said, looking back at the house. "It looks great. A lot of memories here," Reece said.
"For all of us,"
Poe responded.
"And this must be Rafe Hastings."
Rafe approached from the driver's side. "Yes, sir. Pleasure to meet you."
"Pleasure is all mine. I hear you make a mighty fine rifle, Mr. Hastings. I need to get my name on your waiting list."
"I'd be happy to move you to the top, sir."
"You apprenticed with Darcy Eccles in Utah, if my sources are accurate?"
"That's right, sir. Trying to keep the old ways alive."
"Yes, the old ways. Sometimes, even in today's world, they can still be effective. Been enjoying your articles as well. Written under S. Rainsford, I believe."
"You have reliable sources," Rafe confirmed, acknowledging the nom de plume he used to write articles in hunting and fishing journals.
"Most dangerous game, was it?"
"A nod to the old ways," Rafe said.
"And you,"
Poe said, shifting his attention back to Reece.
"You have been busy since I last saw you. When was that?"
86, maybe 87? I remember coming here to visit my grandfather with my dad in the old wagoneer, so it couldn't have been much past then."
"Ah, yes. Right before he passed away. My father and your grandfather, they were quite the pair on this ranch. They built a distillery in the bunkhouse one summer. Tasted like gasoline. I think they spent so much time here because they were the only two they could talk with about the war and what they did afterwards."
Vic filled me in on some of the history. Poe peered out into the darkness.
"There is a lot of history here, lad."
He raised the whistle to his lips and gave it a short, shrill blow.
"Castor! Pollux! Places!"
The two dogs tore from the woods to take their positions on either side of their master.
"Lads, this is Castor, and this is Pollux, my companions and confidants. Good thing they can't speak. Who knows what secrets they might divulge."
"May I?" Reece asked.
"Of course, they are friendly. Free?"
The dogs stepped to Reece and Rafe, who both offered the backs of their hands to the dogs' noses before kneeling down to get acquainted.
"Hey, boys,"
Reece said, smiling as he scratched them both behind the ears. "Beautiful dogs," Rafe commented before standing back up.
"Thank you. Dogs like these will never let you down,"
Poe said.
"As an administrative note, no cell service or internet here."
"It's not going to bother us," Rafe confirmed.
"You can actually think and breathe without interruption on this property. I have a landline in the main house, and you can make satellite calls from the field across the river. James, do you remember the bridge?"
"Yes, sir."
"It's a bit more robust now. The rains of '92 took the old one right out. The new one would probably survive a JDAM strike."
"Who takes care of the property now?" Reece asked.
"I've gone through a few caretakers over the years. Have a good one now, former Marine NCO Mike Bill. He lives with his family, his wife, Laura, 2 boys and a girl, in the house at the end of the road,"
Poe said, gesturing downriver.
"Keeps to himself for the most part, cares for the horses, maintains the roads, keeps them plowed in the winter. Doubt you will see them during your stay. He's working on a book about Afghanistan down there. He let me read a few chapters. It's not bad."
"Finally a book by someone other than a SEAL," Rafe quipped.
"Get cleaned up in the guest cottage,"
the old man directed, pointing to the long rectangular structure 100 yards west of the main house that they had passed on the way in.
"There are towels and new toothbrushes in the bathroom, jackets and blankets in the closet. I'll meet you on the back deck for cigars and whiskey in 15 minutes. Smoked duck, wild rice, salad, and a fairly average Malbec for dinner."
"It's good to be back, sir."
"It's good to have you back, James."
Reece nodded.
"There is something else in the bunkhouse for you. An old trunk." It has some of your father's and grandfather's items in it. I've been slowly collecting them over the years and setting them aside. I think that's about everything. I knew one day you would find your way back. They are yours. Get settled, and I'll see you at dinner. Castor, Pollux, follow." He looked at the land cruiser and then scanned the edge of the driveway before turning and walking back up the stairs, dogs on his heels, disappearing into the main house. Chapter 18. "Castor and Pollux?" Rafe asked, throwing his small pack on one of the 6 beds that lined the bunkhouse. He had black labs even then. He thought they would blend in better in his duck blinds. I remember walking the field across the river with him when I was young. He was always training his dogs for the winter at his duck hunting lodge in Arkansas. Back then, their names were Romulus and Remus. Romulus and Remus? Yep, the founders of Rome, Rafe noted. That's right. Poe's a student of history, of art, of warfare, but it is an interesting choice for dogs, considering Romulus kills Remus, Reece said. He strikes me as a man who doesn't do anything without a distinct purpose. Well, he certainly was familiar with you. He's an old spook, Rafe said. He was trained up by the generation that founded the OSS and then the CIA. You heard him, the old ways. He did his homework, and he wanted us to know it. He did. Reece sat down on a bed. A weathered old OD green footlocker had been placed in front of it. This must be it, Reece said. Must be. Do you want to be alone? Rafe asked. No, I think I've spent enough time alone lately. The brass locking clasps were tarnished, and the leather carrying handle had long since rotted and been torn away. Reece reached forward, undid the clasps, and pushed the top open on its hinges. In the dim light of the bunkhouse, it was initially difficult to see what was inside, so Rafe grabbed a reading lamp and held it closer to the trunk. A stack of journals and books occupied the left-hand side. On the other, on top of what looked to be a green field jacket and a sweater, was something Reece and Rafe both instantly recognized. Not many of those around, especially in that condition, Rafe observed. Reece reached inside and removed the 9mm Smith & Wesson M39 from the chest. Better known in the SEAL teams as the Mark 22 Hush Puppy, it had earned a legendary reputation in the jungles of Vietnam for silently eliminating sentries and guard dogs. A black skeletonized stock was affixed to the back of the grip, allowing a shooter to shoulder it as one would a rifle. Reece ejected the 13-round magazine and confirmed it was empty before pulling back the slide and locking it to the rear. It was difficult to be sure the chamber was empty in the poor light, so Reece reached his pinky inside to be certain. Clear and safe, he said. I've only seen photos of those, Rafe said. Yeah. I guess they weren't as strict with inventories back in the Vietnam days, Reece said. At least not in the SEAL teams. Or maybe it's from his time at the agency? Look at this. High-profile front and rear sights so you can use them with this suppressor, Reece said, tapping the 5-inch-long can attached to the threaded barrel. And check that out, Rafe said, pointing to the slide lock. That makes it a single-shot pistol. Yep. No sound from the slide cycling to reload the next round. Is the holster in there? Rafe asked. Reece dug his hand into the footlocker and pulled out a box of 9mm Super Vel subsonic ammunition. Rafe whistled. And the holster, Reece said, pulling out a long leather holster. Jeez, look at that thing, it's gigantic. I didn't think there was much we could add to the arsenal back in Montana, but this is one we don't yet have. Well, you, my friend, are starting your collection from scratch if we can't get your weapons back from the FBI or ATF or whoever has them now. This is a good start, Reece said, and you never know when you might need it. Isn't that the truth? Since you just got out of prison, I will do my best to ensure you get one good night of rest before you need to put it to use. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. What else is in there? Let's see, Reece said, pulling out an extremely worn set of blue jeans and a tiger-striped camouflage field shirt. The unofficial uniform of SEALs and SOG in Vietnam, Rafe said. If this stuff could talk, Reece said. What's that? Rafe asked, pointing into the trunk. Reece set down the jeans and shirt and reached back inside. Whoa. Your dad's Randall? Reece removed a large knife in a worn leather sheath. I remember seeing this when I was a kid, Reece said.
Rafe tipped the lamp closer to get a better look as Reece removed the blade from its sheath. Still in great shape, Rafe noted as Reece examined the classic knife in the light. The tan sheath had darkened over the years, the water of the Mekong Delta having mixed with sweat, blood, and the dirt of the jungle. A green verdigris was visible around the copper rivets, as was to be expected. A small sharpening stone was stored in a snapped compartment on the scabbard. Reece set the sheath down and tested the blade with his thumb. Still sharp, he said. Of course, Tom Reece put it away sharpened, Rafe said. Take care of your gear, and your gear will take care of you, Reece said, echoing the mantra bludgeoned into all SEALs during training. The 5-inch stainless steel blade displayed the scuffs and scars of a hard-use knife carried into combat in Southeast Asia. Serrations ran along a portion of the spine, rising like aggressive sentinels, ready to rip and tear their way through obstacles on mission. The original hollow hilt was wrapped in neoprene that had long since begun to deteriorate. What's in the hilt? Rafe asked. Reece twisted the brass cap. It still had a strip of leather attached to a lanyard ring. It turned easily. Reece turned it toward his palm, expecting to find a P-38 can opener, an emergency fishing kit, waterproof matches, and fire-starting material. Instead, what slid out was a golden lapel pin. What the hell is that? Asked Rafe. Not sure, Reece replied, turning it over in his hand. It's old, whatever it is. OSS. Whose was it? I don't know, Reece said. My grandfather's, maybe. I always knew he was Scouts and Raiders in World War II, and that they did operations at the behest of the OSS, but Vic just told me he did some work for the agency in the early days. Reece examined it more closely before sliding it back into the hilt and reattaching the end cap. Something tells me Poe has answers. And I don't think he is someone who appreciates being kept waiting. Reece set the pistol and the knife back in the case and closed the lid. You would be right. Besides, I'm starving. Let's eat. Chapter 19. Gentlemen, ice, crystal, and an assortment of whiskies on the table. Nothing too fancy, I'm afraid, the old spymaster said, his breath visible in the cold night air. The two former frogmen walked across a section of lawns separating the guest cottage from the main house and ascended the steps to the deck that overlooked the Taylor River. Thank you, sir. After the last 3 months, I am more than ready, Reece said. Haven't you eaten? We stopped in Florence and got him 2 husky burgers and fries, but he suspected that one of the burgers had come within inches of mayonnaise, so he wouldn't touch it, Rafe said. So I see you didn't outgrow your aversion to mayo. Disgusting, Reece said. Well, take a look at these, Poe said, lifting the lid on the old Weber charcoal grill, gray smoke wafting toward the heavens. Green heads and a few teal from Arkansas. I just love the way they taste on Kingsford briquettes. I know there are fancier ways to grill now, but I've always liked the taste of these birds on this old grill. I get a new one about every 20 years from the local hardware store in Almont when they rust out. I hope to make one more purchase before I pass over to the other side. Help yourselves. If you notice anything expensive over there, rest assured it was a gift. Can I get you anything? Rafe asked. Way ahead of you both, he said, holding up a cocktail. Cheers, lads. Thank you for making the trip. I am aware that this might not be how you wanted to spend your first night out of federal custody, James. I understand you have a girlfriend who would very much like to see you. The 3 men took sips and moved to the edge of the deck overlooking the river. A light breeze rustled the aspens as the dogs stood guard around the Weber. To tell you the truth, I think this is just what I needed, Reece said, looking out across the river to the field beyond. Your father used to come here, after a mission. He would sit on this deck with me and your grandfather. In the early days, he'd have a cigarette. Your grandfather would have a cigar, and I'd have a pipe. Always liked that sweet tobacco. How has your fly fishing progressed? I'm afraid it hasn't. Sorry to hear that. Tom spent a lot of time on that water out there, Poe said, tipping his drink toward the river. Did he come here to debrief? A few times. But more often than not, we talk about fishing, horses, the ranch.
It became like a decompression stop for him, a place for him to recharge. He came once or twice after your grandfather died. I think there was a lot left unsaid between them. This deck, the mountains, the river, they offered him a connection to his father.
How did my grandfather come to work here? Reece asked. I always thought he just found a job after the war, but Vic insinuated it might be something else.
Oh, it's more, James. Hold on a minute. Don't want to overcook the ducks, he said, moving to the Weber. Castor, Pollux, places, he said, pointing to 2 dog beds on the deck against the house. Scoundrels. They love duck. I cooked enough for them, too.
Where did you get your dogs, Mr. Poe? Rafe asked.
Rescues. I could have gotten dogs from a kennel or flown to Scotland with some of my waterfowl friends from Arkansas for the pick of the litter, but I prefer to get them from a shelter, train them up, give them a life. Truth is, they give me a life.
Can we help with anything? Reece asked.
Salad and rice are done and already on the inside table. These ducks are almost there,
he said, pressing on the top of the largest one with his thumb.
Oh, yes. See, you want to put the briquettes on that side of the grill. Keep the ducks on this side. Really smoke them. Hold that cutting board for me, will you, James?
Reece picked up the cutting board and held it, as Poe used the tongs to remove the ducks.
These are ready, he said. Castor, Pollux, beds.
They entered the main house through glass doors, followed by the 2 labs, who immediately went to their flannel-covered dog beds. A fire flickered behind the glass of a wood-burning stove in the corner opposite 2 overstuffed leather chairs. The dining room table was set for 3, illuminated by an antler chandelier.
Just set that there,
Poe said, pointing to the table as he removed his hat and coat, hanging them on a rack against the wall. Reece placed the cutting board on the table and removed his hat and coat, as did Rafe.
I know. It could use a woman's touch,
Poe said, motioning to the shelves filled with books and duck decoys.
Looks just like I remember it, Reece said. Not much has changed. More books. Additional decoys. Less company. Please sit, he said. If you will allow me before we begin.
He bowed his head in prayer. The 2 young men followed suit.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for these magnificent ducks you have provided us this evening, and for the steady hand that brought them down. We think of those in service to this great nation around the globe tonight, and ask that you watch over them and keep them safe. We also ask that you look out for their families while they are away, and pray that they be reunited soon. We thank you for the safe return of James Reece, who has been away from this ranch for too long, and if we put on waders tomorrow morning, we ask for a good bite. In your hallowed name we pray. Amen.
Amen, Reece and Rafe echoed.
Let's eat. Serve yourselves. Pass the wine. It's a 2017 Angelica Zapata Malbec.
Poe swirled the wine in his glass and brought it to his nose.
Black fruit with hints of cocoa and oak. You don't have to spend a fortune for a nicely balanced, medium-bodied red that pairs well with duck.
Reece sliced into the blood-red meat and tasted his first wild game since imprisonment. He closed his eyes, savoring the taste. Heavenly. He opened his eyes to see Poe studying him.
You know you had your first duck right here at this table?
I don't remember, Reece admitted.
You were young, maybe 5 years old. You couldn't get enough of it. That was 2 rusty Webers ago.
The old man smiled, pointing with his steak knife to an empty chair at the end of the table.
Your grandfather sat there. My father had just passed away, and I was recently divorced from my second wife. She got the house in Georgetown. Your grandfather told me that next time, instead of getting married, I should just find a woman I don't like and buy her a house.
Reece and Rafe laughed. I didn't know my grandfather was that funny.
Oh, he was. Not around kids. That generation believed that children were to be seen, not heard.
That's how I remember him.
He was a great man, your grandfather. Complicated, but great nonetheless. I wish I had recorded some of the conversations between him and my dad. Now they are gone forever, may they rest in peace.
What did they talk about?
The war, the OSS, the good old days. I know more about both of them from people I worked with at the agency than I ever heard from either of them.
Oh?
I was brought into the CIA by that generation. Their fight was with Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. China, Burma, the Balkans, the Philippines, Albania, North Africa. They had been in the trenches and had to reposition for a new adversary in a new age.
The nuclear age, Rafe said.
Yes. They saw storm clouds on the horizon well before the end of the war.
My grandfather stayed on? Reece asked.
Well, as you know, the OSS was disbanded after the war. Your grandfather was there at the Riverside ice skating rink in September 1945 when Donovan gave his final speech to the troops. Roosevelt was a supporter. Truman was not. Though Donovan was ultimately vindicated when the CIA was created to oversee foreign intelligence collection in 1947.
I've never heard that.
There is a lot you haven't heard. Your grandfather wasn't just present for that occasion. He was one of the 14 commandos that Donovan pinned medals on during the ceremony. His citation remains classified.
Is that what Vic meant when he told me my connection to the agency ran deeper than I knew?
Possibly. But I doubt Mr. Rodriguez knows that story. He certainly is not aware that everyone in that room— the ice was replaced with wooden floorboards to transform it into an office during the war— was given a certificate as a thank you for their service.
Not much has changed.
They also had gold lapel pins with OSS engraved on them for those who served during the war. The catch was you had to pay for them. $1. Your grandfather refused.
Now that I believe, Reece said, looking to Rafe.
My father would hear nothing of it and purchased it for him. They joked about that pin for the rest of their lives. I think he gave it to your dad shortly before he passed away.
Mystery of the OSS pin solved. How do they know each other? Reece asked.
They met in the Pacific. Your grandfather was with the Scouts and Raiders, but they conducted operations in conjunction with the OSS, which is how he met and befriended my father. They both worked with Ed Lansdale in the Philippines.
The Edward Lansdale?
The man himself. I didn't meet Lansdale until Vietnam. He had already started the Saigon military mission and had retired from the Air Force and the agency, but he was back in a State Department capacity while still very much in the employ of the CIA. I first met him with Daniel Ellsberg in Saigon.
Daniel Ellsberg? Of the Pentagon Papers? Rafe asked.
The very one. You have to remember the CIA and U.S. military were not what they are today. Those with World War II intelligence and early Cold War insurgency and counterinsurgency experience all knew each other, and they were recruiting the next generation of operatives.
Of which you were a part, Reece stated.
I was, and it was an honor. I had been born to privilege, but I was also raised by a man who had made his fortune in shipbuilding and then helped create the OSS for God and country. I'm a working man at heart, and intelligence was in my blood.
I read about the Philippines and Vietnam in Lansdale's book, Reece said.
Ah, yes,
Post said, taking another sip of wine.
That book only covers his life up until 1956. It's the decade after, when things get exceedingly interesting.
He continued to work in Vietnam, didn't he?
Among other places,
Poe confirmed.
Unfortunately, all of his personal papers were destroyed in a fire that broke out in his home library in 1972. Most of the written records from that time at the CIA have long since been destroyed.
The CIA is good at that, Rafe said.
That they are, Poe confirmed. Congress hauled him in front of the Church Committee in 75. I think he was the only person to appear without an attorney by his side. By that point, he was done with the secret world.
I can understand why, Reece said.
You met Lansdale once,
Poe said. I did?
Right here. He threw a football to you on the front lawn.
What was he doing here?
Drinking, mostly. But he was here to talk with your dad at the behest of your grandfather and my father. It was long past caring about non-disclosures. I think he felt disenfranchised. He devoted his life to a country that thanked him for World War II, but then ignored him on Vietnam. The fire in his library did more than destroy his books and papers. The smoke inhalation led to his wife's death. He never got over it.
Reece shook his head.
Tragic. That it was, personally and professionally.
Why did my dad want to meet with him here?
Have you ever heard of Operation Mongoose?
The CIA program to kill Castro?
Kill or delegitimize, dethrone, but yes. I talked with your father about it, many times over the years.
And why is that?
Poe paused. He was looking for connections.
Connections?
Remember, this is the late 1970s, early 1980s. Your dad was now at the CIA, a case officer, but he had an agenda.
An agenda?
He was searching for answers.
On what?
Vietnam. Connections between the CIA, Cuba, Vietnam, and the Soviet Union.
Trust no one, his father's letter had read. I don't understand.
James, when your dad returned from Vietnam, his war wasn't over. He'd lost teammates. Others were MIA. There were suspicions that POWs were flown to the Soviet Union and exploited for intelligence.
I've heard that before. What do you think?
Reece asked. I think he was right. The Soviets had spies in place at the CIA, NSA, and FBI for strategic-level intelligence. We know that. Angleton was convinced of it, but it had been a while since they had someone with tactical-level intelligence in one of their interrogation facilities.
Since Powers? Reece asked.
Yes. They had Gary Powers for almost 2 years after he was shot down in his U-2 in 1960. He was a pilot. They needed operators. Many of the Green Berets and SEALs rotating through tours in Vietnam also had served on teams to counter another threat.
They'd served in Berlin, Rafe said.
Yes. It wasn't all jungle ambushes for the men with green faces back in the 60s. Some had knowledge the Soviets desperately needed, namely information on the ADM-4 and its successor, the SADM.
Special Atomic Demolitions Munitions, Reece said. Suitcase nukes.
The Soviets were developing their own man-portable tactical nuclear weapons, but with the United States positioned in NATO countries with troops trained to deter and defend against a Soviet invasion through the Fulda Gap, they needed intelligence on our capabilities.
And there was a group of men in Vietnam who could provide them with exactly that.
Precisely. Some designated green light teams had been trained to parachute into Eastern Europe with SADMs. Others were pre-positioned behind enemy lines. It was part of a limited nuclear war strategy popular in military and intelligence circles at the time. The intent was to slow the Soviet advance from East Germany and Czechoslovakia. The Soviets needed to know our capabilities and targets. Operators in Vietnam had that intel, and it wasn't just the Soviet threat. They had been trained to use what they called the backpack nuke in Korea, and Iran as well. They were a wealth of information, and their capture in Vietnam was an opportunity for the Soviets to exploit.
And my dad thought some of his MACV-SOG teammates were among those POWs transferred to the Soviet Union?
He did. But that's not why he came to work for the CIA.
I always thought it was a natural progression from SEAL to CIA.
It would seem that way. But there is more. His spotter was killed by a sniper in '67. That's why he kept going back. He was searching.
Searching for what?
The man who killed his spotter.
How could he possibly know? Even if he did inadvertently come across him.
Because he called in an airstrike after his spotter was killed, decimated the hillside. He was ordered to retreat, but went in to pass back his battle damage assessment. Do you know what he found?
What?
An SVD-63.
A Dragunov?
Yes, and a tunnel complex. He was making entry with his 1911 when an NVA battalion emerged from over the hill, and he went on E&E. When he was finally recovered, they went back to the hillside. The NVA were gone, but his partner wasn't. Reece set down his wine glass. They had stripped him naked. The trees had been destroyed, so the NVA sharpened a branch and impaled him, from his anus to his lungs. And as if that wasn't enough, they cut off his genitals and stuffed them in his mouth. Left him there on the smoldering hillside, with his dick and balls in his throat like a goddamn scarecrow. No wonder he never talked about it. The Dragunov had been mangled in the airstrike, totally inoperable. The enemy took the optic, but they left the rifle, hanging from the sling around his neck. And of course they booby-trapped it with a grenade, but that was disarmed before Tom and his teammates lowered him down. They had to remove that tree limb from their dead friend before they could zip him into a body bag. The NVA wanted to let the Americans know that there was a sniper in the jungle. A sniper with a Soviet SVD-63. As you well know, few combatants on the battlefield wield as much psychological terror as a lone man trained in the art of long-distance shooting. I'm aware. When he got home, he was lost. Happened with a lot of veterans back then.
Happens with a lot of veterans today, Rafe offered.
Yes. It is a bill that comes due for every society that sends young men to war.
Reese's eyes narrowed.
But you knew him. You had worked with him in the Phoenix program.
I had. He had a gift, your father. A gift I understand you inherited.
You recruited him?
I did. You offered him a mission. I had a list of Soviet GRU snipers advising NVA elements in 1967.
He was planning to track them down.
Every one of them. I'd lost men, too, in the Phoenix program. Project Delta, MACV SOG. Teams would leave the wire and disappear, operating off intelligence provided by the CIA. My intel.
You suspected there was someone on the inside? A mole?
I did. Or, I should say, I do.
Present tense?
There is just too much that has gone unexplained. The Soviets, now the Russians, think long-term. Not as long as the Chinese, but longer than we do. We expect instant gratification. The Russians will wait decades. The Chinese, centuries.
And you suspected that men who had worked for you and disappeared in Vietnam were taken to the Soviet Union?
As you know, intelligence is different from evidence in a criminal case. The men in government and at the highest levels of the agency are lawyers and bankers. They act off evidence. Intelligence is a different animal altogether. They never understood that. We as an agency had, intelligence that there were American pilots and Special Forces soldiers from MACV SOG at camps scattered across the Soviet Union, kept in solitary confinement from Moscow to Siberia. Some remained in Laos and Cambodia, so when the Vietnamese government said there were no U.S. service members in Vietnam, they were technically telling the truth. We got close to launching a Delta mission to extract one of them in 1981. The intel was as solid as it comes.
What happened? Rafe asked.
It was called off at the last minute.
Why?
A story about POWs in Vietnam broke in the Washington Post. Then another was published in Parade magazine. The powers that be used those articles as an excuse not to launch. It was only a year after Delta's failed hostage rescue mission in Iran. Senior-level army officers, politicians, intelligence officials, and bureaucrats were not about to risk another black mark on their records. With the enemy now alerted through those articles, the chance of the prisoners being moved was too high. It would have also been a perfect opportunity to draw Delta into an ambush. Those stories scuttled the mission. I thought we really had a chance.
Who leaked to the Post?
Nobody knows. We could have still pulled it off.
Who exactly canked the op? Reece asked.
They didn't tell us back then. It came from the highest levels.
The White House?
Or the agency's 7th floor. Someone didn't want to let the genie out of the bottle.
But you still had a mission.
I did, and it happened to overlap with your father's. Unlike Tom Reece, I understood the mechanisms of government. I wanted to work within that system. Tom wanted to burn it down.
How could he hide all this? How did I never know?
He compartmentalized it. He wanted to be a father, a present father to you. His dad was of a different generation, one that locked away what they did in the war and got to work. Raising kids was for the women. That's just how it was. Tom wanted to break the cycle, so he was one Tom Reece on the job and another Tom Reece to you. Do you know what they called him in Vietnam?
Reece shook his head.
Skinner.
Skinner, Reece repeated.
There was nobody as good in the woods as Tom Reece.
And this has something to do with why Russian intelligence wants me dead?
I don't know, lad. I do know that he was putting together a file on everything he'd collected. Powerful people at the agency and in Russia have a vested interest in making sure those files never see the light of day. There are still documents from the Kennedy assassination that remain classified 60 years after the fact and have remained classified, even after congressional mandates, laws have ordered their release.
The Kennedy assassination?
Tom was looking into any connections between the Soviet Union and Vietnam, and those in government service who may have hidden those connections or facilitated that relationship.
Why would someone want to hide or downplay a relationship between the Soviet Union and Vietnam? Reece asked.
Because some of those connections could lead back to those in our intelligence agencies in the employ of the Soviets.
That's an aggressive undertaking for one man, Reece observed.
He wasn't alone. He had me, and he had an ally in Congress. He was building his case. For my own safety, he never told me where he kept the evidence he collected. Did he ever give you a key to a safe deposit box? I think that's where he was storing it.
No, Reece lied again.
He was convinced he had almost everything he needed, but he was always missing that one final piece.
How were you involved? Reece asked.
I was what they used to call a rabbi. Someone who could look out for a more junior intelligence officer, a mentor. I played that role until Iran-Contra. That was my cue to get out and move on. I tendered my resignation the day Casey died. Then I assisted from the outside.
How?
I took a position with the World Bank and then the International Monetary Fund. Money wasn't an issue for me. My father had made certain of that. I had connections, personal and professional, that were in demand. And I had institutional knowledge.
What kind of institutional knowledge?
The kind that they get nervous about you testifying to under oath in front of Congress.
Like the church and Pike committees?
Exactly. But your father had another reason for continuing his hunt.
Which was?
He felt responsible for another death, and this one he thought he could do something about.
Another death from Vietnam?
No. Closer to home. He was working with a congressman, Walter Stowe.
He was gunned down on his boat in Rhode Island, wasn't he?
He was. He was also the man your father was working with in Congress to expose the Soviet program of transporting U.S. service members to the USSR. They both thought, as did I, that their off-the-books investigation had been compromised. Your father believed that is why Congressman Stowe was killed.
Wasn't his wife shot as well?
She was. But there is something else. Something the newspapers left out about that day.
What's that?
There was another man there. He was waiting for the congressman and his wife at the yacht club.
He saw the assassin shoot Congressman Stowe, but it happened before he could do anything. He was bringing his pistol up when the congressman's wife, Martha, was hit. He took a 100-yard pistol shot, hit the assassin in the chest. He ran to the dock and put another one in his head before diving into the water to rescue Martha. Did an emergency tension pneumothorax decompression right there on the dock. Saved her life. Who was it? Your dad, James. It was Tom Reece. I can't believe I didn't know any of this. What happened to Martha? She made a full recovery, though she retreated from public life to raise her children out of the spotlight. Where is she now? She still lives on her family's estate on Martha's Vineyard. Your dad worked with her to find her husband's killer for the rest of his life. I thought you said he killed the assassin on the dock. He did, but that was a low-level gun for hire. There were no digital footprints back then, no emails, no cell tower hits, nor GPS embedded in mobile devices or in vehicles. The secrets died with the shooter. My father wanted to know who paid for the bullet, Reece stated. He did. And now, so do I. Chapter 20. Interstate 70 West, Utah-Colorado border. The drive from Los Angeles to Las Vegas was uneventful. The paperwork in both the Tahoe and the Suburban was legit, and though the drivers were not the owners of the vehicles, the registration and tags were up to date. Aram had inspected both personally before they departed. Headlights, taillights, brake lights, turn signals, all were in working order. Maintaining the speed limit was the toughest part, but they had strict instructions. Use the cruise control to go 3 miles an hour over the posted limit so as not to stand out amongst the onslaught of vehicles hurtling up Interstate 15 toward Sin City. Any deviation from those instructions, and Aram would be held accountable. The Armenian Mafia, better known as Armenian 13, was not to be trifled with. Aram Sivaslian had missed the North Hollywood gunfight that put the Armenian Mafia on the FBI's radar. He was too young. He'd been recruited in 2011 when a slew of federal indictments devastated its ranks. Aram had been instructed to join the military. Armenian Power, by then known as Armenian 13 due to links with the Mexican Mafia, wanted to build an army. The 2008 North Hollywood shootout, in which over 50 shots were fired, had resulted in only 2 fatalities. That event had taught them that to build an army, one needed training. Aram spent his time in the Army attached to a field artillery battalion of a brigade combat team. Even though he didn't become a Special Forces soldier, Aram still qualified on his M4 carbine and Beretta M9 pistol. He did his time and managed to stay out of trouble as he had been ordered. He then returned to L.A., to a life of crime. Eager to prove himself, he did a year for armed robbery in Chino. The DA had dropped the kidnapping charges. Since then, he had continued his rise up the ranks, working with La M, running drugs from San Diego to Los Angeles. 2 men in Aram's crew had fought in the Syrian civil war. They had been sent there to gain experience. They had gained notoriety in Los Angeles organized crime circles when they were captured on video and recognized on a cable news broadcast. All 9 had proven themselves to Armenian Power leadership. A year ago, they had descended on the home of one of their members suspected of cooperating with the FBI. They made the snitch sit on his couch and watch as they smashed in the heads of his mother and aging grandparents with baseball bats. They then shot his father before turning their guns on the traitor. Armenian Power was still small when compared to La M, MS-13, La 18, the Chicago outfit, or the Bratva. They made most of their money through racketeering, prostitution, extortion, and protection within their own communities. Aram liked the money, the clothes, the cars, and the women, and as odd as it seemed, he liked the responsibility. He was seen as someone who could be trusted. His crew got the job done. It was unusual that Armenian Power would stray so far from L.A., but when he pulled into the warehouse on the outskirts of Vegas in the early afternoon, he understood why. This was a favor between the leaders of the Bratva and Armenian power. The Russian mafia was tasking his crew with a mission. Whatever money or favors traded hands at the higher levels was lost on Aram. His crew would make a significant amount of money, which he correctly guessed was a small percentage of what was exchanged up the chain. They had been told to dress in conservative attire and, if stopped, to say they were going to Vegas for their friend's bachelor party. They had traveled this far without weapons. That would not be the case for the remainder of the journey. All the more reason to use that cruise control. The Bratva contacts gave them what they would need once they arrived in Colorado. 2 ARs, 2 shotguns, 5 suppressed Glocks, 3 push-to-talk radios, and 4 helmets fitted with night vision. "These sighted in?" Aram had asked. "I don't know. It doesn't matter. Get close. Use the Glocks. Make this look like a robbery gone wrong. Make it sloppy," the large Russian dictated. They loaded everything into the backs of the SUVs and covered the equipment with camping gear also provided by the Bratva. "What the fuck is all this?" one of Aram's crew had asked. "I'm not fucking camping." "It's cover," Aram said. "We aren't fucking camping. We are going to do the job and then get back to Vegas to party. Tomorrow night you will be spending your car on hookers and blow in the Cosmo. Get to it and don't bring any of this back," the Russian said. Aram nodded, loaded his crew back into their vehicles, and continued toward their target. Chapter 21. Rafe sat on his bed looking across the bunkhouse at his friend. The bathroom light at the end of the structure was on, casting shadows across the floor. The lights in the main house were off, the old man having long since retired upstairs to his bed. Rafe had placed a call to Liz from Poe's landline, asking her to fly to Almont the next morning and file a flight plan from there to Martha's Vineyard. His parents had once owned a house there but sold it after the kids had grown. They were much more comfortable in the mountains of Montana. Reece mumbled something in his sleep that Rafe couldn't decipher. Listen to that sixth sense. It had kept his mother and father alive in Rhodesia, and it had done the same for Rafe in Iraq and Afghanistan. The man across from him had assembled a team of former SEALs and planned a rescue mission into Russia to save Rafe's life. Reece had sent 2 arrows through the chest of the man who had killed Rafe's sister. He had then carried his wounded friend up what amounted to a cliff and gotten him out of the country to medical care. It was a debt that Rafe could never repay. Reece had just spent 3 months in solitary confinement. 3 months in the dark. Until Rafe was certain his blood brother was on the mend, he was going to be his guardian angel. Reece needed rest. That meant Condition White from Colonel Cooper's color code. Completely, situationally unaware. Security was almost non-existent on the ranch. It seemed like the old man had either resigned himself to his fate or believed the grudges of long ago had expired. Maybe he was ready for the grave. Rafe was not. He was now a father, married to a woman he loved. His life would not be possible without Reece having risked everything to save him. And Reece and Katie would not be safe until they had figured out what was happening, why Reece had been set up, and what was in that safe deposit box. The shelves held books on hunting and fishing and the flora and fauna specific to the Rocky Mountain region. Copies of Gray's Hunting Journal, in which S. Rainsford had penned a few stories, were stacked on a coffee table in front of a small sofa. A desk with an old brass lamp was set against one of the windows that overlooked the river, and an old Orvis bamboo fly rod was mounted to the wall above. A wood-burning stove kept them warm while an open window let in the fresh mountain air. The soothing noise of the river was peaceful. It could also mask the sounds of anyone approaching out of the night. Sixth sense. Rafe stood. His blood brother was out cold, his first night out of confinement in 3 months. He seemed to be adjusting quickly, maybe too quickly. Rafe walked to the bathroom and turned off the light. He then pulled on his Sitka jacket, moved to the door that led to the deck off the bunkhouse, and made his way to the back of the Land Cruiser. He unlatched a clasp on the bumper, swung the spare tire carrier to the side, and opened the ambulance-style doors. He unzipped a soft weapons case next to a small Eberle stock pack and removed a long black rifle. To the untrained eye, it looked like an M4 on steroids. To the initiated, It was recognizable as a Knight's Armament SR-25 7.62 by 51 mm sniper weapons system. Rafe was intimately familiar with the SR-25, having relied on it and its Mark 11 Mod 0 variant both in Iraq and Afghanistan. Rafe's father, Jonathan, had purchased the rifle in its SR-25 configuration 20 years earlier, when Knights sold the package used by SEALs on the open market as a commemorative edition. A suppressor was attached to the barrel, and a Surefire Scout Light and PEQ-2A IR laser aiming device graced the rail. Rafe rolled the rifle to the left and pulled back on the charging handle, confirming there was a round chambered by feeling it with his finger. He ensured the weapon was on safe, and then reached into a pocket on the outside of the soft case, removing a UNS night vision optic, also known as a PVS-22. He attached it in front of the Mark IV LRT 3.5 to 10 by 40 M3 Leupold scope, turned it on, and raised the rifle. The device turned the darkness into familiar shades of green. He had scouted positions on the way in and knew exactly where he was going. He would have preferred to put a protective detail on the man he considered a brother, but right now the number of people Rafe trusted could be confined to one hand. There were too many unknowns in the puzzle he had just begun to put together, and until that puzzle was complete, Rafe was going to mitigate what he could. Both the main house and the bunkhouse were dark. No dogs barked to break the stillness of the night. The only sounds were the crickets and the calm lapping of the river cutting through the property as it made its way from various tributaries above the Taylor Park Reservoir to the Colorado River and eventually into the Gulf of California in northwestern Mexico. Rafe shouldered the light pack, closed the back of the Land Cruiser, and walked into the night. Chapter 22. They came just after 3 o'clock a.m. Someone in this crew had military experience, Rafe thought. The group patrolled along the edge of the road. Rafe knew they felt safe on the road at this time of night. It allowed them to move faster and with less noise than had they approached through the bush. Headlights and the sound of an engine would alert them of an approaching vehicle and give them time to scatter into the tree line. They moved as though they knew exactly where they were going. They had either been here before, been briefed by someone familiar with the property, or studied Google Earth. Steady, Rafe. Make sure these aren't lost hikers and neighbors. Don't press this trigger out of paranoia. He remembered what Tom Reece had once told them. It's not paranoia if somebody is really after you. A sleeping bag provided insulation from the elements to ward off hypothermia and provide some semblance of countermeasures from anyone who might be scanning the area with the thermal. The outside of the bag remained cold, while the inside kept Rafe warm and ready to fight. 4 men, single file, east side of the road. No comms with Reece or Poe. Can you drop them all? Yes. What if there are more? Wait. Do they have weapons? Can't tell yet. Hold. You need to warn Reece. How do you do that? Rafe reached forward and carefully removed the suppressor from the end of the barrel. Chapter 23. Aram led his element through the night. His orders were to make it look like white trash meth heads looking for a quick score. A robbery gone bad. That shouldn't be too hard to pull off. Most of the landowners in this part of the world with fancy ranches were back at their primary homes in California, Florida, or New York. Meth addicts would think they had an easy score on their hands. When they surprised the owners, they panicked and had to kill them. Bodies wouldn't be found for days, maybe weeks. The key was not to make it look too professional. Aram knew that wouldn't be a problem. His crew was not known for professionalism. They were feared for their brutality. If everyone on site was found with 2 shots to the head, that would raise eyebrows, even with local law enforcement. The shotguns and ARs were reserved for backup. Even out here in the boonies, someone might hear the echo and wonder what was happening in the middle of the night along the river. Aram and his crew would riddle their targets with 9mm rounds and then head for Vegas. 3 people were on the target list, and there were 2 structures on site. They did not have confirmation as to which house their targeted individuals would be sleeping in, so they had decided to hit both buildings and kill everyone inside. They would then trash both, steal anything of value, and be gone before the sun came up. When it came to hits, this one was on the lower end of the difficulty scale. Still, one could not be too careful, which was why he had a second element approaching from upriver. Splitting $150,000 between the 9 of them wasn't bad for one night's work. Their marks had made the mistake of crossing the Bratva, a mistake that had left them with only a few more minutes of life. Maybe Aram and his crew would spend 2 nights in Vegas on the return trip to celebrate. In less than 20 minutes, they would be able to afford it. They knelt at the edge of the driveway. These are not hikers or neighbors. Wait until you see their hands. From 75 yards away, Rafe could not make out what they were saying, but they appeared to be talking. Through the night vision optic, Rafe saw something light up. On nods, the smallest light is amplified. A push to talk. Shit, there's another group. He's talking to someone. Rafe raised his head from the scope and looked toward the main house. A light went on and then off in the tree line just past Poe's residence. Rafe dropped his head back to the scope. The element he had been watching stood. Pistols with suppressors. Enemy. Decision time. Engage. Rafe's rifle was dialed into his Hunter Zero of 250 yards, meaning at any distance from 50 to 300, he was going to connect with his intended target. He could cover the entire target area without adjusting for elevation. Rafe exhaled slowly as he flipped off the safety and exerted even pressure back on the trigger. Chapter 24. Reece was on a knee looking up into Katie's deep blue eyes, ring in his hand, a future ahead with the woman he loved. Katie, I'm done with the agency. I'm done with the government. If you'll have me, I want to spend the rest of my life making you the happiest woman on earth. She brushed a strand of blonde hair behind her ear and opened her mouth. Something was wrong. The hope and love that had emanated from her eyes a moment earlier was replaced by a frozen stare. Instead of words, a trickle of red blood oozed from her mouth as she fell forward onto Reece. Katie? He removed his hand from her back, wet with the blood of an entrance wound. Katie! He felt the jolt of another round entering her body, absorbing the impact. Reece bolted upward in the darkness. My cell. Prison. No, it's lighter than that. A bed with blankets, windows, the sound of rushing water. A river. The sound of the next gunshot brought him back to life. The ranch. Rafe. He looked to the empty bunk across from him and swung his legs to the floor, his hand finding the SIG P210 on the nightstand. Rafe was gone. How many shots was that? 2? 3? Get your bearings, Reece. Who was shooting? The dying embers of the fire gave Reece just enough light to see. Reece quickly slid into his jeans, pulled the dark wool commando sweater from the trunk over his head, and stepped into the Salomon shoes at the foot of the bed. Should I stay or go? Take a breath, look around, make a call. This is a known entity. Too many windows. If someone is targeting you here, it's a known entity to them as well. Always improve your fighting position. Move. Reece grabbed his tomahawk and shoved the handle into his jeans behind the leather holster on his right side, just behind his hip. He covered the distance to the door in less than a second, then paused. Another gunshot echoed up the valley. Shooter to the south. Close. If a sniper was after him, why didn't they shoot him when he arrived, or why didn't they wait until morning when they had a clear, unobstructed shot? Because the sniper is not after you, the sniper is protecting you. Reece changed levels. Dropping to a knee, he opened the door, low-crawled across the deck, and rolled onto the lower ground that fell away toward the river. Get to the water. The dirt, stones, and moss of the riverbank were cold and wet, just like my cell. This is not your cell, this is your childhood refuge, and now it's a battleground. Normally Reece would not maneuver to the low ground, but as he knew from his engagements downrange, the battlefield was a dynamic and ever-changing environment. It required constant adaptation because your enemy was continually adapting to you. It was a deadly game where aggressive problem-solving won the day, and it was a game in which Reece had become quite adept. Exploit all technical and tactical advantages. Did the enemy have nods? Reece had to assume they did. What can you work to your advantage? The river. Noise. Reece had always been comfortable in the darkness. Now he felt as if it were home. Use the dead space. If they have night vision, take that advantage away. They can't see through rocks even if they have thermals. He who flanks first wins. Reece slid down the embankment into the side of the river, a place where he knew one could fish in waders without being swept away by the current. 5 or 6 yards out toward the center was a different story. The cold water soaked through his jeans up to his knees as he pushed himself upriver. He had played in these waters often as a child. He was on home turf. Whoever had come this evening was the visiting team, and they would not be going home. Is this the life you want for Katie? Not now. It's time to work. With the nearby rapids masking the sound of his movement, Reece pushed north and angled around a boulder. Darkness. But even without a moon, the stars provided just enough illumination to see movement. It wasn't the coordinated movement of a skilled element, it was confusion. Anyone who had seen combat could tell the difference. A man in the rear shouted something into a handheld radio and looked to the north. Reece froze. There was someone else in the woods. The thing about night vision is that it forces you to focus on only one of the 5 senses, the sense of sight. Reece could tell they were not wearing four-bangers, the nods that give you peripheral vision. They were wearing PVS 15s or 31s, which meant they were looking through toilet paper tubes. For all practical purposes, their peripheral vision was non-existent. Reece heard the words first. What was that, Russian? The light of a small push-to-talk quickly illuminated his face and then went dark. Reece now had his position. His new target thought he was alone in the forest. He was wrong. It was too quick to tell exactly what he was carrying, a rifle of some sort. Was this man Overwatch? Command and control? Didn't matter. He had come to kill Reece, Poe, Rafe, or maybe all 3, and he was about to pay. Reece dropped back into the flowing water. The bank fluctuated from 3 feet to 8 feet high, the river having cut its path through this section of country at the base of the Rockies for millennia. Reece estimated the distance and pulled himself up the rocky berm. The man's back was to Reece, his focus on his crew still confused by the shots that had broken the calm night and awakened Reece less than 2 minutes ago. No suppressor on this pistol, Reece. If you shoot, the entire element will turn and send all their firepower your way. Keep the element of surprise. Reece smoothly holstered the pistol. When his hands re-emerged from his belt line, he held the Winkler R&D Tomahawk in a hammer grip in his right hand and the headhunter blade in a reverse grip in his left. The man turned as Reece closed the distance. Whether it was from the noise of Reece's approach or instinct, it didn't matter. It was too late. The rise of the rifle was aborted as the man met the front spike and leading edge of Reece's tomahawk. It crashed into his right arm just above the elbow, destroying his bicep tendon and ripping his hand from the rifle's pistol grip. His radio fell to the ground as he grasped desperately for the rifle's handguard. The violent attack spun him toward Reece, who thrust his Sayok fixed blade at his opponent's midsection, hitting the rifle and using the position as a reference point in the dark, trapping the long gun to the front of his body. Reece flipped his wrist and changed the direction of the axe's head, swinging it down and across the man's neck, ripping through his throat from the side of his spine across his larynx. Following through, Reece's weapon ripped meat from his enemy's left shoulder and upper bicep, opening up a devastating wound channel and immobilizing his left arm. Reece slid his fixed blade up from the reference point on the man's rifle and pressure cut through the sling at his right shoulder, causing the rifle to fall to the ground. He then sank the blade down past the collarbone and through the thoracic outlet, severing critical muscles, blood vessels, and nerves. Reece used his momentum to shift directions and swing the tomahawk down into the man's left clavicle, driving him to the dirt, and finished him with a devastating hit to the back of the head. Nods on bump helmet, no body armor, Reece noted, as he stepped on what was left of the man's head to pry the hawk from the skull fragments and brain matter that had arrested its direction of travel. Reece shifted his attention back to the house, where 4 more intruders were stacked against the door, about to make entry. Rather than lose time attempting to search for the rifle in the dark, Reece dropped his fixed blade and tomahawk and went prone on the forest floor. If they successfully entered the house, Poe was as good as dead. As he sighted in on his enemy, the outside lights sparked to life. The man closest to the house carried an AR, the next 2 carried suppressed pistols, and rear security carried a shotgun. They were stacked on the back door. From 40 yards away, Reece could see one of them talking into a handheld radio, then looking at the man in front with the rifle and shrugging his shoulders. Did they have sniper teams on the hillside across the river? A blocking force? A containment element? If they did, Reece would already be dead. 4 men. Reece had a pistol with 8 rounds and 2 extra magazines. Reece pushed down on the manual safety and let out his breath, slowing, pressing the trigger to the rear. The point man held on the door with his AR while the second man in the stack turned and mule-kicked it. It didn't open on the first kick, but it did on the second. But instead of turning to enter behind the point man, the unmistakable sound of a shotgun ripped through the night. Reece watched as the breacher's body attempted to contort around the multiple wound channels that tore through his back. Poe. Reece sent a 9mm round into the upper chest of the point man with the AR. He followed it with 3 more in quick succession. The confusion of moments ago turned to panic. They were caught in one of the worst positions possible on the battlefield. The L ambush. Another shotgun blast tore through the night from inside the house, removing the head of the man with the AR, who had caught Reece's 4 rounds to the chest. 2 down. Rather than assaulting through the attack coming from inside the house, the 2 remaining men in black ran. Amateurs. Even amateurs could kill you, especially when they were running at you with loaded weapons. Only one man was in Reece's line of sight as the second man was blocked by the first. Reece pressed the trigger again. 1, 2, 3, 4 to the chest, 5 to the face, tearing off his NODs and sending him to the deck, not 10 feet from Reece's position. The empty pistol went to slide lock. The extra magazines were in his pocket. No time to reload. Get to cover. Reece rolled to his right and then pushed himself backward off the embankment and into the current. Chapter 25. Don't stand too close to the edge. Reece had been admonished by his father and Poe many times in his youth. The river cuts its way south and eats away at the bank. The erosion creates an undercut, so it may look like you are standing on solid ground, when you are in fact just standing on a few inches of soil, about to fall into the ever-changing course of the river. Reece used that knowledge to his advantage now. As shotgun pellets impacted the water, Reece pushed himself under the bank, the noise of the rapids covering his movement as his left hand fished out a new magazine. He ejected the old and inserted the new, rolling his now cold hand over the top of the slide and sending it home, chambering around. The frigid water was sapping his strength and affecting his fine motor skills. He could feel the man continue to charge and shoot into the area where he had last seen Reece on the bank. Now. Reece rolled out from under the bank, his body covered in a foot of rushing water. From his back he brought his hands together, locking the pistol to his body with his elbows crushing into his sides. He saw the shadow looming over him, looking out into the river. Shotgun in his shoulder. Reece pressed the trigger again and again, directing the rounds up into the thighs, groin, and upper chest of the man with the shotgun. The rounds found their marks, and Reece felt his weapon go into slide lock. New magazine. Last magazine. Reece knew his shots were fatal, but he also knew that anything other than a shot to the head meant that a dead man could still fight. Blood was still pumping, the brain was still working. Primal instincts were in command. The attacker swung his shotgun down toward the man who had just filled him with lead, as Reece's last magazine found the magwell of his pistol. I'm not going to be fast enough. The sound Reece thought would signify the end of his life broke through the night, but surprisingly, Reece didn't feel the impact of the close-range blast of a 12-gauge. Instead, the man's frontal cortex exploded outward from a shot to the back of his head, and he toppled off the embankment directly onto Reece. Chapter 26. Where'd you get that bloody pistol? Rafe asked from the bank above, where moments earlier the man with the shotgun had taken his last breaths. Rafe was holding a sniper weapons system that Reece recognized instantly. I think you need a handgun with a higher magazine capacity. Remind me to have some words with the guy who gave this to me, Reece said, holding up the black pistol. His slide lock reload had been interrupted by a 200-pound body landing on top of him, so he replaced it with his last 8-round magazine and stowed the empty in his back pocket. At least it's accurate, Rafe returned. Would have been nice to have another 10 rounds, Reece said. I see your point. You should probably get a 365 X macro. Good tip. Mind helping me out of this river? Pass me up that shotgun first. Reece reached down and ensured the shotgun was on safe before handing it to his friend. I scanned the area on the night scope. Don't see anything else moving. That doesn't mean there aren't more out there. Poe? He's fine. He made short work of 2 of these guys with his old bird gun. Sure looked like it. The guy got anything else on him? Rafe asked. Reece grabbed the dead man by his jacket and shifted him so that his upper torso was on the bank, his legs still floating in the water. Wallet, cell phone. Recognize him? Rafe asked. Not with his face gone. You're welcome. Let's check his buddy. Rafe reached down and helped haul his friend up the embankment. Reece collected his tomahawk and fixed-blade knife. They disarmed the dead man as they checked them, the lights from the main house giving them enough light to see. Young, Rafe observed. Yeah, and inexperienced, Reece said as they worked their way up the steps into the main house, where Poe had started a roaring fire. Just one man back in the tree line as their overwatch, maybe their command and control. They had high ground across the river, which they didn't utilize. Lucky for us, Rafe acknowledged. Lucky for us, Reece agreed. His adrenaline had warded off enough of the cold to keep him in the fight. His body now recognized that the threat had passed. He was chilled to the bone. Get out of those wet clothes, lad. There is a guest room with a shower just past the kitchen. I already put some clothes out that I think will fit, Poe said as his guests entered the room. We got this, Reece, Rafe confirmed. Get warm. My caretaker, Sergeant Bill, is on his way, Poe said. You're not calling the police? Reece asked. Not yet, lad. The old ways. Reece nodded and went to recharge his depleted body in a warm shower. Chapter 27. Reece dropped his wet clothes in a heap on the floor. He stayed in the shower just long enough to warm his bones and bring life back into his extremities. Dry clothes were laid out on the guest room bed when he emerged from the bathroom. It wasn't until he put on a pair of old jeans, thick socks, a white t-shirt, and gray pullover wool sweater that he noticed the photographs. In the dull yellow light emanating from beneath a ceiling fan, he ran his eyes over the photos in frames of varying sizes on the dresser. Poe and his first wife. Poe with a young boy with rods on the side of a river. His son? This river? It was hard to tell. Someone Reece assumed to be Poe's father standing in front of a ship in dry dock. Poe and his father kneeling in front of a slew of ducks, shotguns in hand. Poe on a boat with a woman, older now. His second wife? Poe with Lansdale in Vietnam. Poe with Lansdale and Tom Reece on the deck of the house. A Weber smoking away against the railing. Lansdale held a glass of whiskey. Poe a glass of wine, and Tom Reece a Coors. There were other photos with people Reece did not recognize, but one stood out. He'd seen it before. He picked it up and tilted it to minimize the reflection from the light above. It was a photo of men in World War II-era duck hunter camouflage carrying an assortment of weapons. Reece had seen the photo in Vic Rodriguez's office at CIA headquarters. Reece knew the man holding the Johnson M 1941 was Vic's father. You are more connected to the agency than you know. Reece replaced the photo. He felt almost human again, warm, clothed. He could use another meal. He stepped into the hallway between the kitchen and the main living area and looked through a window onto the driveway. An old Dodge Power Wagon from the late 1940s with a wood flatbed was parked behind Rafe's Land Cruiser. He could hear voices from the front room. One he didn't recognize. When he stepped back into the main room, Mike Bill, the new major domo of the Poe family ranch, had joined them. Short, with a barrel chest and still sporting a haircut that left no question about his prior service as one of Uncle Sam's misguided children. Mike, this is James Donovan, Poe said, using Reece's agency pseudonym. I'll buy that, Mike said, extending his hand. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Sorry to wake you, Reece said. I don't sleep much anyway. As I was telling Mr. Poe and Mr. Hastings here, he said, nodding at Rafe, I scanned the property with nods and thermals. Nothing's moving. I suspect I'll find a car or two a few miles north or south back off one of the logging roads. I'll put up a drone when it's light. Did you call Vic? Reece asked Poe. Not yet. Take a seat. I put some hot cider on the stove. Can I get you a mug? Yes, sir. Poe moved to the kitchen, turned off the old electric stove, and poured the contents of a pot into a coffee mug. This should warm you up. Thank you, Reece said, taking a seat in one of the leather chairs by the fire. I'm going to hold off on calling Vic just now, Poe said. Why? Because there were only a few people who knew you were coming here.
That key and safe deposit box your father mentioned in the letter. People will kill to keep you from finding it. And you think someone thought I had the key or knew where the box was? Or that we might figure it out together. James, your father died before he could finish what we started. I'd like to finish it before I die.
Reece looked into the fire.
I just want this to be done. They will keep coming, won't they, until I put an end to it? I believe so, lad. Then I've got to find that key in that box. Other than me, there is only one person left alive who might be able to help. Martha Stowe. That's right, James. We have kept in touch over the years. I'll let her know you are coming.
Any idea who these guys were?
I checked them all while you were in the shower,
Mike Bill replied.
I've been trying to convince Mr. Poe to upgrade the security around here since my first day.
Poe waved his hand through the air dismissively.
Maybe now he'll listen, Mike said, looking at his boss. With all that fancy security, you can get hacked, and it also tells people there is something here worth protecting. I saw it the world over with case officers and diplomats insisting on high-profile caravans of armored Suburbans when they would be much safer in a local taxi. It feeds the ego more than it satisfies a security concern. Besides, you've seen my liquor cabinet, very run-of-the-mill. Even the old shotgun wouldn't fetch much in a pawn shop, though I do love that old A5 Browning.
We have their wallets, California driver's licenses, Mike continued. Armenian names. We also have their guns and cell phones. Gang-affiliated, judging from the tats. LE should be able to ID all of them.
Suppressors and nods?
Reece asked. That part doesn't add up. The AR doesn't have an IR laser and isn't suppressed. And they had 2 shotguns in the mix, no containment force. I don't think this crew was Tier 1, Mike said.
They were after me. I put you all in danger. Lad, we put ourselves in danger when we chose this life, Poe said. Now it's time to solve the problem. This crew was following orders, from the names on their IDs, probably Armenian or Russian orders. There is a long list of reasons why Russians would want me dead. Then we start there.
In the meantime, what do we do with these bodies?
Leave that to me,
Poe said.
In the meantime, it's almost dawn. I'll get breakfast going so you can fuel up before you leave town. Mike can drop you off at the airport. Call me on a landline from Martha's Vineyard.
Chapter 28. The residence at Cape Idokopas, Krasnodar Krai, Russia. Dashkov was having a hard time enjoying the touch of the naked young dancer who ran her oiled hands down his hairy back on the massage table she had set up 20 minutes earlier. His mind was on Armageddon.
Draw the United States into a war with Iran.
On one level, it was genius. America had been yearning to wage war with Iran for decades. They had set the whole thing in motion with the 1953 coup. There were those who had tried to call it off. That was harder to do in those days. Kermit Roosevelt had pushed it forward. Dashkov wondered if he would regret it if he were alive today to see the repercussions of his actions. Then came 1979. From that year forward, there was no turning back. The Shah was deposed, paving the way for Ayatollah Khomeini's rise to power, fueled by the fervor of Islamic fundamentalism. The hot portion of the Cold War was already being fought via proxies in conflicts around the globe. U.S.-backed guerrillas and dictators prevailing in some, Soviet-backed forces and regimes in others. Those hot wars were relegated to the back pages of the newspapers. The CIA and KGB were left to play their game out of the public eye. It was only when politicians committed forces to the battlefields that the people began to take notice. The Americans had their Vietnam and the Soviets had their Afghanistan. Both nations were forced to deal with the rise of Islamic extremism but had drawn extremely different lessons. Dashkov and his contemporaries had seen the success of Hezbollah and its affiliates in targeting Americans to reach a desired end state. They had introduced the Americans to the ways of terror, and the paper tiger had run. The West did not understand how to deal with terrorists. They only understood state-on-state warfare. An Iranian nuclear device detonation in Israeli waters would give the United States exactly what it wanted: a war between nation-states in which they also had the opportunity to degrade or destroy the mullahs and Hezbollah proxies, who were responsible for more American civilian deaths prior to 9/11 than any other terrorist group. The ties between America and Israel would ensure that response, and even if the American public balked, though Dashkov believed they would not, just look at their support for corrupt Ukraine. They were easily manipulated. Besides, the Israeli lobby in Washington was too strong. The war machine would keep turning. The lobbyists and bankers and defense industry board members would see profits, and the economy would get a temporary boost. Wars seemed to be the only things that garnered bipartisan support. The short-term gain would blind them to long-term strategic failure. Russia would sweep through Ukraine and China would take Taiwan, leading to the new Russo-Sino axis that would dominate the world as economic and technological powerhouses. There would again be two world superpowers, but this time they would be allied, and the United States would not be one of them. Shifts in world power were inevitable. Egypt, the Ottoman Empire, Persia, the Han Dynasty, Rome, the Mongols, Spain, Britain, Germany, the United States. It was time for the next great shift. How could the Americans have been so stupid at Bretton Woods? The end of World War II saw the United States poised to impose a Pax Americana on the rest of the world. Other than a few rather minor skirmishes, their home soil had been left unmolested by the ravages of the Axis powers, and they were just over a year away from unleashing the power of atomic weaponry on an unsuspecting Japan. The writing was on the wall. It was July 1944, and the United States was positioned geographically, politically, militarily, and economically to govern the world. A global American imperial system was on the horizon. Dashkov could only imagine the surprise within the walls of the Kremlin when it was announced that the Americans had no intention of leveraging their newfound power and position to create the next great world empire. For what had they just sacrificed so much? Open markets with no conditions, all protected by the U.S. Navy? Did the American people even know they had signed on to essentially subsidize the world's economy with no direct benefit, even though they were the strongest they had ever been? Geography had protected them from the devastation of the Great Patriotic War, and they decided to throw that advantage away. Their decisions in New Hampshire that summer set them on the road to inevitable ruin. Dashkov was seeing it play out in real time. As the 730 delegates from 44 nations created the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development that summer, war continued to rage in Europe and the Pacific. While young men fought and died, commanding officers wrote letters to widows, and parents received telegrams from the Department of War regretting to inform them that they would never see their children again. The ministers, economists, bankers, and government representatives decided America's future. They had been so short-sighted. That had always been their Achilles heel. That agreement forecasted an end to the very international order they themselves created. Dashkov wondered how many Americans today even knew of the Bretton Accords, the very agreement that had set them on their trajectory. In a sense, Russia was lucky the Americans were so stupid. It made them a much less formidable foe. The Soviets had representatives at the Mount Washington Hotel in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire in July 1944, watching, listening, reporting, and recruiting. They ultimately did not ratify what became known as the Bretton Woods Agreement. Instead, they decided to play the long game. Dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki had been the de facto final signatures on the Bretton Accords. Would a nuclear device detonation with Iranian signatures in Israeli waters usher in the end of the world order shaped 80 years earlier? Dashkov knew that with the president, the deputy chairman, and his counterpart in the SVR in full support of the operation, Dashkov had very little choice. Maybe it was time for him to retire? Or perhaps it was time for him to take his place in the New World Order, just as his counterparts in America had at the end of the Great Patriotic War. Deshkov grunted and turned over without warning, the small white towel that had covered him sliding to the floor. The girl applied more oil and moved to his side, taking him in her small hands. How could James Reece derail the plan? What was in that box his father had so carefully hidden? Could he have evidence that implicated the collective? Their American contacts? What history remained under lock and key that could galvanize the American people against the Russian Federation? Dashkov opened his eyes, watching the young girl work. He had seen her before, dancing on the pole in the hookah room. Had she pleasured him before? It was possible. The girls were kept at the residence until they outlived their usefulness. They danced in the hookah bar, put on performances in the theater, and were available for massage at any time of the day or night. Let her work, Dashkov thought. Enjoy. Reality will rear its head soon enough. When he closed his eyes again, the phone rang. Phones in the residence were all analog and connected via a switchboard on the property that was not connected to the outside world. If his phone was ringing here, it could only be a handful of callers, all of whom were also in the residence. Stop, he commanded, throwing his legs over the side of the massage table. The girl did as she was told, sliding into a thin bathrobe and moving to the door. Dashkov took a moment and leaned against the table to support his considerable weight as blood rushed back into his larger head. He waited until the girl had disappeared into the hallway and the door had clicked shut behind her before struggling into a thick terry cloth robe one size too small with matching slippers. He walked to the side table next to the enormous four-poster bed and picked up the phone. I hope I am not interrupting you, comrade." Director Levitsky's voice echoed across the line. Dashkov looked around the room. They were swept daily by the FSO, but he always wondered. "Is he dead?" Dashkov asked the new director. "The team failed to check in." "I see. They were the best that could be done on short notice. This isn't an internal security matter where it is much easier to make a problem disappear," Levitsky said. "International operations oftentimes require a scalpel, not a hammer." "So now the target knows we are moving against him?" "That would be a fair assessment." "Have our friends provided any additional information on his location or intent?" Even though the line was internal analog, they kept the conversation lacking in specifics. They both knew exactly whom they were talking about. "We have a flight plan, one that indicates he has put another piece of the puzzle together." "He's getting closer." "We anticipated this contingency. We know where he is going, and we have professionals moving into position to intercept," Levitsky said. "Though it does now bring into question how much he has figured out and with whom he has shared that information." "It does," Dashkov said. "You and Director Gromyko failed to put an end to this problem. You had almost a quarter century, and you neglected to address it and bring it to a satisfactory conclusion." "Take caution in your tone, Director Levitsky. It would be a pity to have such a short tenure as director. Those of us who have been at this game the longest did not remain here because we are afraid to exercise options." "Is that a threat, Director?" "It is fact. Another fact is that if you fail the chairman and the president again, you will not only be removed from your post, you will not be long for this earth. The cliffs at the residence are known to be treacherous this time of year. Some of the menu options can also be disagreeable. Choose your next moves wisely, and the next time you call, the only acceptable words from your mouth will be that our target is no longer a threat. Anything else, and I recommend you double your security on your morning runs. Good evening, Director." Dashkov returned the phone to its cradle, feeling much better about his position in what was about to become the New World Order. Part 2. Foundations. If any question why we died, tell them, because our fathers lied. Rudyard Kipling. Chapter 29. Martha's Vineyard, Dukes County, Massachusetts. The old stairs creaked under Reece's weight. He instinctively moved to the side to minimize the noise. The house had been built where Plantingfield Way became Plantingfield Lane, among a collection of estates primarily owned by seasonal residents on the eastern end of Martha's Vineyard in the town of Edgartown. It faced north and looked out over Nantucket Sound towards South Cape Beach State Park on the mainland. The vines that snaked their way through the old wrought iron gate permanently anchored it in the open position, giving the impression that the person or people beyond it were from a bygone era. A pea-gravel circular driveway led from the road to the front of the house, where an elderly caretaker, who looked like she needed a caretaker of her own, met Reece to let him know that Mrs. Stowe was expecting him. Rafe stayed in the rental vehicle. They had reservations at the Richard Hotel, but Reece had insisted on going directly to Martha Stowe's residence. There was work to do. "Mrs. Stowe?" Reece said as he knocked on the partially opened door.
"Come in,"
a voice replied. Reece stepped into the small room. Like the rest of the house, it appeared to have been frozen in a time capsule sometime in the mid-1960s. Floral wallpaper adorned the walls, and a small four-poster bed with pink sheets and a thick baby blue comforter was centered against the wall between two small nightstands. The top of a dresser was covered with framed photos of parents, grandparents, children, and grandchildren. An armoire was open opposite the bed, revealing a TV set that appeared only slightly more modern than the home's furniture. Reece's eyes traveled to a cushioned glider rocker near glass doors that opened onto a small balcony. The doors were closed now to keep out the cold, but still allowed the late afternoon light to brighten the room. A small side table was positioned next to the rocker. It held 2 books, reading glasses, a coffee mug, a remote control, and a set of binoculars.
"Please excuse me for not getting up, Mr. Reece. It takes most of my effort just to make it from the bed to this rocking chair these days."
A blue wool blanket covered her legs. "Not at all, Mrs. Stowe," Reece said. "Thank you for seeing me. And please excuse this," Reece added, indicating his beard and hair. "I'm usually a bit more put together."
"Please sit," she said. "I apologize for having to meet upstairs. Inviting strange men to my bedroom is not something I am accustomed to at this stage of the game."
Reece smiled. A chair had been moved from a writing desk against the wall.
"I don't get many visitors. For a while there, I couldn't keep them away. That was a long time ago."
Reece took a seat across from the old woman. The wrinkles on her face disclosed that she had chosen to age gracefully without cosmetic enhancements, and her hunched shoulders betrayed the fact that osteoporosis had taken hold. Her gray hair was cut short and arranged in an asymmetrical bob held in place with hairspray that Reece could still smell in the air. Though she was thin to the point of frailty, her eyes were anything but old. Bold and blue, they pierced through the late afternoon light. "It is a pleasure to meet you, ma'am."
"You know, I was an associate editor for almost 15 years after my husband died. Biographies mostly gave me something to do. Have you read these?"
she asked, pointing to the presidential memoir and a royal tell-all on her table. Though her body might be failing her, her mind remained sharp. "I've been a little indisposed."
"Don't waste your time, dear. They are atrocious,"
she said, lingering on atrocious.
"My former publisher gave him and his wife $65 million for this one. Can you believe that? They bought a $12 million estate just down the road. I shouldn't badmouth them. They are of my party, after all, but I refuse to be stifled in my old age."
"How's the other one?" Rafe asked.
"Even worse. They gave the ungrateful royal $20 million for stabbing his family in the back. Instant bestseller, of course."
"The way of the world these days," Reece said.
"I suppose it is."
"Beautiful view," Reece observed, nodding to the glass doors.
"I once took it for granted, though no longer. I do love it here. It is filled with memories, pleasant and otherwise. At first it felt like a prison, but then I accepted it. Once I did that, I grew to appreciate it much more than when I was young. When my great-grandchildren visit, I can watch them through these binoculars, playing on the grass and the pool and on the beach. When they are not, I can watch the boats sail or motor past. Walter proposed to me under that tree, right over there. I played tennis on that court there with friends until not that long ago, if you can imagine. It doesn't get much use now. Do you play?
Tennis?
Yes.
I'm more of a rugby guy.
Ah, just like your father.
He introduced me to it. Wanted me to be able to play a sport the world over.
He was a smart one, that Thomas Reece.
He was.
For a while there, I feared we would never meet. I regretted not getting in touch with you earlier. I was torn, you see.
Torn?
Yes. I am not sure your father would want you to find what's in his files. I, however, have a personal reason for wanting you to find them. What do you know about me?
Just what I learned from Mr. Poe.
And what was that?
She asked. He told me that your husband was working on something with my father when he was killed.
Did he tell you what your dad did for me?
He said he killed the assassin and dove into the water, pulled you out.
Tom saved my life that day, though my tennis serve was never quite the same.
She smiled at an old memory.
After that, I withdrew from the spotlight. I didn't want to see my children shot down for the sins of their father.
I understand, Reece said, blocking out thoughts of his murdered young daughter.
I'm sorry, James. A momentary lapse. It happens in these later years. Please accept my sincere condolences on the loss of your family. I followed the events closely and read the series of exposés by that journalist. What was her name? Katie something?
That's right, Katie Beranek, Reece said.
It was riveting. They should have given her the Pulitzer. I went back and read her book on the Benghazi fiasco. What was it called?
The Benghazi Betrayal?
Quite apt. She's a talent, that one. I should know. I still do my fair share of reading.
Yes, ma'am.
I am sad to say my own offspring did not amount to much.
What do they do? Reece asked.
Other than wait around for me to die, they did a pretty good job of fucking up their early inheritance.
Reece's eyes widened.
You weren't expecting an old woman to swear?
I guess not.
Catches some people off guard. I find it tells me right away if I'm going to be friends with someone. I can tell we are going to be friends, James.
Friends it is, Mrs. Stowe.
Well, if it's friends, then I insist you call me Martha. Your father called me Martha.
All right, Martha.
After Walter was killed, I moved here full-time with my children. Raised them on these very grounds. Most of the people in our circles were seasonal, here for the summers and to get their Christmas card photo before returning to their lives in Manhattan or Greenwich. I was fine financially. We had money from timber and maybe a little bootlegging.
She chuckled.
My children and grandchildren, some of them entered the political sphere. Some fared better than others. Some fared not at all. I am sure you have seen the gossip pages and grocery store checkout lines.
Your family has endured more than its share of tragedy.
As has yours, James.
Mrs. Stowe, Martha. Reece corrected himself. Do you have a cell phone?
I do,
she said.
I left it by the bed. I use it mostly to FaceTime my great-grandchildren. They are still young enough to want to talk with me out of the pure joy of seeing their gran, not like the others who pretend, the ones waiting for me to die. They think they are inheriting a windfall. They are going to be surprised.
She laughed again.
What I would give to see their faces when they read the will. I have thought of faking my death just to have that experience.
Reece laughed along with her. The draw of her magnetic personality had not diminished with age. Do you mind if I put it in another room? Reece asked. You can't be too careful these days.
You go right ahead, dear.
Reece picked up the iPhone next to the bed. Bathroom through here? He asked.
It is.
Mind if I turn it off?
Go right ahead, no password.
He opened the door to the attached bathroom, powered down the phone, set it on the sink, and turned on the water before closing the door and returning to his chair opposite Martha Stowe. How well did you know my father?
I got to know him a lot better after Walter was killed. Before that, I think he believed I was more of a nuisance. Someone who couldn't leave well enough alone. I'm like that, you see.
I can tell, Reece said.
I went to all the prestigious schools, had the right pedigree. Yet I never belonged to this world, never felt at home in it. I wanted to leave my mark, not just be someone's +1 at a fundraiser. Sometimes I think it was that tenacity that led to Walter's death. Maybe it was something I did. I knew your father thought the same thing.
So you teamed up in an attempt to find the person behind your husband's assassination?
We did. Me, your father, and William.
Mr. Poe?
Yes. I had the money. So did William, but he also had connections to the intelligence world. He was a dangerous man.
How so?
James, what they now call the deep state does not like it when people have nothing to lose, when they can't be controlled. William had wealth but showed no interest in flaunting it. He had connections to the OSS through his family and was an early recruit at the CIA. He knew people, knew their secrets, and he didn't need to work. He didn't have children who needed jobs or favors. His ex-wives were well taken care of in his divorces. He was beholden to no one.
That made him dangerous.
One of the most dangerous men in the Beltway. Also dangerous on the tennis court we used to play down there,
she said, pointing out her second-floor window.
He would play the occasional game of golf, but he hated it. He did it to study the people he played with. Did they cheat? Did they get frustrated? Did they love the game or do it to network? He kept track of all of it and kept extensive files on everyone he met.
Sounds wise, Reece said.
He was a man of honor. Never tried to sleep with me or take advantage of my grief, as did some others. He was on a mission, as was your father. When Walter died, he became a part of that puzzle, a puzzle that your father never stopped trying to solve. I think it got him killed.
I don't think so, Martha. His death was linked to Vietnam. His SOG team killed a Spetsnaz officer in Laos in an ambush. That man's son came after him all those years later. Martha reached to her side table and lifted a mug to her lips.
Tea,
she said.
The woman who let you in makes it for me after breakfast each morning and again in the afternoon. Keeps me warm. She will be back later this evening to bring me dinner and lock up. She's a full-time resident from Tisbury. Been taking care of me for years.
I met her out front. Seems very kind.
James, it is possible that the man who orchestrated the assassination of my husband is still alive. I believe he was behind the death of your father. Yes, the Russians did it. William Poe was here last year and gave me a full update. That ended up being quite convenient.
What do you mean?
Tom Reece kept me in the dark on his investigations. He said he did it for my own protection. The same thing I'd hear time and time again from my husband. I know there are things he kept from Walter, and William as well. Maybe he was right to keep me out of it, and that is why I am still alive. Remember, he was investigating off the books from within the CIA. That is something they do not take kindly. Just before my husband was shot, he told me that Tom was putting together a report.
What kind of report?
That I am not sure. I assumed it was about a Soviet plan to infiltrate all aspects of American culture. They had limited success in infiltrating our military and intelligence agencies, though those were a primary focus. While they never stopped trying to penetrate or turn American citizens, they also had a parallel strategic deep penetration plan. They recognized the power of American culture and sought to subvert that over time.
She paused.
I see doubt in your eyes.
It's not doubt. It's disillusionment.
You mean they died for nothing?
It seems like the country is on a path that negates all efforts to keep it free.
I am not hopeful for the country. Yes, my side won at the time. I believe a lot of it is because that report never saw the light of day. Today it would be erased at the touch of a keystroke.
But back then it couldn't be.
That's right, it was all on paper.
And where is that paper? The old woman tilted her head to the side and studied him.
Answer me a question, James.
Yes, ma'am.
Where do your allegiances lie?
Reece took a deep breath and looked out the window. A fore and aft rigged schooner cut through the white caps of Nantucket Sound in the distance. You mean, do they lie with my country? She raised an eyebrow. I don't know how to answer that question anymore. I want to find out why I was framed and thrown in prison, and I want to make sure those I love are not in the line of fire. Poe thinks it's connected to the investigation my father was running.
And if you do find that report, whatever it may be, what do you intend to do with it?
I don't think I can answer that question honestly until I read it. She looked into his eyes. She appeared to be weighing her options.
James, I am an old woman. My sisters have passed on. My children are just cordial because, as I said, they think they are inheriting a windfall. I have no one, just a few cats that my caretaker feeds. I've been keeping track of you. Like your father, I wanted to protect you.
What do you mean?
My husband wasn't killed by a lunatic, as was reported in the press. He was deliberately eliminated for what he knew, things not exposed in the Pike Committee and Church Committee hearings. But there was only so much he could do in Congress. He needed to be president. There were elements of the political and military establishment that could not let that happen.
How did my father fit into it?
James, when Tom got back from Vietnam, he was disillusioned, and the country was in turmoil. The Pentagon Papers confirmed that the Johnson administration had not only misled the American people and Congress, but straight out lied. Protests and riots had dominated the news for years. Watergate confirmed that both parties were power-hungry, corrupt political machines. 6 Days of the Condor was a bestseller, and the church hearings exposed egregious legal violations by the most powerful agencies in the federal government. Trust in government was at an all-time low, and for good reason. Tom had lost men in Vietnam, like many veterans of that war and wars since. He wondered if the sacrifice was worth it. He saw that conflict for what it was, a battlefield of the Cold War played out in the jungles of Southeast Asia. The Cold War wasn't cold for Tom Reece.
That's why he joined the CIA.
He didn't join, James. He was recruited. There's a difference.
I see.
The tragedy of Tom Reece is that he couldn't stop. The CIA knew that. They wanted to exploit it, and they did. What they didn't realize was that your father's loyalty wasn't to the 7th floor at Langley. I don't even think it was to his country. It was to those men who didn't make it home, rotting away in the jungle, wasting away in Vietnamese prison camps. He never verbalized it as such, but he didn't have to. Call it a woman's intuition.
So whatever is in the box has to do with American involvement in Vietnam?
I don't know. Nor do I know if what's in there will avert a war or start one. But people are willing to go to extreme lengths to make sure it remains sealed. I think people on both sides of what was then the Iron Curtain were willing to kill to destroy it.
And because they couldn't find it, they killed those who knew about it.
I believe so, James. My husband, your father.
Why not you and Poe?
I think they had intelligence indicating that we didn't know what was in those files, and also didn't know where they were. Better to watch us in case we ever surfaced with them. Easier to do today, now that everything is stored digitally. As I can see you appreciate, she said, nodding toward the bathroom where Reece had left her phone.
I've had some recent experience in the virtual world, Reece said.
James, did your father leave you something? A safe deposit box or storage locker key, maybe both?
Reece remained silent.
Your father was a terrible liar, too. Dreadful poker player. I see you inherited that trait.
I think I got some of the emotions from my mother's side.
Ah, yes. I never met your mother. Tom was exceptional at compartmentalizing the different aspects of his life. I think he wanted to protect you and your mother as he wanted to protect me. I did manage to dredge up that her side of the family fought for the Confederacy. They came from gun-making stock, if I remember correctly.
Reece nodded, remembering the letters his mother had shown him in his youth, memorializing his family history.
Your father's side was Union, I believe. Enlisted. 1st Iron Brigade. He told me over chess one night.
That's right. 2nd United States Sharpshooters. The soldier on my dad's side didn't make it. He was killed by a sniper, possibly by a gun my mother's family worked on.
What rifle did they make? Your father thought it carried some sort of significance.
They modified the Whitworth from England.
Officially neutral during the war, but private English companies supplied both sides.
War has always been big business, Reece said.
Yes, some things don't change, James. Like the nature of man.
Like the nature of man, Reece repeated.
James, we have only just met, but I feel an allegiance to you, to your family. Your father sacrificed so much for me, for those he served with in Vietnam. You are his legacy. I want to see you happy. Your father's life and fate do not have to be yours.
I know that. I just want to do what needs to be done to end this so that those I care about don't have to live in fear.
Those files might be the key to ending it, or they might be the start of something even more dangerous for you. We won't know until you find that box.
Reece made his decision. My father left me a letter.
And a key, didn't he?
Yes. He said that only one other person knew the location of the box. Said that person was a he.
Classic misdirection by Tom Reece. That other person is a she.
Reece leaned in and rested his elbows on his knees.
I think it's time you found it, James. It's time for you to find peace.
Where is it?
It's on the mainland.
Where exactly? The old woman paused.
Before I tell you, I want you to do something for me.
What's that?
I want you to kill a man.
Chapter 30. Reece's eyes narrowed. Who?
The man who killed my husband. The man who gave the order. He stole a life from me. Stole a father from my children. Set Tom Reece on a mission that lasted until the day he died. I want you to find him, and I want you to kill him.
Reece ran his fingers through the beard that had grown so long and unruly during his confinement and contemplated what he had just heard.
It's quite possible that it is the same person who threatens you and those you love,
she added. The shadows on the lawn below had grown longer, signifying the end to another day. Where's the box? Reece asked.
It's time you knew. It's in Boston, at an old bank that was once known for its discretion. Boston's Safe Deposit and Trust Company.
How do you know?
Your father told me. Made me swear to never tell a soul.
Except me.
Except you. He told me to trust no one.
His letter said the same thing.
There is a lawyer here in town, she said, taking a business card from under her stack of books and handing it across the table. He is a trusted associate. He helped advise on how to set up the box, all without knowing specifics. In years past, you could do things like that. He can help you if you run into any legal issues accessing the box, after all these years. All you should need are 2 forms of identification.
Reece looked at the card. Charles Ambler, attorney at law, with an address and phone number. He put it in his pocket. "Martha, I am sorry for your losses, and I thank you for trusting me. I'll go see Mr. Ambler tonight."
"Not tonight, dear. I phoned him after I spoke with William to let him know he might have a visitor. He is expecting you at 11 a.m. tomorrow. It's a small office. He's a one-man operation."
"I'll be there."
"James, I am not sure what is in those files. For a long time I suspected it was a list of Soviet depenetration agents, but now I think that was just a distraction. Your father knew the Cold War was won even back then. This was about something more. I have to warn you. Those threatened by what's in those files wield real power. Dark power. I fear the odds may be stacked against you."
"That's okay. I never pay much attention to the odds." Reece stood, retrieved Martha's phone from the bathroom, and handed it back to her. "Can I help you with anything before I go?"
"I'll be fine, thank you. I'm going to force myself to finish this biography and then go to bed. I'll be up before sunrise. If you need anything, you know where to find me."
"Good night, Martha," Reece said, reaching down to shake her cold, delicate hand.
"Good night, James,"
she replied, watching him walk toward her bedroom door.
"And James."
"Yes," he said, turning back to the old woman.
"Remember, trust no one."
Reece nodded and shut the door quietly behind him. Chapter 31. The residence at Cape Itakopas, Krasnodar Krai, Russia. The call came in just before 5 a.m. The analog phone woke Dashkov on the first ring. He blinked his eyes and swung his feet to the carpeted floor. Still feeling the effects of the vodka, he took a moment to collect himself. The bed was empty, the dancer having long since departed.
"Da,"
he said into the receiver.
"I hope I am not waking you, comrade?"
came the reply. Levitsky. Dashkov inadvertently glanced around the room.
"No, I've been up for hours."
"I didn't see you in the gym. Perhaps we just missed each other."
"Unlike you, I am working in support of the motherland, not on my biceps. I trust you have good news?"
"I do."
"Is he dead?"
"Even better."
"Better than dead. That sounds like failure."
"Death would be short-sighted. We are going to find and then destroy those documents that you and my predecessor were so concerned about."
"The files from the father?"
"Da, the very ones that have evaded you for decades."
"How?"
"Leave that to me, comrade. It clearly falls under the SVR's mandate, and we have just the man for the job."
Dashkov's pulse quickened.
"I will keep you informed. By the end of the day we will be in control of the files, and our target will be dead."
"I pray you are right, Director Levitsky, for your sake, because if you fail, you will not only be remembered as the youngest SVR director in history, but also the one with the shortest tenure."
Dashkov returned the phone to its cradle, swung his legs back into bed, and closed his eyes for another hour of sleep. Chapter 32. Martha's Vineyard, Dukes County, Massachusetts. Rafe had parked in front of the quaint hotel between the old Whaling Church and Vincent House Museum and gone to check them in. Located between Pent and Main Streets, just blocks from the ocean in the heart of Edgartown, the tree-lined boulevard appeared peaceful and serene. Rafe returned quickly and handed Reece his room's access card. "Liz is checked in. She scoped it out and didn't notice anything unusual. She wants to see you, but also wants to give you your space. I let her know to be on standby for tomorrow." "Thanks, brother. Duffel is in the back with some clothes we had picked for you from the Broadmoor. You want to get some food? I'll order up room service. I think I need to ease back into polite society." "Okay. Let's get breakfast in the morning and then track down a barber before your meeting with the attorney." "I was thinking of keeping it," Reece said. "It's always an option, but if you want to avoid a run-in with Teasel, you might want a bit of a trim." "You make a solid point. Try to get some sleep," Rafe said, handing Reece his keycard. "Hey, I'm fine." "Yeah? That's what worries me, eh? The Rhodesian was sneaking back into Rafe's voice. Trust me, brother, I had a lot of time to think in there. Tomorrow, I need to find out what my dad left behind and then decide what to do about it. All right? I'm going to park this thing out back. I'll see you for breakfast. Sounds good. What time? Whenever you wake up, get some sleep. Roger that. And Rafe? I'm fine. Rafe did not look convinced as Reece grabbed his bag and exited the vehicle. Reece glanced at his card. It was labeled Lark Suite. Regardless of what he had said to Rafe, he could feel the ghosts of his past close behind. He had lived with them in his cell for 3 months. There was no escaping them in the confines of prison, and they were not yet ready to let him go. Maybe a meal and sleep would help? Reece passed through the small lobby. It was decorated in whites and soft blues with coastal touches. He noted a breakfast area and an outside garden with a rock fire pit. Avoiding the elevator, he took the stairs to the 2nd floor, found his room, and slid his keycard through the reader on the door. The light blinked to green, and he entered the suite. The large windows were still letting in what little light was left in the sky, leaving the spacious room bathed in shades of gray. Reece dropped his duffel to the floor and reached for the light switch. His peripheral vision caught the movement first. I'm not alone. Threat. His hand went to the holster behind his right hip and found the grip on his Sig Sauer P210. He extracted it from its scabbard and brought it smoothly into a two-handed grip, pushing it outward until his elbows almost locked, and his eye found the front sight, his finger going to the trigger.
James, Jesus!
He immediately removed his finger from the trigger and retracted the pistol back to the high-ready position, not yet ready to believe his eyes. Katie? She stood not 10 feet away, her right hand over her heart, the fright in her eyes instantly softening as she took in the man she loved. Katie, Reece said again. He holstered his weapon, his feet still locked in place. If you'll have me, I want to spend the rest of my life making you the happiest woman on earth. They moved to each other in the fading light, embracing. Katie buried her face in Reece's neck, their breaths coming faster, hearts pounding. Katie, I never want to let you go. Then don't, she said through tears. I love you, Katie.
James.
Reece relaxed his embrace and took Katie's head in his hands, gazing into the deep blue eyes that had kept him alive in solitary confinement. Beautiful.
What's that?
She asked. I said, you are beautiful.
You didn't forget about me?
You gave me hope in there. He held her out and took her in, socks, jeans, and a white blouse, her blonde hair falling just past her shoulders. She looked even more angelic than he remembered. How? What are you doing here?
Well, you didn't leave me much choice, Mr. Reece, she said, poking him in the chest. Liz explained to me that you needed to do something before you saw me and that you were headed to the vineyard. I managed to elicit where you were staying, and rather than argue, I had the hotel car service drive me to Denver. I caught the first flight east. Now here I am.
It's not safe, Katie.
James, it has never been safe with you, but I am in. You are not getting rid of me just because things are dangerous.
How did you get in here? Reece asked, looking around the room for the first time.
The girl at the front desk is a fan. She wants to be a writer. I gave her some advice, gave her my card, and let her know she could reach out any time. Told her I was surprising my fiancé.
Reece's eyes softened. We have a conversation to finish, don't we?
We do. But first, are you hungry?
She asked, taking his hand and guiding him to the kitchenette in the large suite.
I brought in some food and picked out a couple of bottles of wine.
She had already poured 2 glasses of Chardonnay. A bottle of Kistler was resting in an ice-filled stainless steel wine bucket on the counter. Wine can wait, Reece said, reaching down to sweep Katie off her feet.
Wine can wait,
she whispered, pulling his head to hers. Reece disconnected from their passionate kiss just long enough to carry her through the threshold to the bedroom. Chapter 33. They began ripping clothes from each other's bodies before they made it to the bed. Their lovemaking was frantic, breathless, fast, and hungry. The mounting arousal exacerbated by anticipation from months apart, causing them to abandon all restraint until they exploded together atop the sheets. When they recovered and caught their breath, Katie pulled the sheets and comforter over them, trapping the warmth still emanating from their passionate exertion. With their legs intertwined beneath the sheets, Katie rested her head on Reece's chest as the gray shadows of the day gave way to the darkness of night. Thin drapes let just the right amount of light into the bedroom, which was tastefully decorated in whites, grays, and blues to elicit the tranquility of a welcoming sea. Katie's lips pressed into her lover's neck, her tender kisses growing more passionate. Moving to his ear, then his lips, she pulled herself atop him. This time their sex was slower, methodical, and patient, finding each other again, exploring, bringing each other to the brink and back down. There was no past, no future, only the now. When their breathing returned to normal, Katie propped herself up on an elbow at Reece's side. "What was it like?" she asked. "You were magnificent," Reece responded. "Oh, hush," she said playfully. "You know what I mean. Are you okay?" Reece took a deep breath. "Well, as you can tell, I escaped without getting any prison tattoos." She tapped him on his stomach. "You know that's not what I mean." "I know. It was quiet, dark, cold. They kept me in a cell without a window the entire time, no human contact." "They didn't ask you any questions?" "No, just kept me in my cell. Delivered food once or twice a day, I think. It was hard to gauge with no way to account for time. The shower would automatically turn on every 2 food deliveries. I think I need to hit the gym and eat about 100 steaks." "You are perfect," Katie said, turning his head with her hands so she could look into his eyes. "I should probably clean up at some point," he said, pulling a long strand of hair out from the side of his head. "You do whatever you need to do. I love you just like this." "How did I get so lucky?" he asked. "I asked myself the same thing," Katie said playfully. Reece laughed. "You want to take an intermission for halftime and have a bite to eat?" she asked. "Halftime? That was just the first quarter." "Don't you tease me, Mr. Reece," she said, smiling. "Do you want to clean up?" she asked, easing herself from beneath the sheets and standing next to the bed. Without a word, he let her take his hand, pull him from the bed, and guide him into the shower. "Does the shower count as first quarter or halftime?" Katie asked, sliding the wine glass to Reece on the kitchen counter. "Oh, first quarter for sure." "I'm going to hold you to that, you know," she said, raising her glass to his. "I'm counting on it." "You know, I kind of feel like we've eloped and are on an illicit honeymoon," Katie said, her eyes gleaming conspiratorially. "Nobody knows I'm here." "Rafe and I passed about 40 churches on the drive in," Reece said. "Maybe we should just do it." "Make an honest woman of me?" she said with a wink. "I can't believe you are back," she then said, her eyes filling with tears. "I'm back, Katie. We are going to figure this out, I promise. But before we do, what's for dinner?" "Let me warm it up," she said. "I didn't know what you wanted, so I picked up an assortment. It's from Alchemy Bistro just down the street. Still open during most of the off-season." Reece had a towel wrapped around his waist, and Katie was in a hotel bathrobe, their hair still wet from another round of sex in the shower. "God, you look amazing," Reece said, looking past the food at Katie. "Glad you think so, because you are stuck with me. Take your wine and sit down over there," Katie said, pointing to a small alcove attached to the main room in a sitting area, set up with a sofa and wicker-backed chair. "That's an order I can follow," Reece said, taking a seat on the sofa. "Well, don't get used to it. I do this for all my boyfriends on their first night out of prison," Reece laughed. "Here you are. Appetizers, calamari and mussels," she said, putting the 2 dishes on the coffee table and returning to the kitchen. "And here is surf and turf and local sea scallops, and the world-famous Alchemy Wagyu burger. At least that's what they told me." "This is incredible," Reece said. "Thank you." "Eat up," Katie said. "You are going to need your energy later." "Are you threatening me with a good time?" "That I am." As they worked their way through the meal, Katie refilled their wine glasses and opened a second bottle. "I've been training, you know." "Training?" "Ox came in for a week while you were gone. Jonathan and Rafe had him run the entire family through a team tactics training course. Pistols, rifles, shotguns. They also had him evaluate the ranch's security measures. Someone hacked the sensors and camera systems the night the FBI raided. They now have their own servers on multiple power backups and more measures that are not technologically dependent." "I can only imagine what those are." "They monitor the roads and airports and have a human network set up in town through the former military community that's built up in and around Bozeman. Montana has attracted quite a few spec ops and agency types.
I think it's the space and freedom.
And maybe a desire to get away from the government that sent them to war for 20 years without a coherent plan to win.
There is probably a lot to that. Many of them are not fans of the federal government.
Who can blame them?
You'd be proud. I've been carrying the P365X macro, a fixed blade, and a tourniquet.
Where is it? Reece asked. I didn't notice it as I was getting you out of your pants.
Not that it would have distracted you from your mission, but it's illegal here in Massachusetts. They require you to get a firearm identification card just to own one, to say nothing of carrying it. I looked it up before I left Colorado. That there, she said, pointing to the jeans on the floor of the bedroom, has to be locked up. There is a 10-round magazine capacity law here, too, and no concealed carry reciprocity with any other state. I think you are breaking like 10 laws just having that pistol here.
That might be good. It only has an 8-round magazine capacity.
Okay, 9 laws.
Regardless, I guess we won't be moving to the vineyard.
Even my fixed blade is illegal here.
Really?
Yep, it's double-edged.
Okay, I'm back to breaking 10 laws, Reece said.
I still have my tourniquet, she said. I left everything else in a bag locked up at the Broadmoor.
That makes much more sense, Reece said sarcastically. I can only imagine how many laws we are breaking with what's on the Hastings plain.
I'm guessing hundreds.
I am so sorry about all of this, Reece said between bites.
Don't you be sorry. They arrested you, and then instead of due process, they threw you into what amounts to a modern-day dungeon.
Well, the charges did disappear, and there wasn't a public hanging. That's something.
It is, but it's not right. How many other people do they have locked up in these supermax prisons not adhering to due process in violation of the 5th and 14th Amendments?
I don't know, Katie. Maybe it's just me.
And maybe it's not. After they arrested you, she continued, they ransacked the cabin, took everything. Vic arrived 2 days later and let us know that a classified report, which he would not elaborate on, had exonerated you, but that every part of it needed to be confirmed. I grilled him, but he wouldn't budge on where it came from and why it needed corroboration.
Reece took a sip of his wine.
I think you know where it came from, though, don't you?
I do.
Well?
I think the best way to describe it is as an extremely fast, next-generation quantum computer. I met her as part of the operation to find Nizar.
Her?
Yes, she's a computer, but more than that.
You mean she's sentient?
Maybe.
I did some research after that call came in from Alice the night of the raid in a place where we didn't have cell service or Wi-Fi. I had 3 months to put the pieces together.
And? Reece asked.
And if she's some top-secret supercomputer?
Quantum computer.
Quantum computer. Why did they need to corroborate everything in her report?
I think to make sure she didn't fabricate any of it.
In order to clear you?
Yes. Apparently she took a liking to me.
She did she? Looks like I have some competition.
Don't worry, Reece teased. She's not nearly as good at warming up takeout as you are.
I'll keep that in mind,
Katie said with a laugh. Katie, I need to ask you something about that night. Katie put down her fork and leaned back, her glass of wine in hand.
Shoot.
The key I gave you. Did the FBI take it? Katie set her wine glass on the coffee table and stood up.
Give me a moment.
She walked toward the king-size bed, picked up her jeans from the floor and reached into the pocket.
You mean this key?
She asked, returning to Reece and holding out a safe deposit box key. That's the one, Reece said, turning it in his fingers and then setting it on the table.
What does it open?
Katie asked, taking a seat next to him on the couch, pulling her right leg under her left and leaning close to him. It might just unlock this entire mystery. Give me 1 second. I think this will explain it better. He retrieved his bag, which still sat where he had dropped it by the door. He unzipped it and pulled out a letter. Vic brought it to me when they released me. It's a letter from my dad. Katie carefully pulled it from its envelope and began to read as Reece polished off the Wagyu burger. When she was finished, she carefully refolded it and returned it to its envelope, setting it next to the key.
James, I don't know what to say. How long have you had that?
Since I returned from Russia.
2 years?
It was in a storage facility.
The one with the Wagoneer?
Yes. A weapons case was in the back with a shotgun and that letter.
And the key,
Katie said, finishing his sentence. And the key, Reece repeated, taking another sip of wine.
It's a beautiful letter, James, but pretty vague.
Yeah, by design, in case someone else found it.
Do you know where the safe deposit box is?
I do now, as of about 3 hours ago.
What do you mean?
Reece explained the backstory as Katie refilled their glasses, her eyes growing wider with each new twist in the story. So tomorrow I'll meet with Martha's attorney and go to Boston to finally find out what's in that box.
Whatever is in there, we can blow the lid off this scandal, make it public. Then there is no reason for them to keep coming after us.
I've thought about that.
And?
And there is a reason my dad didn't do the same thing. I won't know why until I read the documents.
I'll come with you. I can help.
You can't, Katie.
Why not?
I want to protect you.
Yeah, I realize that. But remember, I owe Tom Reece, too. I wouldn't be here without him.
I remember, Reece said, thinking of his father risking his life to smuggle Katie's father and his family out of what was then Czechoslovakia during the waning days of the Cold War. Reece was a child, and Katie had not yet been born.
I almost got shot the first time we had lunch, remember?
That seems like a lifetime ago. But it also seems like yesterday, Reece said, recalling their lunch at a restaurant in L.A.'s Chinatown, learning of past connections between his family and hers. I want to keep you safe forever, Katie. I feel like I'm nearing the end of a journey, like my dad's letter and what's in that box are connected to everything that's happened.
Just know that I am here for you, James. Forever.
He pulled her close, reaching down to untie her bathrobe.
Before you get too frisky, mister, let me tidy up. You just relax.
He watched her dump the to-go cartons in the trash and quickly neaten up the kitchenette.
Another bottle?
She asked. I think it's a 3-bottle night, Reece said.
I was hoping you'd say that. I found this Macaulay Old Vine Zinfandel in a store about 2 blocks from here. Apparently people on the vineyard, where, ironically, there are no vineyards, like their wines.
She returned to him and set down her glass. Do you ever regret not sticking with your first major at UC Davis? Reece asked. Katie had completed 2 years in the university's viticulture and enology undergraduate program before transferring to the University of California, Berkeley for a degree in English. She then attained her master's from the Columbia School of Journalism.
Never. But after all this excitement, I might apply for the sommelier job if you open that bar in Bozeman.
Send me your resume, I'll consider it, Reece joked.
Maybe when this is over we can escape to Napa. I can introduce you to some of my favorite wineries.
Deal. Before we zip off to wine country, do you think you could do something about this? Reece asked, messing up his tangled mop of hair.
I thought you would never ask,
Katie said, putting down her glass.
Wait here.
I'm not going anywhere, Reece said, as Katie retrieved her suitcase. Reece watched as she knelt down, flipped it open, and removed a large purse. What's that? Reece asked.
Oh, just a few travel necessities I carry with me in case I have to do a live shot for an interview and have to do my own hair and makeup.
She unzipped the bag and laid the contents out on the floor. That looks like something I've seen CIA interrogators use, Reece said.
Tools of the trade. Here, sit,
she said, pulling a chair from a small desk against the wall. Am I going to regret this? Reece asked, taking a seat.
It's possible. Take another sip and let me see what I can do. Though I am liking this look, can I put it in a man bun?
Man bun? I played rugby, not soccer.
Close your eyes,
Katie said.
This is going to be the most sensual haircut of your life.
She straddled him in the chair and ran her hands through his hair, pressing herself against him in the loose-fitting robe. Reece arched his back and settled into the soft chair, allowing himself to truly relax, completely surrendering to the hands of the woman he loved. As Katie went to work with the small scissors, Reece remembered the words Martha had last spoken to him, words that also concluded his father's letter. Trust no one. Chapter 34. Reece stood naked at the bathroom sink, staring into the mirror. Katie was asleep in the bed behind him, exhausted from their wine-fueled lovemaking. They had given each other all of themselves. Reece was again alone, looking into his own eyes. People had always told him he had his father's eyes. What else did he inherit from Thomas Reece? Love your wife. Raise your kids. I need to keep her safe. Best way to do that is to disappear. No. Yes. It's the only way. I won't leave her. Then she will die. I won't let her die. Is that what you said about Lauren? About Lucy? Fuck you. If you want to keep her safe, you find what's in that box and then you disappear. Don't be the cause of her death. They are coming for you, James. They are coming for the ones you love. As long as Katie is near you, she's in danger. Reece looked at his new haircut. He ran his hand through his beard, still looking at the stranger in the mirror. His skin needed sunlight, and though his body was hard, he needed to eat, hit the weights, and put on some muscle. He turned around and looked into the bedroom. A thin sheet partially covered Katie's naked body, the bathroom light cutting across her torso like the edge of a blade, her face peaceful and serene. Beauty is truth. Truth, beauty. Words from the closing stanza of John Keats's Ode on a Grecian Urn rose from his subconscious, evoked by the angelic figure he had left in bed. Why would those words come to him now? They were from one of his mother's favorite poems. She'd passed it along to her son in one of the many long hours they had spent together, reading in his father's absence. Reece swallowed. His mother had used the poem to teach him a lesson. He knew that the splendor of the words disguised a darker meaning. They were a warning to those who would go in search of remedies. Did it come to him now as an admonition to leave the safe deposit box alone? Beauty is truth. Truth, beauty. Reece closed the bathroom door, raised the scissors to his beard, and started to cut. Chapter 35. Katie awoke before the sun. She turned over expecting to feel the warmth of another body. She reached a bit farther. Empty.
James?
She whispered. Her hand confirmed that she was alone. She slipped from beneath the covers and found her bathrobe on the floor, securing it with the tie around her waist.
Where is he?
The bathroom was empty. She walked back across the bedroom and peered into the main room. She smelled the coffee first. Half a pot sat warming in the coffee maker. A towel was rolled up and pushed against the bottom of the door. Another was spread out flat in the center of the floor. All the blackout curtains had been pulled except for one on a window overlooking the garden below. Reece leaned against a wall, coffee mug in hand. He was barefoot but dressed for the day in jeans and t-shirt.
Reece?
She said quietly. He took a sip from his mug and continued to stare out the window. Katie edged closer. Reece, she said, a little louder. His head turned, and he smiled. He pushed himself off the wall, stopping a few feet from her. I tried not to wake you. I made coffee, he offered. Her head turned to the towel on the floor. Just got a quick workout in, Reece said.
Did you sleep out here?
Reece opened his mouth and decided that the truth was the only option. A little bit. He answered her look of concern. Don't worry, Katie. I'll come home. It's just going to take some time. Time. She went to him and wrapped him in her arms.
Let's go home together. I'm here for you.
In prison, I slept on a thin rubber mat embedded in a concrete block. Reece told her. Everything was cold. I did what exercises I could, along with the breath-holding exercises my dad taught me as a kid and some other ones they taught us in buds. Katie looked at the towel against the door. It was also dark in there. I think I got used to it. Katie reached up and touched his clean-shaven face, the concern evident in her eyes. Oh, yeah, I shaved. What do you think?
I think you are trying to change the subject, but in this case I'll let you. You take all the time you need, James.
Thank you, Katie. You want coffee?
Coffee? What time is it?
I think it's around 5:30, Reece said, turning his wrist to confirm. Yep, 5:37.
That is about 3 hours too early. What time is your appointment with that attorney?
11, Reece said. I told Rafe that I'd meet him and Liz for breakfast. Now I guess we will be meeting them for breakfast.
Well, that gives us more than enough time.
Time? Time for what?
Time for us.
Katie stepped back and let her bathrobe fall to the floor. Chapter 36. Brighton Beach, Brooklyn, New York. Stepan Vasiliev didn't appreciate being woken up in the middle of the night, but as a brigadier in the Bratva, the Russian mafia, when the Pakhan, the boss, called personally, you picked up. He had 2 hours to assemble his crew to catch the first ferry from Woods Hole on the near end of Cape Cod to Martha's Vineyard. Vasiliev didn't like having to scramble for an operation of this magnitude in only a few hours. This wasn't a hit on a mark within the Russian community in New York. They were stepping outside the family, just like they had when they were ordered to kill those 3 Iraqis in Northern Virginia. That meant complications. With half his crew still drunk or high from the night before, Vasiliev would have preferred to push the task a day to the right, but he was assured that this was of the highest priority. They took 2 new Range Rovers. Driving the SUVs with New York plates in Martha's Vineyard, they might as well be invisible. The key to this operation was not to kill someone, at least not right away. Killing was easy. This was more complex. Vasiliev and his crew had gotten quite adept at moving people in and around the United States. The Department of Justice called it human trafficking. To Vasiliev and the Bratva, it was business. The sex trade, organ trafficking, and even the movement of babies for adoption were part of an international consortium of illicit networks that provided a necessary service. Where there was demand, someone would fill the supply. It was the most American of endeavors. Today was different. Vasiliev and his crew were not dealing with traumatized and drugged underage girls. Today's target would fight back. As much as he hated the sport, Vasiliev always found it humorous when he saw human trafficking headlines in advance of the Super Bowl. It was all just for clicks and eyeballs. The Bratva usually avoided the larger events. What those articles didn't report was that moving these girls, and oftentimes young boys, into metropolitan areas was not the exclusive purview of the Super Bowl or other large sporting events. It was something his organization did almost daily. One of the perks of being on his crew was getting first dibs on new girls from Eastern Europe and Africa. Better to get in there early before they were run through by the next 1,000 customers. Vasiliev had forced himself to think of them as property, especially the youngest ones, who he knew had the most valuable organs. He had read it was called dehumanizing. Whatever it was called, it was part of the job. You didn't rise up the ranks of the Bratva by empathizing with your product. There was a market, and his organization helped keep that product flowing. Drugs, girls, boys, the appetite worldwide was insatiable. The Bratva was a business, a profitable one. They moved their illicit product, laundered the money in several investment vehicles, primarily real estate, and bribed or blackmailed law enforcement and public officials to mitigate the heat. Usually the business ran smoothly. When it did not, Vasiliev and his crew would eliminate the problem. Sometimes that elimination was messy and required cleanup. Other times that messy solution was meant to send a message to keep others in line. Vasiliev did not like that they would be adding a new member to their crew for this operation, an unknown entity, a specialist. They were to meet him at the ferry. Vasiliev had been instructed to provide him with a clean, subcompact 9mm suppressed pistol. Vasiliev had selected a Glock 43 with a suppressor constructed by a source upstate. Suppressors were not hard to make if you had the right machines. Vasiliev had been told that the specialist would leave his car in Woods Hole and travel with him and his crew onto the ferry. Reservations had already been made. Once at the dock, the specialist would relay the plan. All Vasiliev knew was that it involved an abduction. Chapter 37. Woods Hole, Falmouth, Massachusetts. Max Genrich enjoyed living in Germany. His business provided a cover for action, allowing him to travel when and where he pleased. Though his family had strong ties to Russia, Genrich was now a generation removed from the Red Bear and had never visited. That added value in the eyes of his employer, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service. Genrich was an assassin. Germany had been a top destination for Russian immigration after the fall of the Soviet Union, and Genrich was born not long after his family arrived in Cologne. The Russian intelligence service saw that migration as an opportunity. His parents came of age in a time when one did not question the dictates of the motherland. To protect the extended family they left behind, Genrich had begun meeting with an elderly gentleman before he had reached his teens. At first, there were tests. Language aptitude through conversation, problem-solving through chess, and agility through soccer, handball, and track and field. That testing evolved into training. Before he had graduated from college, Genrich was firmly in the grasp of the SVR. Genrich knew that the KGB's program to infiltrate the West at the end of the Cold War had many tentacles, and his was but one. Though he didn't know how many, he knew there were others like him. German citizens traveled the world in greater numbers and frequency than Russians. Even though the U.S. had seen over 200,000 visitors from Russia every year before the pandemic, it was still safer to blend in as one of the 2 million annual German visitors to the U.S. That was why he had been assigned to eliminate James Reece. He had not served in the Russian or German military or police force, so there were no records of him having a background in military, law enforcement, or intelligence circles, or having developed skills in long-distance shooting, offensive driving, or close-quarters combat. He was one of many who had wrestled in his younger days and now practiced jiu-jitsu at a local school. Facial recognition technology would identify him as Max Genrich, a German citizen and business consultant with no criminal history or reports of government service. He was clean, just like the untraceable 9mm suppressed pistols he favored that came from local Bratva sources or contacts at a Russian embassy. He was well compensated for what he did, his payments coming in the form of small percentages of investments in real estate, sports teams, restaurants, and stocks. He was financially free, though not in an extravagant way. His silver Audi RS5 was fast but not flashy, and in the spring and summer, he liked the freedom of riding his BMW Cafe Racer in the city and to surrounding towns. Officially, he was a freelance business consultant with a profitable, but not too profitable, business in Cologne. His business website was extremely bland by design, and he had no social media presence, either personally or professionally. At 35, he estimated he could continue to work for another decade, possibly two, until the years forced him into retirement. Women found him attractive, and Cologne offered him enough culture and art to satisfy his intellect. He stayed in shape, enjoyed the city life, and could travel as he pleased. Both the Bonn and Dusseldorf airports were close. He loved to travel Europe by train with female companionship. His longest relationship had lasted a year. He was very upfront with women that he was not the marrying type, though that just seemed to encourage the 30-somethings he dated. They all thought they had the wiles to change him. Relationships were open from the beginning. There were no alarm bells that rang on the occasions when he was called upon to travel for work. He operated his small business, paid his exorbitant taxes, took his girlfriends to nice dinners, and shook his head as he watched the news reports on German politicians continuing to outsource energy dependence to Russia. That he was used sparingly and paid well told him that he was valuable. All his hits had been at close range with suppressed weapons that he would then dismantle and dispose of. He knew that patterns would get him killed, so he did what he could to avoid them. Using a 9mm pistol at close range violated that rule, but he used it because the round was so prevalent the world over. He wasn't told and didn't want to know the why behind his assignments, just the who. He would take care of the rest. He preferred to operate in Europe, though he also took overseas assignments. He had killed a banker in Chicago, a tech company executive on vacation in Mexico, and a Russian double agent in Calgary. For 15 years, the SVR had never mandated the timing of the hit, nor had they asked him to do anything but eliminate problems. That was why this particular job made him nervous. For this one, he was being paid in investments worth 5 times as much as what he usually received. He should have said no. The compensation told him that the SVR was desperate. Desperate men made desperate moves. He also knew that one didn't say no to the SVR. His parents were still alive, and he had one sister working in England. That meant he could very easily be pressured into taking the job. Had he said no, his younger sister might be found dead of an accidental overdose in a London park, or the victim of the violent crime so prevalent in larger cities. No. It was best for all if he said yes, got it done, and then returned to Germany to take his new girlfriend, a recent graduate of the University of Cologne, to Switzerland for a weekend ski vacation. It was also possible that an operation of this magnitude and complexity would mean he would have even more time between assignments. Genrich did not approve of the rush job, an abduction, an errand, and an assassination. But the fact that all of it would go down over the course of a few hours made it more palatable. There would be no hostages, no negotiations to slow things down, and he had the bratva to take the fall should anything get loud. With any luck, he would be out of the country before the bodies cooled. Chapter 38. Martha's Vineyard, Dukes County, Massachusetts. Reece walked in the direction of the harbor, enjoying his newfound freedom. It was the first time he had been alone since his release, and he relished the autonomy. The ocean winds had long since blown the leaves from the trees, and even in the late morning hours the streets were clear of the tourists and seasonal residents who would invade come June. He was clean, freshly shaven with a new haircut, and dressed in his Salomons, Origin jeans, t-shirt, and a dark brown triple-aught designed talisman jacket that Katie had packed for him. Even his eyes felt better in the light, though he kept them shaded in sunglasses. The headaches brought on by the initial assault of the fluorescent lights when he had met with Vic were gone. He sipped his to-go cup of coffee, holding it in his left hand, leaving his right hand free to go to the pistol holstered behind his right hip. Better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6, Reece thought, though after his recent experience in solitary confinement, he wasn't so sure. Rafe and Liz were not completely surprised that Reece was not alone when he entered the small breakfast area at the hotel that morning. They knew Katie well. As they caught up over a late breakfast, Rafe was insistent on accompanying Reece to his meeting with the lawyer, but in the end, Reece was able to convince him to remain at the hotel with Liz and Katie. Rafe was a protector, and he eventually relented. Truth be told, Reece wanted to be alone. Reece smiled and nodded at an elderly couple on a morning walk with their Yorkshire Terrier, and caught himself wondering if he and Katie would one day take walks together like that in their golden years. He took a right on South Water Street and passed the Edgartown Yacht Club. It was possible that the Beneteau Oceanus 48 that he had scuttled off Mozambique had started her journey that night in one of these slips. Admiring the homes that lined the street, Reece continued his walk, the coffee cup emblazoned with "The Richard," telling anyone who noticed that he was just in for a night or two, enjoying the seaside town in the off-season. For a second he felt almost normal, walking through a small town on a bright winter morning. The fact that his coffee remained in his left hand, that his eyes continued to scan for threats, and that Katie was in the care of another hunter and killer of men back at the hotel reminded him he was not. He turned right on High Street and walked until it crossed South Summer Street. Looking down at the card Martha had given him the evening before, he confirmed the address. It was a house that looked like it could soon be torn down and replaced with a Wall Street banker's summer home. Charles Embler, attorney at law, was printed on a white sign in light blue lettering that hung from the porch. It was obvious that this was a law office used by locals and had been there for a long time. Reece looked both ways, noting a few cars parked on the street and a woman dressed in Lululemon, iPhone in hand, gossiping away through her earbuds as she power-walked through the streets. This would have been a good time to have a phone so he could pretend to be texting or having a conversation. Standing there without a phone broke the rhythm of the day and looked out of place. 5 minutes early. Reece crossed the street, opened the gate attached to the white picket fence, walked across the flat stones that cut across the tidy lawn, and ascended the steps to what was more a cottage than a home or an office. He knocked twice and heard a male voice say, "Come in." Reece looked to his sides and then behind him, still clear. He put his hand to the doorknob and opened the door. The lead-filled leather sap connected with the side of Reece's skull and sent him to the floor. He felt strong hands grab him and drag him the remainder of the way inside. He heard the door shut and lock behind him. His mind registered another body unceremoniously slumped on the floor across from him. He was dressed in a suit. One side of the man's head had collapsed, and blood trickled from his mouth. A second hit with the sap sent Reece into darkness. Chapter 39. Reece awoke in a chair opposite a man sitting across a desk in the main office, just off the reception area of the front room. Reece's hands were zip-tied behind him, and his feet were zip-tied to the legs of the chair. The headache was on the verge of crippling. The throbbing. The ringing. The man across from him smiled, black hair styled into position with some type of hair product, clean-shaven, wearing a sweater under a dark navy pea coat. He didn't look like a killer except for the Glock 43 with attached suppressor that was on the desk in front of him. Reece blinked and shook his head. How long had he been out? Probably just long enough to get him zip-tied in place. Mr. Reece. James Reece, the man in black said. There wasn't a discernible accent, but something about the man's voice was off. It was precise. Was there just a touch of England in his tone, or was it something else? I have the benefit of knowing who you are, and also the advantage of being in complete control. I apologize for the harsh treatment. I am sure you understand. Reece looked around the room. 2 men, each holding a Glock 19, stood against the wall to his left. He craned his neck and saw another manning the door. They wore suits and overcoats in a poor attempt to blend in. Even in suits, they were not as well put together as the man at the desk. They looked like what they were. Hired muscle. I'm going to save us all a lot of time and trouble. I don't know why I was hired to kill you. That is of little importance. I just know there is something we must do together before I do. And what is that? Reece asked, his mind running through options. My employer requests that we recover the contents of a certain safe deposit box from a bank in Boston. Mr. Ambler was kind enough to phone ahead and smooth the way before we killed him. We promised to let his wife live if he complied. Their home is just on the other side of town. We have thus far kept our promise. We have an appointment with Mr. Devine at the Boston Safe Deposit and Trust Company at 4 p.m. today. We are going to leave this house, lock up, get in our cars, and take the noon ferry to Woods Hole. We already have reservations. If by chance we miss that one, there is another leaving at 1:15 p.m. From there, it is approximately 1.5 hours to Boston. You and one of my associates will enter the bank and meet with Mr. Devine. Only you will be allowed access to the safe deposit box vault. You will go in, remove the contents of the box in their entirety, and then sign back out. My associate will then escort you back to the vehicles, and we will go for a drive from which you will not return. That doesn't sound promising, Reece said, fighting off the urge to vomit from the acute pounding in his brain. For you, it is anything but promising. For me, it is lucrative, and for my employer, it is necessary. Let's say I decide to tell you to fuck off. Americans. The man shook his head. So he wasn't an American. If you decide to tell me to, as you put it, fuck off, your friends will not leave this island alive. Show him. One of the men had an iPad in his hand. He walked to Reece and held it in front of his face. That is the Richard Hotel. Nice spot, from what I understand. I have 4 men, all armed, not with little pistols like these, no, but with fully automatic rifles parked just outside. What's the deal? The deal is this, Mr. Reece. You play nice like I know you can. Your friends live, and you... Sadly, no. This ends poorly for you either way. You will not survive the day, but you do get to die a hero. Your cooperation and your death will save your friends. What do you say? You want your friends to live? You come with me. I won't leave her. Then she will die. I won't let her die. Is that what you said about Lauren? About Lucy? Fuck you. Katie. What was that, Mr. Reece? It sounded like you said, Katie. Reece looked back at the iPad screen, then at the man across the desk before speaking. We're wasting time. Chapter 40. Boston Safe Deposit and Trust Company, Boston, Massachusetts. Safe deposit boxes were becoming increasingly rare. Sophisticated home vaults contributed to the decline in demand, as did the fact that valuable documents could now be registered electronically and stored in the cloud. There were still those who preferred to keep papers, art, and valuables secured in an off-site facility guarded 24 hours a day. There was also an old-world status to having something hidden away at a bank that could not be replicated at home. And at home, there was always the possibility that someone could force you to open your safe at gunpoint. There were also those who desired to keep certain valuables unknown to family members or business associates. For this exclusive clientele, certain institutions retained their physical safe deposit boxes. Austria, the United Kingdom, Ireland, Switzerland, the Cayman Islands, Panama, Dubai, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Thailand, and Cyprus were all known for housing private financial institutions that still catered to those who preferred to safeguard their valuables and their secrets in off-site vaults. Head throbbing, Reece had entered the Range Rover and sat between the two men in suits. It was the extended autobiography edition, so there was plenty of legroom even for all three of them. Genrich sat in the front passenger seat while another one of the suits drove. Once across to the mainland, they were joined by 2 Escalades and 2 motorcycles, new black Ducati monsters. Katie will find me. Then she will die. No. Just like all those you love. Dead. What was that, Mr. Reece? Genrich asked. You keep mumbling. Oh, nothing. Just want to get this over with so I can get along with the business of killing each and every one of you. At least you still retain a sense of humor. I empathize with your situation, and I apologize for putting you in it. We must accept that all our previous decisions led us both to this time and place. What are you going to do with the contents of the safe deposit box? Reece asked. Whatever I am told, Mr. Reece. Deliver it to my employers or destroy it, I suspect. Are you curious why someone would go through all this trouble for whatever is inside? I stopped being curious about those aspects of the job long ago. It does not help. In fact, it can be a detriment to accomplishing the assigned task. The driver and the men to Reece's right and left remained silent. If it is any consolation to you, Mr. Reece, you do this, your friends will live, and I promise I will kill you quickly. No pain. Here 1 minute, gone in less than a second. He snapped his fingers. I appreciate the sentiment and the consideration. A favor between professionals. I'll remember that when it comes time for me to put you in the ground, Reece said. I've heard that about you SEALs. Confidence, or is it arrogance? It's fact, Reece said, looking out the window. I was born to this life, Mr. Reece, as I suspect you were as well. I chose it, Reece said. Ah, well, then perhaps you are not quite as clever as your file indicates. My file? Oh, yes. I know quite a bit about you, Mr. Reece. It's how I am certain you will complete this one last mission. Katie Baranek, the journalist, so beautiful, so young. I know you would do anything to keep her alive and not be the cause of her meeting the same fate as your wife, daughter, and unborn son. Reece's head snapped up. Oh, yes. Not many people know about your unborn son. He would be almost 5 now, wouldn't he? Surprised I know so much about you, I see. You must be a terrible preference player. Or what do you play here, poker? So emotional. Had you not come home from that last deployment, had you died with your men in Afghanistan, he would be in kindergarten, probably playing what you call soccer. Definitely not American. Your wife, Lauren, that was her name, wasn't it? She would probably be remarried. She would certainly be fucking someone else. Your file had a photo of her, quite attractive. Reece's eyes were laser-focused straight ahead, memorizing the license plate of the lead vehicle. Nothing to say? That's because you know I have only spoken the truth. I know you want to kill me, Mr. Reece. I'm sorry that you will never get the opportunity. Genrich turned in his seat to look at Reece. For a moment he regretted engaging in conversation with the former SEAL. Those eyes. He turned back in his seat. Pray that I die today, Reece said. Why? Because you will hunt me down and kill me, please, Mr. Reece. Both you and I know you are going to go into that bank, remove the contents of the box, and bring them back to me. Then I'm going to take you outside the city and put a bullet in your head. I've given you my word. Your friends will live. Ms. Baranek will live. She will Move on to a life without you, just like Lauren would have. If anything does not go exactly as planned, she will not see the sunrise tomorrow. Trust me, Mr. Reece, this is what I do. They had driven toward their destination on MA3 North, passing Wampatuck State Park, then taking Interstate 93 North, first into South Boston, and then downtown into the heart of the financial district, stopping across the street from One Boston Place. I will not be going in with you. Sasha here will accompany you inside, Genrich said, nodding at the large man to Reece's left. Too many cameras for my liking. He has a phone and a radio. 2 clicks of the transmit button, and your friends will all be killed, so be on your best behavior. The big man to Reece's left opened the car door and waved Reece out. Reece noticed that men had stepped out of the lead and trailing vehicles as well. Wait, Sasha said. He unclipped a holster from his belt and passed it inside before closing the door. Let's go, he said. They crossed the street. 3:50 p.m. right on time. If anything does not go exactly as planned, she will not see the sunrise tomorrow. They climbed the steps and passed under an American flag bracketed to the outside of the building. Reece looked up at the white marble facade. 41 stories of imposing Renaissance-style architecture harked back to the days when bankers were kings. It was now home to both the Boston Safe Deposit and Trust Company and the Boston Stock Exchange. Security was tight. They passed through the front entrance and approached a screening checkpoint. Reece dropped his wallet and key in the tray and placed it on the conveyor belt of an X-ray machine, as one would at an airport before passing through the metal detector unmolested. Sasha put his phone, small radio, and wallet into the X-ray machine, walked through, and collected his belongings. Reece scanned the large lobby, noting the private security guards, cameras, the rows of flat screens with stock tickers, a coffee shop, and a bank of elevators. A man in a dark blue suit rose from a chair in the lobby and approached. "Mr. Reece?" he asked cautiously. "Yes," Reece said, extending his hand. "I am Ed Devine. I spoke with your attorney, Mr. Ambler, this morning." A yellow pocket square peeked from the top of his left breast pocket, and wire-rimmed glasses sat atop a hawk-like nose. What was left of his hair was combed over a narrow head. "Yes, thank you for meeting us. This is my secretary," Reece said, nodding at Sasha. The large Russian scowled. "I see. As I explained to Mr. Ambler this morning, we will go downstairs to my office, where we will take care of the necessary paperwork. Do you have 2 forms of identification?" "Will my military ID and driver's license work?" Reece asked. "That will be fine, as long as both are current. Regulations, you see." "They are." "And the key?" "And the key," Reece repeated, removing it from his pocket. "Wonderful. And your secretary, Mr. he asked. "Volkov," the large man responded. "Mr. Volkov, we have a waiting area downstairs." "Regulations," Reece said, looking at Sasha. Devine used a key from a keyring to allow the elevator to access his floor. They took the elevator 2 floors down and exited into a small, marble-floored lobby area. 2 private security guards in light blue uniforms sat on either side of the elevator. "Mr. Volkov, you may wait right in there," Mr. Devine said, indicating a small room with 2 chairs, a sofa, magazines, and a television. "This way, Mr. Reece. My office is through here." Reece took a seat in a comfortable leather chair as Devine parked himself in front of his desk and logged into his computer. "There is less and less demand for safe deposit boxes, Mr. Reece. We are one of the holdouts. Many of our long-standing clients still prefer to keep certain items with us." "I understand," Reece said. "I was not here when your father opened the account, but it looks like everything is in order. All payments are up to date. I'll need those 2 forms of ID." "Of course," Reece said, reaching for his wallet and producing his retired military ID and Montana driver's license. Devine examined them through his spectacles, made a notation in a ledger, and typed something into his computer. "Mr. Reece, there is an addendum attached to this box." "Meaning?" "In addition to your identification and a key, there is also a required password." "Password?" Reece's mind began to spin. "It says here that only you and Thomas Reece know it. Without that password, his friends were dead." "Ah, yes," Reece said, stalling for time. "Password? What could it be? Think, Reece." The letter. "And remember, trust no one." Of course, the password. Trust no one. "Thank you. Now excuse me a moment while I make copies." "No problem," Reece said. Devine logged out of his computer and exited the windowless office. Should he call Rafe? Call the police? Sasha was just across the hall. Could Reece risk it? 2 clicks of the transmit button and your friends will all be killed. Would Sasha's radio even transmit from this area? No, Reece, find out what's in that box. Devine returned a moment later. We make physical and scanned copies of your identification, he said, handing them back. Of course. Please sign here, Devine said, passing a ledger across the desk. Reece looked at the last signature. Thomas Reece. 11 November 1992. I see you and your father are the only signatories. That's right, Reece said. Mr. Ambler explained to me that your father passed on some years ago. Please accept my condolences. Thank you. Now, if you will follow me, we will retrieve the box and take it to an adjoining room where you will be able to access it. We close at 5 p.m., but I am happy to stay longer, so take all the time you need. Security is 24/7. I shouldn't be too long, Reece said, thinking of his friends on Martha's Vineyard. Very well, then. They walked down a hallway. Devine produced a key from a key ring in his pocket and opened another door that led into a larger room where a large bank vault door had been opened. A secondary barred door prevented entry. Good evening, Carl, Devine said to a uniformed security guard sitting in a chair. Carl pulled an earbud from his ear but didn't stand.
Evening, Mr. Devine.
What are you listening to?
The latest Rogan with Peter Zeihan. Fascinating.
I'll have to give it a listen. Reece noted the Beretta 92F on Carl's belt, which also had a stun gun, ASP baton, and handcuffs. Sign in here, Devine said, pointing to a logbook on a stand to the left of the vault. Reece signed in with his printed name, date, time, safe deposit box number, and signature. Devine opened the gate and motioned for Reece to enter the vault. The long, rectangular vault was lined, floor to ceiling, in locked boxes. Overhead fluorescent lights ran the length of the space, the sterile silver boxes gleaming under the iridescent glow. The vault is monitored with audio and video surveillance. After you retrieve your box, I will escort you to a room where you can open it in private. Reece followed Devine deeper into the vault. Here it is, he said. 213. The box was the medium-sized option. Reece estimated it to measure 20 by 4 inches tall. He looked at his key. What did you leave me, Dad? Reece inserted and turned the key. He then took hold of the small handle and pulled the case from its slot. Chapter 41. This way, Devine said. The box wasn't excessively heavy, so Reece managed it easily. They exited the vault, and Devine swung the gated door shut behind them. Through here, he said. Reece followed him to the right and into a small conference room. An oak table was in the center of the room, surrounded by 4 leather swivel chairs. You may lock the door here if you wish, Devine said. I'll be outside. Thank you, Reece said. He walked to the table, set the box down, and returned to the door to lock the deadbolt. He then turned and approached the box, his heart beginning to race. Calm down, Reece. Just get what you came for. Give whatever is in here to the man in black and accept your fate. Katie was destined to die if she stayed with you. Get it over with. Your death gives her life. Do it. Reece circled the table and put his back to the far wall, giving the room a quick once-over. No obvious cameras, though there could easily be miniature cameras and audio recording devices hidden just about anywhere. He walked to the table and pushed a chair out of the way so he could remain standing. It all comes down to this. Powerful people and organizations will do anything to keep what's in that box from seeing the light of day. Reece took a deep breath and opened the box. Chapter 42. Max Genrich looked at the black PVD-coated Panerai on his wrist. It had been 20 minutes. How long did it take to access a safe deposit box? He had estimated the process would take an hour and that comms with Sasha would possibly be cut off in the vault area. Still, he didn't like the exposure of being attached to the Bratva enforcers. It was not his style. He was also concerned about James Reece. Genrich had killed a lot of men in his time, and none of them had been as calm about it as his current mark. Did this guy want to die? Was he searching for death? A death wish? Maybe, but perhaps it was something more. Genrich looked down at his phone and texted the lead vehicle. The front passenger door in the Escalade in front of him opened, and Vasiliev approached. Genrich exited his Range Rover to meet him. "I'm going to circle the block, get some air," Genrich said. "Everything is going according to plan thus far. If he were going to alert authorities, he would have done so by now. Take my seat. It has a good view of the entrance. When he's back in the vehicle, pick me up, just up at that intersection, State and Court Street." Vasiliev nodded and climbed into the Range Rover. Genrich could tell he was not accustomed to taking orders, but also knew the head of the New York Bratva had instructed him to follow Genrich's every directive. Genrich pulled up his collar and walked along the sidewalk, admiring the old State House on his right. He crossed the street a block down at the intersection of Washington and Court Streets and took up a position at the corner of a brick roundabout. Removing his phone from his pocket, he pretended to scroll, becoming all but invisible. Reece stood looking down into the open box, a portal into his father's past, a past that had gotten him killed. "I'll find that box." "A part of me prays you will not." "I found it, Dad," Reece whispered, reaching in to remove a thick manila envelope that seemed at risk of bursting at the seams. The envelope was not the only item in the box. Reece set it to the side and pulled out a dagger. The pancake flipper scabbard immediately gave it away as an OSS stiletto, a variation of the famed Fairbairn Sykes fighting knife upon which it was based. Reece held the leather-wrapped center portion of the stamped steel sheath in his hands and pulled the double-edged 6.5-inch blade from its sheath. Born of their experience with the Shanghai Municipal Police, William Fairbairn and Eric Sykes created a blade that became synonymous with World War II commandos on both sides of the Atlantic. The OSS modified the design of the second pattern FS knife by shortening the blade by about 1/2 inch and blackening the handle and blade. Reece tested both sides of the blade with his finger. It was razor sharp. A lot of people incorrectly believed the Fairbairn Sykes fighting knife was designed only for stabbing. Reece knew better. He also knew that the OSS version of the venerable commando knife made during wartime by a home goods company in Connecticut was exceptionally brittle. In 1944, it was replaced by the M3 trench knife. Reece looked down at what amounted to a museum piece in his hands. "I just need you to make it through the next 10 minutes. He set it aside and pulled out 4 passports: Malta, the United States, Portugal, and Argentina. They all had Tom Reece's face, with different names. Putting the passports on the desk, Reece reached back into the box and removed 4 stacks of cash in rubber bands, multiple denominations of United States dollars, Argentinian pesos, Swiss francs, and Russian rubles. Something else was in the box. Reece wrapped his hand around a handle of Tennessee hickory and brought his father's tomahawk into the light. Reece instantly recognized it as an original VTAC, designed by World War II Marine Corps veteran Peter Lagana. MACV SOG teams favored the tool in the jungles of Vietnam. Some of those were designated Hatchet Force teams. They consisted of 3 to 6 Americans and a force of Montagnards, specializing in cross-border operations into Laos, Cambodia, and North Vietnam. Those operations included searching for American POWs. Reece removed the tomahawk from its well-traveled ox-blood-colored leather sheath and examined the unique, wide, upswept primary edge and the specially curved design at its base. He turned it and examined the V-shape reverse spike on the back of the head, sharp and ready. "Like father, like son. Thank you, Dad." Reece sheathed the tomahawk and set it aside. He then picked up the thick manila envelope and undid the red string and button closure that secured the seal flap to the back of the envelope. He carefully reached inside. Documents, maps, notes, some in English, but most in Vietnamese, French, and Russian. Damn it. Tom Reece had left one final encryption. Reece needed to get these translated. Would he get the chance? It might be better for all if you don't find it. If you do and you think the world is better off not knowing what's in there, burn it. Burn it all and then live your life knowing you did the right thing. Never look back. But depending on what has happened in these intervening years, when you go through the documents, when you see the list, do what you think is right. There was one final envelope. Reece picked it up and read the outside. James Reece. It was secured with a red wax seal. A single rose was embedded in the wax. Later, Reece, it's time to go to work. He folded the letter addressed to him and put it in his inside jacket pocket. He stuffed the stack of U.S. currency into his front left pocket. He put the passports and other currency back in the box and closed the lid. Time. All our days are numbered. Your days are numbered too. Use them. Use them wisely. I will, Dad. Reece reached for the tomahawk and removed the sheath, stashing it in his jacket. He then inverted it and placed it under his belt with the head secured in his back right pocket, the handle running up the right side of his spine under his jacket. He then took the sheathed dagger and placed it in the appendix position with the metal catch off. He tested it twice to ensure he could get to it quickly. He would need to. Satisfied, Reece took the box and moved to the door. He unlocked it and swung it open. Ed Devine was waiting patiently outside in a chair. All set, Reece said. Wonderful. We can return the box and sign out. I can have security escort you to your vehicle if you would like, Devine said, looking at the manila folder in Reece's left hand. That's okay, Reece responded. I do have a favor to ask, though. Oh? Where was that copy machine? Chapter 43. Reece and Sasha took the elevator up to the main floor with Devine. Thank you for trusting us with your business, Mr. Reece. Please see us again soon. Thank you, Mr. Devine. I appreciate the professional service. Is there a restroom on this floor? There is, just around to the left on the other side of the elevators. Thank you. Take care. The two men shook hands. Sasha only nodded, unsure what to do about the restroom question. I've got to go, Reece said, starting to walk toward the restroom. No, follow me, Sasha said, and give me the folder. Reece handed him the folder and kept walking. It's been hours, just a quick stop. You can come in with me, Reece said, pushing the door open. Reece's scan revealed that the bathroom was empty aside from an elderly gentleman washing his hands at the sink who paid Reece and Sasha no attention. Reece walked to the bank of urinals partitioned with beige privacy dividers. I'll be quick, Reece said, picking a urinal at the far end of the bathroom. Toilet stalls were to Reece's back, set up on the opposite side of the room from the urinals. Reece took his time unzipping his pants. As he relieved himself, he heard the old man turn off the water and exit the restroom. Sasha stood behind him and just off to his left, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Reece turned his head. Do you mind? Sasha looked from Reece to the door. Hurry up, he said. Reece finished and made a production of getting himself arranged and zipping up his pants. He also removed the stiletto from its sheath at his appendix. The pommel was supported in the palm of his hand. Make it quick, Reece. Reece made a fist and hit the flush lever on the left side of the urinal, thinking the noise might muffle what was about to happen. As the urinal sputtered with the sound of the flush, Reece turned around with his head down to allow him an extra moment to advance on his target. He judged the distance and exploded with a thrust that drove the 6.5-inch OSS knife up under his minder's diaphragm, targeting the heart. Sasha dropped the documents, his body convulsing in shock around the wound. Reece's left hand shot to the back of his neck in a clench as his right hand ratcheted the blade back and forth, eviscerating his opponent's internal organs. He's too big, not hitting the heart. Reece extracted the weapon from beneath his enemy's ribcage, blood spraying from the wound channel. You can't walk out of here covered in blood, and you can't pull security or police into this, or Katie, Rafe, and Liz are dead. Reece grabbed the man's left triceps with his knife hand and spun him face first into the urinal, trapping him between the two privacy partitions and smashing his face into the wall above the toilet's flush valve. He sent the blade into the man's right kidney, knowing a wound to the kidney would result in less external bleeding. The Bratva enforcer cried out, arching his back as the deadly point penetrated his kidney's outer cortex and passed through the medulla to embed in the renal pelvis. Reece's left hand slid from the back of the man's head around to the front, his little finger locking under his chin, palm covering the mouth, thumb and index finger pinching the nose to stifle any further noise. He then sidestepped left, removing the blade from the Russian's body and driving it into his left kidney. He's not going down fast enough. Reece quickly retracted the double-edged weapon and shifted back to the man's right side ribs, again ratcheting the blade in a violent attempt to send him to the afterlife. Finish him, Reece. Reece pulled the blade from between his ribs, removed his thumb from the ricasso just above the crossguard, and transitioned it into a reverse grip. Holding it like an ice pick, he drove the knife straight down behind the man's clavicle, in and down at a 20-degree angle. Reece then rotated his wrist, severing the left atrium and pulmonary artery. He stepped slightly back to bring the man to the tiled floor. Too much blood. The man was dead, he just didn't know it yet. His reptilian brain was still fighting for survival. In one last-ditch effort to live, he pushed off the top of the urinal with his hands and managed to kick his right leg out, making contact with the wall and sending him and Reece across the narrow bathroom into the toilet stall behind them. "Hold on, Reece." They crashed through the stall door and into the protruding toilet, which tripped them to the floor. Wedged between the toilet and the partition, Reece wrapped his legs around the man's midsection, locking them in place. He retracted the knife from the side of the man's neck, dropping it toward his chest. He then moved his left hand around the man's body, placing it over the butt at the base of the knife. With the handle in the upward-facing palm of his right hand, Reece pulled the blade toward him, feeling it sink past the man's jacket, skin, muscle, and ribs, directing it into his heart. Reece felt the man go limp. "Move." It took considerable effort to extract the blade, struggle out from under the big man, and stand up between the toilet and partition. Reece leaned against the side of the stall and caught his breath. The floor awash in blood. "That didn't work the way you had planned." The human body could be extremely resilient. "You need to move. Someone could walk in any second." Reece wiped the blade on the man's pants and resheathed it. Walking quickly to the sink, he pushed his hands under the automatic soap dispenser. "Come on!" The 2 seconds it took to release the cleansing foam seemed like an eternity. Reece washed as much blood as possible from his hands and fingernails while examining his face in the mirror. Blood was evident on his left temple, cheek, and neck, which he hastily scrubbed away. His clothes were dark enough that the blood would not betray him unless one looked closely. Shoes. Reece snatched paper towels from the dispenser and wiped the wet blood from his salamans. "That should get me through the lobby." Time. Even you can't outrun time. Reece walked back to the row of urinals, being careful to avoid the pools of blood, and picked up the manila envelope. He then departed the restroom, grabbing and opening a yellow freestanding sign labeled "Do Not Enter, Restroom Closed for Cleaning" that was leaning against the wall. He set it in front of the door and walked to the exit. Chapter 44. The confusion was evident as soon as Reece hit the street. 2 of the Bratva enforcers stood by their vehicles, expecting him to exit the building with Sasha. They certainly did not expect him to be alone. "Play it off, Reece." Reece smiled and waved, jogging toward the 3 SUVs, looking both ways as he darted across the street. "Where are the motorcycles?" He moved toward the middle vehicle, the Land Rover in which he had been riding. The driver was outside, his right hand out of sight. "Don't worry," Reece called out as he approached. "He's just in the bathroom, too much coffee." The driver looked at his counterpart in the lead vehicle. "He'll be right out," Reece called. Reece opened the door and took a seat in the back left passenger seat. The driver remained outside, looking back at the bank. The man in the front passenger seat turned. It wasn't the man in black. "Don't get distracted, Reece." Reece pulled himself into the middle position next to the man in the right rear passenger seat under the guise of leaving room for Sasha, and passed the manila folder up to the right front passenger as a distraction. "Here you go," Reece said. The manila folder had obscured Reece's left hand. In it was the OSS stiletto, prepped and ready to do the work for which it was designed. As both Bratva enforcers' eyes went to the documents, Reece checked the rear passenger's left hand to his left leg with his free hand. The stiletto in his left hand, he punched it across his body and through the left side of the man's ribcage. The thin blade shot through connective tissue and cartilage to find the heart. Hearing the commotion, the front passenger turned. He was too slow. Having pierced the heart of the man next to him, Reece had already extracted the knife and switched it to his right hand in a reverse grip. Reece jammed the point of the blade just behind the front passenger's left ear. Using the blade as a fulcrum, Reece pivoted himself forward, pinning the dying man next to him in his seat with his right leg extended in a sidekick position. He grabbed Vasiliev's head with his left hand and pushed him down toward the center console, folding him over to prevent him from drawing a knife or pistol. The vicious movement caused the stiletto to disengage from the man's head. Reece adjusted slightly and slammed the sharp blade just below the base of his skull, violently ratcheting it to sever his brainstem. Reece released tension on Vasiliev in front to refocus his attention on the dying man to his right. He threw himself back into the rear bench seat and with the knife still in a reverse grip, sent a hook across the man's neck, slicing through the carotid artery and coating the back right window with blood. The enforcer's hands went to his neck, then fell to his sides as he slipped away to the afterlife. Go for their guns. Reece attempted to reach around the considerably thick body of the man next to him to find his pistol when the front door opened and the driver slid inside, unaware that death awaited him. Adapt. As the door slammed shut, Reece transitioned the OSS stiletto into a forward grip position and shifted behind to the driver's side of the rear bench seat, reaching around to pull the man's head into the headrest while thrusting the long, thin blade through the open gap between the seat and the headrest and into the back of his neck. The man's thrashing suggested he had not found his mark. Reece continued to pull back on his face, sinking his fingers into his eyes as he smashed his palm against the pommel, driving the blade deeper into the base of his enemy's neck. The man reached up and pulled Reece's left hand from his face while twisting forward and to the center, trying to disengage from the blade. He's going to get away? No. Reece let go of the blade, which was still partially embedded in the Russian's lower neck, and slid his right hand around the headrest, replacing his left hand with his right on his target's face. With his left hand, he reached for the shoulder strap of the seatbelt, pulling it out and forward, feeding it into his right hand and pulling it across the man's neck. Reece pulled it across his throat and yanked him back in the seat. Maintaining a grip on both sides of the seatbelt, he pushed his left knee into the seatback to generate as much leverage and power as he possibly could to control the larger man in the driver's seat. The seatbelt squeezed back on both carotid arteries, obstructing blood flow to the brain while at the same time crushing the windpipe. Reece felt him go limp. Look around, Reece. You can only capitalize on surprise for so long. As Reece pulled back harder on the seatbelt, he looked through the front windshield. The Escalade's driver was still standing by his door looking at the front of the bank. In this brief tactical pause, Reece's eyes went to the rear-view mirror to get a better angle on the trail vehicle. Initially, he didn't see anyone. Then he adjusted his angle and saw a man running toward his Range Rover. Execute. With the driver momentarily unconscious, Reece let go of the seatbelt and pulled the stiletto from between the seat and headrest, removing it from the back of his adversary's neck. He reached around the seat, pinned the man's head back, and cut across his carotid, spraying the front window with blood and turning the inside of the vehicle into a cave. 3 down. How many were there? The rear left passenger door was thrown open. Fight! Unsure of what was happening, the Russian reached into the car, attempting to grab his prisoner, now slippery with blood. Reece pivoted and planted his feet on both sides of the door frame, pulling the larger man into the vehicle on top of him in a half-closed guard. Shocked by the car's interior awash in blood and bodies, the big Russian attempted to pull back, but Reece clenched the back of his neck with his left hand, trapping his head to his chest. With the knife still in a reverse grip, Reece thrust it first into the man's right kidney, then his left, and then unsuccessfully attempted to stab it through his back and into his heart. Reece slid the blade up to the base of the man's skull, grabbed it with both hands, and pulled it toward him. The man struggled in a futile attempt to escape, but Reece began to ratchet, cutting through bones, cartilage, and tendons. Meeting resistance, he pushed up with his hips, dislodging the knife from what had impeded its progress. He felt the man expire atop him as the blade severed the spinal cord and protruded through the front of his throat, coming to a rest against Reece's own chest. More threats, Reece. Don't get sucked into the problem. The encounter had caused them to slide off the leather seats slick with blood and onto the floor of the Range Rover, the heavy-bodied Russian pinning Reece to the floor of the SUV. Reece frantically grasped at the belt line on the dead man's right side. Where is his holster? Nothing. He could hear footsteps approaching. This is it, Reece. You failed. You don't know how to fail, son. Fight! No holster on the right. He's left-handed. Reece slid his hand down the man's left side, connected with a pistol, and yanked it from its holster. Glock 19, bringing it up as the first man broke the plane of the door, he pressed the trigger once, twice, 3 times, each bullet catching his target in the chest. A 4th bullet entered just below his nose and sent him to the pavement. In the close confines of the vehicle, the report of the Glock was deafening. 5 down. Where's the man in black? Prioritize and execute, Reece. 2 more in the vehicles, 2 motorcycles. Reece hoped his math was on point, the intense ringing in his ears causing a moment of confusion. Fight through it, Reece. Reece squirmed out from beneath the big Russian and turned to see movement through the window at the right rear quarter panel. He pushed himself around to face the sidewalk side of the vehicle, noted the gun in the approaching Russian's hand, and began firing through the door, knowing the bullets would zip right through. Moving up, he continued to fire through the blood-coated glass. At least one of the bullets caught his assailant, dropping him to the ground. Get out of this vehicle before it becomes a bullet sponge. Still one more target, in addition to the motorcycles, plus the man in black. Reece crawled across the dead man in the back right passenger seat, opened the door, and fell to the sidewalk. The Russian who had approached from the rear vehicle had both hands to his neck, blood pooling from both a neck wound and one to his leg that had hit the femoral artery. Reece put him out of his misery with a shot to the head, immediately rising to a knee to get his bearings, and then to a low crouch. He was vaguely aware of screaming through the ringing in his ears. Cops will be here any second. The lead Escalade began moving. Katie? Reece rose and aimed at the SUV, estimating where the driver would be, and pressed the trigger, sending multiple rounds into the escaping vehicle, shattering windows as it veered to the right and crashed into a parked Subaru. Reece ran to the passenger side window and saw the driver slumped over the wheel, struggling to get the car moving. He stepped to the side window, leveled the pistol, and pressed the trigger, sending a 9mm round into the driver's head. The motorcycles. Reece turned his head in time to see the two Ducatis speeding toward him. They must have been circling. How many rounds have you fired? In the confusion of combat, Reece couldn't be sure. Standard magazine? Extended magazine? One in the chamber from the magazine, or did he add another after chambering around to top it off? 14, 15, 17, 18? The Ducatis showed no signs of stopping. If they escaped, Katie, Rafe, and Liz were dead. They might already be dead, Reece. The man in black, control what you can. As the motorcycles roared past, Reece stepped into the street and sighted in on the trail biker. His eyes found the front sight, and he applied even pressure to the trigger. You are responsible for this bullet, Reece. Be sure of your sight picture before you miss and hit a kid down the street. You are a sniper. Reece broke the shot. He absorbed the recoil and reacquired the front sight. Even through the ringing in his ears, he could hear the bullet make impact with the helmet of his target. He also felt the pistol locked to the rear. Empty. He could hear sirens that sounded like they were about a street over. Go, Reece. The financial district had become a war zone. Cars had stopped and blocked the road. Citizens cowered behind whatever cover they could find. Reece dropped the empty pistol and ran to the front passenger side door of the Range Rover. He threw it open and picked up the manila envelope from the dead man's lap. It was now spattered with blood. Reece quickly stuffed it into the inside pocket of his jacket, zipping all the way up before sprinting to the downed bike. Please work, Reece prayed. He righted the bike, pulled in the clutch, hit start, and heard the engine thunder to life. Slamming his foot down on the left foot peg to ensure it was in first gear, he then let off on the clutch as he twisted back on the throttle and took off in pursuit of his next target. Chapter 45. Max Genrich watched the events taking place in front of the bank with a combination of horror and respect. He had already decided that he would tell his handler at the SVR that the Bratva had fucked this up. That blame would not be hard to shift. This was why he preferred to work alone. In fact, it might even benefit him in the eyes of the SVR. No more assignments that relied on the Bratva to do anything other than procure him a weapon. It was obvious that this was too complex an operation to pull off on such short notice. What was in the documents that the SVR so desperately wanted him to recover? It didn't matter, and he would never know. Genrich had captured the engagement on his phone. He stayed in the shadows as Reece roared by in pursuit of the lead biker. Only after the noise of the engines had been replaced by the scream of sirens in their wake did he optimize the 2-minute and 30-second video and send it to an email account with the subject line, U.S. Holiday. He then walked to Congress Street, pausing to admire a statue of Samuel Adams next to the Freedom Trail, surreptitiously dropping his pistol and suppressor into separate trash cans. Genrich decided he would only operate in Europe going forward. Much more civilized. James Reece had killed 7 armed men in the streets of the financial district in less time than it took most people to use an ATM. He must have somehow disposed of Sasha inside the bank. It was quite remarkable. Genrich did not hold out much hope for the remaining man on the motorcycle. Reece could identify him visually, but other than that, there was nothing to connect them. Genrich made his way to Clinton Street and hailed a cab. "Airport," he said. He would take the first flight out of the country. It did not matter where it was going. He would attempt to fly south. He was in need of a warmer climate. He would then take a circuitous route back to Germany that might take him a month. He was clean. If the SVR wanted him to take another stab at James Reece, he now knew how he would do it. He had learned a lot from their brief encounter. Genrich looked out the windows of the cab as they passed buildings now veiled in twilight, and wondered if he would ever meet James Reece again. Chapter 46. Reece gunned the Ducati and leaned left into the turn on State Street and then right into the turn on Cambridge Street. Weaving in and out of traffic, he increased speed, squinting his eyes as the wind threatened to freeze them in position. "Where are you?" "There." Reece caught sight of the bike about 300 yards ahead. "You are mine." Weaving in and out of vehicles, Reece closed the distance. He reached under and behind his jacket to extract the Vietnam-era tomahawk from his waistband and quickly transferred it to his left hand. He got back on the throttle, now relying on his right foot brake pedal to slow him down. His quarry braked to avoid an opening door, allowing Reece to maneuver within a bike's length. The lead motorcycle took advantage of the reduction in speed to race into an alley on his right. Reece swerved left and then back to the right, gassing the throttle to pass the lead Ducati. "Now!" Reece spun the hawk and slammed the reverse spike into the man's back, violently ripping it downward. Reece passed as the man hit the ground with a back-breaking crack, his motorcycle careening into a dumpster. Reece almost went down but managed to control the bike, immediately applying the foot brake to bring his motorcycle to a stop. With the tomahawk still in his left hand, the bike sputtered and stalled. Pushing the kickstand into position, Reece dismounted the Ducati and sprinted back down the alley, passing dumpsters and trash cans positioned at the backs of businesses that faced the main street to the north. He transferred the tomahawk back into his primary hand. Still in his helmet and gloves, the downed biker was struggling to get to his feet and reach for something in his waistband. Reece's tomahawk connected with the side of his helmet, the rear spike penetrating the outer shell, sending the man back to the ground. Solid helmet. His next hit sliced through the man's carotid artery, spraying Reece and the street with blood. A third blow almost severed the man's head from his body. Reece looked up and down the alley. Had they escaped the confusion and chaos of the financial district? Reece couldn't count on it. Time was of the essence. He first reached into the man's waistband, Glock 19, shitty holster. Reece removed it and performed a press check, one in the chamber. He then removed the magazine, full. He reinserted it and slid it into the holster, which he then clipped to the back of his pants. They had taken his belt, so he would have to remember that if he drew the pistol, the holster would probably come with it, meaning he needed to discard it before getting to work. He patted down the man's pockets, no extra magazines. He removed a wallet and stuffed it in his jacket. He then pulled out the dead man's cell phone. Reece looked at it and took a breath. What is Katie's number? Reece thought, going back in the memory banks. He knew Rafe would have a burner phone. Password. Reece knelt and struggled with the bloody strap that kept the helmet attached to the dead man's head. When he got it off, he put the phone in front of the corpse's face to unlock it. He then typed in a number he prayed was Katie's.
Hello?
Katie, it's me. Put Rafe on.
Reece, where